Money and Totality. Sebastian Budgen, Paris. Steve Edwards, London. Juan Grijera, London. Marcel van der Linden, Amsterdam. Peter Thomas, London. Money and Totality. A macromonetary interpretation of Marx's logic in Capital and the End of the Transformation Problem. By Fred Moseley. To Paul Maddox Sr., a great Marxist economist from whom I learned a great deal. Contents. Preface 11. Acknowledgements 16. Bibliographical Note 18. Part 1, a macromonetary interpretation of Marx's logical method. 1. Introduction, a macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory. 3. 1. 2 main levels of abstraction, the production and distribution of surplus value and the prior determination of the total surplus value. 4. 2 single system, actual capitalism. 6. 3 Marx's concept of capital. 8. 4 the circuit of money capital. 10. 5 M presupposed. 15. 6 two-stage explanation of the presupposed actual. 19. 7 sequential determination. 21. 8 predecessors of this macromonetary interpretation. 23. 2 algebraic summary. A macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory. 27 1 theory of the production of surplus value. 27. 2 theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production. 34. 3 Marx's 2 aggregate equalities always satisfied. 39. 3 Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value, the prior determination of the total surplus value. 41 1 the Grundriss. 47 2 manuscript of 1861 to 63. 57. 3 Volume 3 of Capital, manuscript of 1864 to 65, 85. 4 Volume I of Capital. 107. 5 3 important letters in 1867 to 8 111. 6 Conclusion. 116. 8 Contents. 4 the circuit of money capital, M presupposed. 118 1 the Grundriss. 121 2 manuscript of 1861 to 63. 127 3 the results. 140. 4 Volume 3 of Capital, manuscript of 1864 to 65, 144. 5 Volume I of Capital. 171. 6 Volume 2 of Capital, 1870s, 190 Conclusion. 192. 5 Money has no price. Marx's theory of money and the transformation problem. 197 1 Marx's basic theory of money and the transformation problem. 198 2 Bortkevich's and Sweezy's misinterpretation of money in Marx's theory of prices of production. 207 3 The melt and the transformation problem. 214 4 Non-commodity money and the transformation problem. 215. 5 Conclusion. 217. Part 2 Other interpretations of the transformation problem. 6 Standard interpretations. 221 1 Bortkevich's-Sweezy interpretation. 221 2 Serafian interpretation. 230 Conclusion. 240 Appendix. Comparison of interpretations of Marx's theory, Serafian and macromonetary. 241. 7 Sheik's iterative interpretation. 244 1 Iterative method. 245 2 Labor theory of value essential. 246 3 Total profit is not equal to total surplus value. 248 4 Divergencies and limits. 249 5 Change of value added. 251 6 Conclusion. 251. Contents. 9. 8 The new interpretation. 253 1 Foley's new interpretation. 253 2 Duminil's new interpretation. 264 3 Mahan's new interpretation. 278 4 New Palgrave article by Duminil and Foley. 281 5 General conclusion. 284. 9 Temporal single system interpretation, TSSI, 286 1 similarities 286 2 differences 289 3 Clemens response to prices of production as long-run center of gravity prices 301 4 current costs and sequential determination 303 conclusion 308 10 The Rethinking Marxism Interpretation 310 1 Similarities 310 2 Differences 315 3 Formal Model 324 4 WRC's Critique of My Interpretation 327 5 Conclusion 329 Appendix Chris Jansen Girls Extension of the WRC Model to Include Money 330 11 The Organic Composition of Capital Interpretation 333 1 Prices of Production as Disequilibrium Prices 333 2 Organic Composition of Capital 337 3 Two-Stage Transformation 351 4 Labor Theory of Value Still Essential? 354 5 Critique of the New Interpretation 355 6 Critique of My Monetary Interpretation of Constant Capital 358 Conclusion 360 12 Replies to Criticisms of My Macro-Monetary Interpretation 362 1 Reply to Laibman, The Return to Marx, Retreat or Advance 362 2 Reply to Bellofiore, What is Macro? What is monetary? 375 Conclusion 385 Preface That the method of analysis employed in Capital has been little understood is shown by the various mutually contradictory conceptions that have been formed of it. Point 1. Marx's statement above, in the postface to the second German edition of Volume I of Capital, unfortunately remains largely true today. In particular, the long and continuing controversy over Marx's analysis of the transformation problem has not paid sufficient attention to the logical method employed by Marx in constructing his theory. This is unfortunate, because Marx's logical method is unique in the Historioeconomic theory both before and after Marx, and therefore requires careful study in order to be properly understood. Marx said in the preface to the French edition, "The method of analysis which I have employed, and which had not been previously applied to economic subjects, makes the reading of the first chapters rather arduous. 2. I think it is safe to say that Marx's logical method has hardly been used since Marx, and, because it is so unique, we have to work pretty hard, arduously, to understand it. But the hard work is worth it." The most common interpretation of the transformation problem in Marx's theory is based on the work of Bortkiewicz and Sweezy, and more recently on a Sraffian version represented by Morris Hima and Steedman. Point 3 These interpretations are referred to in this book as the standard interpretations of Marx's theory. According to these standard interpretations, the initial givens in Marx's theory are physical quantities, the quantities of inputs and outputs in each industry, i.e., the technical conditions of production, and also the real wage, the quantity of wage goods consumed by workers, in the Sraffian version, an input-output matrix. It is assumed that, from these given physical quantities, first the values of individual commodities are derived in Volume I of Capital, and that then, in Volume 3, the prices of production of individual commodities are derived from these same physical quantities. According to these standard interpretations, Marx made a crucial logical error in his determination of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3. He failed to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production. Therefore, the prices of production derived by Marx are logically contradictory. The outputs are in terms of prices of production, but the inputs are in terms of values, which is impossible because some commodities are both inputs and outputs. It is argued that Marx recognized his error, and even called attention to it in several passages, but that he did not correct it. These passages are examined in detail in Chapter 4. This alleged logical contradiction in the determination of prices of production in Volume 3 has probably been the most frequently cited justification for rejecting Marx's theory over the last century. The critics have argued that Marx's error can be corrected, using a method first suggested by Bortkiewicz, or more modern corrections based on linear production theory. However, almost all agree, to varying degrees, that this correction of Marx's mistake results in several conclusions which are damaging to Marx's theory. 1. Only one of Marx's two aggregate equalities can be valid, either the total price of production is equal to, or proportional to, the total value, or the total profit is equal to, or proportional to, the total surplus value, but not both at the same time. 2. The rate of profit changes in the transformation of values into prices of production, so that there are two rates of profit in Marx's theory, the price rate of profit and the value rate of profit, which are not equal and which may have divergent trends. 3. The ultimate criticism is that the volume I theory of value is redundant because the same prices of production and rate of profit can be derived directly from the given physical quantities, without first deriving values and then transforming these values into prices of production. This book argues that this standard interpretation and standard critique of Marx's theory is a fundamental misinterpretation of Marx's theory and of the logical method employed by Marx in constructing his theory, especially those parts of it that deal with the relation between the total economy and individual industries and how the inputs of constant capital and variable capital are determined. The misunderstanding of Marx's method, to which he referred in 1872, remains largely true today. This book presents an interpretation of Marx's logical method that is fundamentally different from the standard interpretation in the following important respects. 1. Marx's theory is constructed in terms of two main levels of abstraction, first the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value in the economy as a whole, and then the distribution of surplus value and the division of the predetermined total surplus value into individual. Preface 13. Parts. 2. The subject of the theory is not two systems, but is instead a single system throughout, the actual capitalist economy, which is analyzed first at the macro level of the total economy and is then subsequently analyzed at the micro level of individual industries. 3. The logical framework of the theory is not a physical quantities input-output matrix Butis instead circuit of money capital, expressed symbolically as M, C, P, C, M, which implies that the initial money capital M is the starting point of Marx's theory and is taken as given as known data, both in the macro theory of the production of surplus value and in the micro theory of the distribution of surplus value, and 4. All the main variables in the theory are determined according to the logic of sequential determination in the above senses, not simultaneous determination as in the Sraffian interpretation. It follows from this macro-monetary interpretation of Marx's logical method that the widely accepted, damaging criticisms of Marx's theory mentioned above are not valid. Marx's two aggregate equalities, total gross price equals total gross value, and total profit equals total surplus value, are always both true simultaneously, as Marx claimed. There are not two rates of profit in Marx's theory, but only one rate of profit, which is determined by the volume I theory of the total surplus value and taken as given in the volume 3 theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production. Therefore, the theory of the total surplus value in volume I is not redundant, but is instead an essential prerequisite for the theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production in volume 3. Value theory is not redundant in Marx's theory of prices of production, but only in the standard misinterpretation of Marx's theory. These conclusions will be argued in the chapters in this book. An important impetus to Marxian scholarship in recent decades has been the publication of Marx/Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega, the 114-volume collected works of Marx and Engels, in German, publication still ongoing, including all of Marx's economic manuscripts, recently completed. The most important of Marx's previously unpublished economic manuscripts are, 1. The complete manuscript of 1861-63, about two-thirds of which is the, previously published, Theories of Surplus Value, and the remaining third, previously unpublished, of which includes a very interesting second draft, after the Grundriss, of Volume I of Capital and an equally interesting first draft of Parts 1 and 3 of Volume 3. 2. Marx's full manuscript of Volume 3 in the manuscript of 1864-65, which Engels used as the basis for his edited version of Volume 3, but with considerable editing, and 3. Drafts of Volume 2 in the manuscript of 1864-65 and later manuscripts in the 1870s. The complete manuscript of 1861-63 has been translated into English in volumes 30, 4 of Marx and Gel's collected works, 50 volumes of selected translations of Tamigia by international publishers, and this manuscript has been especially instrumental in the development of my macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory. This is the manuscript in which Marx developed his theory of the distribution of surplus value for the first time. Unfortunately, the very important manuscript of 1864-65 was not included in the Marx-Engels collected works, for cost-cutting reasons. Fortunately, an English translation of this manuscript by Ben Fawkes was recently published by Brill, edited by me. Point 4. Enrique Dussel, the prominent Mexican Marxian philosopher, has argued that since we now have all of Marx's economic manuscripts, a new era of Marxian scholarship can begin, which he calls Marx's second century, and he argues that the second century will be much better than the first. Dussel suggests that we should return to Marx's texts and study the step-by-step development of Marx's thinking in order to develop a deeper understanding of his theory and its application to our time and circumstances. I have tried to follow Dussel's advice in this book, especially in chapters 3 and 4. Dussel himself wrote a trilogy on Marx's economic manuscripts, in Spanish, in the 1980s. Point 5. This book is divided into two main parts. Part I presents my macromonetary interpretation of Marx's logical method and the transformation problem, and Part 2 discusses other important recent reinterpretations of Marx's theory and the transformation problem. Part I consists of 5 chapters. Chapter 1 presents an introduction to the most important points of my macromonetary interpretation, and Chapter 2 presents an algebraic summary of my interpretation. Chapters 3 and 4 present substantial textual evidence from all the drafts of Capital to support my interpretation. Chapter 5 discusses the role of money and the money commodity in Marx's theory and in particular in the transformation of values into prices of production. Part 2 consists of 7 chapters. Chapter 6 reviews the standard Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's theory and the Sraffian version of the standard interpretation. The next 5 chapters discuss the following important reinterpretations of Marx's theory and the transformation problem in recent decades: the iterative interpretation of Anwar Sheikh, Chapter 7, the new interpretation of Duncan Foley and Gerard Dumenil, Chapter 8, the temporal single system interpretation of Andrew Kliman and Ted McGlone, Chapter 9, the rethinking Marxism interpretation of Richard Wolff, Bruce Roberts, and Antonio Colleri, Chapter 10, and the organic composition of Capital interpretation of Ben Fine and Alfredo Sodfillo, Chapter 11. Chapter 12 presents my responses to 2 published critiques of my interpretation by David Laibman and Riccardo Bellofiore. Part 3 presents a final concluding chapter. This book presumes some knowledge of Marx's theory and the debate over the transformation problem. My primary audience is Marxian scholars around the world, especially young scholars and graduate students in Marxian studies in various disciplines, especially economics, although I hope it will also be accessible to relative newcomers to Marx's theory and this debate. I have chosen to start my book with my own interpretation rather than the standard interpretation in order to encourage a fresh look at Marx's theory. However, Part I refers frequently to the standard interpretation, assuming a more or less common basic understanding. The classic introduction to the standard interpretation of the transformation problem is Chapter 7 of Sweezy's Theory of Capitalist Development. See also Steedman's Marx after Sraffa, Chapters 1 to 4. Another good introduction is Chapter 6 of Foley's Understanding Marx's Capital. Readers seeking more details of my understanding of the standard interpretation can refer to Chapter 6 in the beginning of Part 2. In February 1858, while working on the Grundrisse and 10 years before the publication of the first edition of Volume I of Capital, Marx wrote to Ferdinand Lassalle, "Now that I am at last ready to set to work after 15 years of study, I have an uncomfortable feeling that turbulent movements from without will probably interfere after all. If I finish too late and thus find the world no longer attentive to such subjects, the fault is clearly my own. 6. I certainly do not pretend to compare my book to Marx's book, but I have similar feelings. If I have taken too long to finish this book, the fault is clearly my own, but at least I am in good company. And perhaps I have an advantage in that the world once again seems to be somewhat more attentive to the subject as a result of the ongoing crisis of world capitalism. 6. Marx, MECW, v. 40, pages 270-1. Acknowledgements. I have been working on this book off and on for 20 years, so the list of people that have discussed with me and helped me along the way is very long. An inevitably partial list includes Chris Arthur, Ricardo Bellofiore, Andy Brown, Paul Burkett, Alex Kalinikas, Al Campbell, Martha Campbell, Guglielmo Carchedi, Paul Coxhott, Alan Cotrial, Gerard Duminil, Enrique Dussel, Anders Ekeland, John Ernst, Roberto Feinske, Duncan Foley, Alan Freeman, Klaus Germer, Diego Guerrero, Michael Heinrich, Juan Inigo, Makoto Ito, Andrew Clemen, Rick Kuhn, David Laibman, Jerry Levy, Abelardo Marina, Paul Maddock Jr., Mark Meany, Simon Mahan, Patrick Murray, Hyun Park, Alejandro Ramos, Fabio Ravignani, Geert Rutten, Dongmin Ryu, Bruce Roberts, Mario Robles, Regina Roth, Alfredo Sodfio, Gil Skillman, Tony Smith, Guido Starista, Ian Wright, and David Yaff. Of course, none of these bear responsibility for the views expressed in this book. The members of the International Symposium on Marxian Theory in the list above, Arthur, Bellofiore, Brown, M. Campbell, Feinske, Murray, Rutten, and Smith, have been especially helpful. The ISMT is an interdisciplinary group of Marxist scholars, economists and philosophers, that has met for a week almost every summer since 1991, and has published 9 conference volumes, and I have benefited enormously from these annual meetings. These colleagues certainly do not all agree with my interpretation of Marx's theory, but they have helped me very much to clarify my interpretation, especially the relation between Marx's logical method and Hegel's logic. Thank you, comrades. Duncan Foley also deserves special thanks for many productive discussions over the years. Regina Roth, a mega-editor, has been helpful on many occasions, clarifying details about the economic manuscripts in the mega. I would also like to express special appreciation to Mount Holyoke College for its generous financial support for my politically incorrect research throughout my career. Mount Holyoke has exemplified the highest ideals of a liberal arts education, critical thinking and the diversity of ideas. I have also benefited greatly from decades of Mount Holyoke students who were willing to think new thoughts and help me clarify my understanding of Marx's theory and the capitalist economy. I also want to thank the Amherst College Library, which owns a complete collection of the 120-volume Marx Engels Gesamtausbage, Mega, which is a great service to all the 5 colleges, and of which I have made ample use. Fred Mosley. Bibliographical note. The standard style for references in footnotes used in this book is, author date. However, there are complications with references to the 5 volumes of manuscript of 1861-63 in the Marx and Engels collected works, volumes 30-4, and the 3 volumes of Theories of Surplus Value, which are about 2/3 of the manuscript of 1861-63. Therefore, the following convention is used to refer to these editions. The Marx and Engels collected works are referred to as Marx MECW, VXX, and the Theories of Surplus Value are referred to as Marx TSV, VX. And references to both editions for the same passage are given with the following convention: Marx MECW, VXX TSV, VX. Translations are always taken from the MECW. It is necessary to give both references for 2 reasons. The translations are sometimes different, usually better in the MECW, and some T contentes relicate in TSV which can be confusing and misleading. A prime example of such a misleading relocation is Marx's expanded outline of Volume 3 of Capital written in December 1862, and discussed in Chapter 3, Section 2.4. And a prime example of a misleading translation in TSV is the German word Vorausgesetzten, which should be translated as presupposed, but is instead translated in several key passages in TSV as antecedent, discussed in Chapter 4, Section 2. Marx's letters are quoted from Marx and Engels' collected works, volumes 40 to 43, and are referenced as Marx MECW, VXX. For emphasis and quotations, regular italics indicates emphasis in the original, and bold italics indicates emphasis added by me. Brackets in quotations are added by me, unless otherwise noted. Part 1A Macromonetary Interpretation of Marx's Logical Method. Chapter 1. Introduction, a macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory. The profit of the capitalist class, hasto exist before it can be distributed. Point 1. Capitalists are alike hostile brothers would divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor. Point 2. Before production began, we had a capital of £500. After production is over, we have the capital of £500 plus a value increment of £100.3. The exact development of the concept of capital is necessary, since it is the fundamental concept of modern economics, just as capital itself, whose abstract, reflected image is its concept, is the foundation of bourgeois society. Point 4. This chapter introduces the main characteristics of macromonetary interpretation of the logical method of Marx's theory presented in this book, focusing on those elements which are especially relevant to an understanding of Marx's theory of prices of production and of the transformation problem. These characteristics are: 1. Marx's theory is structured according to two main levels of abstraction, the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value, and the production of surplus value is theorized prior to the distribution of surplus value, which means that the total surplus value in the economy as a whole is determined, logically, prior to its division into individual parts. 2. The subject of the theory throughout is a single system, the actual capitalist economy, which is first analyzed at the macro level of the total economy and is then subsequently analyzed at the micro level of individual industries. 3. The logical framework of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value is the circuit of money capital, which is expressed symbolically as. And the main goal of the theory is to explain the origin and magnitude of the total delta M in the economy as a whole. 4. The initial money capital M at the beginning of the circuit of money capital is taken as given as initial data, both in the macro theory of the total surplus value and in the micro theory of the individual parts of surplus value. 5. The given initial M is eventually explained in two stages, first partially at the macro level and then more completely at the micro level, and 6. The variables in the theory are determined according to the logic of sequential determination, not simultaneous determination, in the above senses. In this book, it will be argued that, if Marx's logical method is interpreted in this way, then there is no transformation problem in Marx's theory, and that Marx's theory of prices of production is logically coherent and complete. Chapter 2 presents a mathematical summary of this macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory of value and surplus value and prices of production. Readers might want to refer at times to Chapter 2 while reading Chapter 1. In this introductory chapter, comparisons are sometimes made to the standard interpretations of Marx's theory, in both the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy version and the Sraffian version, which presumes that readers are familiar with the basics of these interpretations of Marx's theory. Readers might want to refer to Chapter 6 for my view of these standard interpretations. The classic sources of these interpretations are Sweezy 1942 and Steedman 1977. 1. Two main levels of abstraction, the production and distribution of surplus value and the prior determination of the total surplus value. The first important feature of Marx's logical method is the basic structure of two main stages or levels of abstraction, the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value. The main question at the level of abstraction of the production of surplus value is the determination of the total amount of surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, and the main question at the level of abstraction of competition is the division of the total surplus value into individual parts, first the equalization of tariff profit across industries and then the further division of the total surplus value into commercial profit, interest, and rent. And the fundamental premise of this logical structure is that the total surplus value is determined at the first level of abstraction, the production of surplus value, and is taken as a predetermined given at the Introduction 5. Second level of abstraction, distribution of surplus value, i.e., in the division of this predetermined total surplus value into individual parts. Thus, there is a strict logical progression from the first level of abstraction to the second level, first the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value and then the distribution of surplus value and the determination of the individual parts. In Hegelian terms, Marx referred to these two levels of abstraction as capital in general and competition, or many capitals. One could also say that Marx's theory begins at the macroeconomic level of the total economy and the total surplus value and then proceeds to the microeconomic level of individual industries and individual parts of surplus value. 5 The logical priority of the total surplus value over the individual parts is what I mean by totality in the title of this book. Other authors who have also emphasized this logical transition in Marx's theory from the production of surplus value to the distribution of surplus value include Paul Maddock, Roman Rostolsky, Enrique Dussel, David Yaffe, and Duncan Foley. This logical progression from the total surplus value to the individual parts of surplus value follows from Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. According to Marx's theory, all the individual parts of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers in production. Therefore, the total surplus value must be determined prior to its division into the individual parts, and the total surplus value is determined by the total surplus labor, and nothing else, i.e., the total surplus value does not change in the subsequent determination of the individual parts. To take the most important example, namely Marx's theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3, the total surplus value produced in a year is taken as a predetermined given, as determined in Volumes I and II, and this predetermined total surplus value is used to determine the general rate of profit, R equals S/M, which in turn is a determinant of prices of production, see Chapter 2. As a result, the predetermined total surplus value is distributed to individual industries in such a way that all industries receive the same rate of profit. Then the total surplus value is further divided into the individual parts of commercial profit, interest, and rent, analyzed in parts 4 to 6 of Volume 3. 6 The transformation problem is usually conceived as a transformation of individual labor values to individual prices of production. But that is not what Marx's theory of prices of production is about. Marx's theory is about the transformation of aggregate price to individual prices of production and the transformation of the total surplus value into its individual parts. The standard interpretation misses entirely the all-important macro aspect of Marx's theory and logical method, and the logical priority of the total surplus value over the individual parts. This aspect of Marx's method is completely unique in the history of economic theory. No other economic theory has analyzed the total profit and individual amounts of profit in this sequential and logically integrated way. It is certainly very different from Sraffa's theory, in which the total amount of surplus value is not determined at all, except implicitly and secondarily, and the rate of profit is not determined prior to prices of production, but is instead determined simultaneously with the prices of production of both inputs and outputs. The textual evidence from all the drafts of Capital to support this important aspect of Marx's logical method is discussed extensively in Chapter 3. 2. Single system, actual capitalism. Another important characteristic of Marx's logical method, which follows from the two levels of abstraction and the prior determination of the total surplus value discussed in the previous section, is that Marx's theory in all three volumes of Capital is about a single system, the actual capitalist economy, which is assumed to be in long-run equilibrium, and which is theorized first at the macro level, in order to determine the total amount of surplus value, and then is analyzed at the micro level, in order to determine the division of the total surplus value into individual parts. By contrast, according to the standard interpretation, Marx's theory is about two different economic systems, i.e., a dual system interpretation, first a hypothetical value system in volumes I and II, and then the actual capitalist price system in volume II. In the hypothetical value system it is assumed that the long-run equilibrium prices of individual commodities are equal to their values, and in the actual price system, it is assumed that the long-run equilibrium prices of commodities are equal to their price of production. But this dual system is not Marx's logical method. Marx's theory is not about two different economic systems, but is instead about the same system, the actual capitalist economy, from beginning to end, which is assumed to be in long-run equilibrium. In the actual capitalist economy, the long-run equilibrium prices of commodities are equal to their prices of production, not to their values. These actual long-run equilibrium prices of individual commodities are eventually explained at the level of abstraction of competition in Part 2 of Volume 3 of Capital. Point 7. Therefore, the total surplus value that is determined in volumes I and II is the actual total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. It is not a hypothetical total surplus value that is assumed to be equal to the value of surplus goods and that later has to be transformed into the actual total profit in Volume 3. The latter being dependent on other factors besides surplus labor, as in the standard interpretation. Instead, Marx's theory is about the actual total surplus value from the very beginning in Volume I. This must be true, in order to be consistent with the fundamental premise of Marx's theory of the prior determination of the total surplus value, discussed in the previous section. The prior determination of the total surplus value is logically possible only if volume I is about the actual capitalist economy and the actual total surplus value. And it is. Similarly, the components of the initial capital, constant capital and variable, also refer to actual quantities of money capital advanced in the actual capitalist economy to purchase means of production and labor power in the first phase of the circulation of capital. Constant capital and variable capital in volume I do not refer to hypothetical quantities of money capital, which are assumed to be equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, as in the standard interpretation. Instead, constant capital and variable capital in volume I refer to actual quantities of money capital, which tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, although prices of production cannot be explained in volume I, because prices of production have to do with the distribution of surplus value, and before the distribution of surplus value can be explained, the total amount of surplus value to be distributed must first be determined, this being the main task of volume I. 3. Marx's concept of capital. The title of Marx's book is of course Capital, thereby clearly indicating the centrality of the concept of capital in his theory of capitalism. As Marx put it early on in the Grundriss, the first draft of Capital. The exact development of the concept of capital is necessary, since it is the fundamental concept of modern economics, just as capital itself, whose abstract, reflected image is its concept, is the foundation of bourgeois society. Point 8. Marx introduced his central concept of capital in Chapter 4 of Volume I of Capital in the abbreviated form of the general formula for capital, which he expressed symbolically as M, C, M, where M equals M plus delta M. Here M represents the initial money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, C represents commodities, M represents the final money capital recovered through the sale of commodities, and delta M represents the increment of money that emerges at the end of the circuit and is the main purpose and the main result of the circuit. Thus capital is defined by Marx as money advanced into circulation in order to extract more money from circulation. Point 9. Surplus value is defined as delta M, or the increment of money that emerges at the end of the circuit of capital. Point 10. The production of surplus value is the main purpose of capitalist production, and is the most important phenomenon to be explained by Marx's theory of capitalism, or any theory of capitalism. The general formula for capital focuses Marx's theory on this all-important question: wheredo est the totalcom and what determines its magnitude. 11. Most of volume I is devoted to this central question for the economy as a whole, see Chapter 3 and Mosel 2004. Thus we can see that Marx's concept of capital is clearly and emphatically defined in terms of money, as money that becomes more money. The title of Part 2 of Volume I is, The Transformation of Money into Capital. This definition of capital in terms of money obviously also applies to the two components into which the initial money capital advanced is divided: constant capital, the initial money capital advanced to purchase means of production, and variable capital, the initial money capital advanced to purchase labor power. Point 12. Algebraically, M equals C plus V, all in terms of money. C here refers to constant capital, not, as in the general formula for capital, to commodities. This is part of what I mean by monetary in the title of this book, that the central concept in Marx's theory is the concept of capital, which is defined in terms of money, i.e., money advanced into circulation in order to withdraw more money from circulation. One common interpretation of volume I is that it is only about labor times, not money or prices, and that Marx's theory deals with money and prices only in Volume 3. Volume I is about the value system, which is only about labor times. Event the quantities of Kapitalen, constant Kapitalen, variable Kapitalen. Volume I are interpreted as referring to quantities of labor time, embodied in the means of production and means of subsistence, respectively. I argue that this view is a fundamental misinterpretation of Volume I, which loses sight of the essential monetary nature of capital in capitalist production and in Marx's theory. Money is derived in the very first chapter, Section 3, of Volume I, as the necessary form of appearance of abstract labor, and from then on Marx's theory is about quantities of money that represent and thus are a determined b, quantities of labor time. The core concept of Volume I is capital, and capital is defined in terms of money that makes more money. The main purpose of Volume I is to explain this all-important monetary phenomenon. Marx's concept of capital is very different from the concept of capital in neoclassical economics, which is defined in terms of heterogeneous physical goods, as quantities of material inputs to production, machinery, equipment, buildings, raw materials, etc., i.e., as capital goods. Thus capital is analyzed in neoclassical economics as goods used to produce other goods, and this concept applies to all types of modes of production. Capital is defined as means of production, and means of production are used in all modes of production. Marx's concept of capital, on the other hand, money that becomes more money, is a historically specific concept that applies specifically and solely to the capitalist mode of production. The neoclassical definition of capital in terms of heterogeneous capital goods is the reason why neoclassical theory has an insoluble aggregation problem, because different kinds of physical means of production cannot be meaningfully added together. Marx's concept of capital, on the other hand, has no such aggregation problem, because Marx's concept of capital is defined in terms of money, which is homogeneous by its nature, and thus there is no problem adding up quantities of money capital across the economy. Sraffa criticized the neoclassical concept of capital as capital goods for a similar reason, because it is impossible to measure heterogeneous physical goods as a quantity independently of prices. Point 13. Sraffa's criticism of the neoclassical concept of physical capital goods is valid, but it does not apply to Marx's concept of money capital, which is inherently homogeneous and thus can be easily measured. Sraffa's solution to the neoclassical aggregation problem was to eliminate altogether the concept of capital from his theory. He does not seem to have considered Marx's concept of capital in terms of homogeneous money. Point 14. 4. The circuit of money capital. The expanded form of Marx's circuit of money capital is the well-known symbolic expression. This circuit of money capital takes place in two spheres, the sphere of circulation and the sphere of production, and consists of three phases, consecutive in time. 1. The advance of money capital to purchase means of production and labor power in the sphere of circulation, prior to production. 2. The production process, in the sphere of production, and 3. The recovery of money capital through the sale of commodities after production, again in the sphere of circulation. Marx often referred to the circuit of money capital as the valorization process, in which an initial quantity of money is valorized by becoming more money, in contrast to the labor process in terms of physical goods. Marx's circuit of money capital refers to a real process, which takes place in real historical time. Capital exists first in the form of money advanced in the sphere of circulation, then in the form of means of production and labor power in the sphere of production, then in the form of commodities produced at the end of the production process, and then finally back again in the form of money recovered, including more money than was originally advanced at the beginning of this real historical process. This process takes a certain amount of real historical time from the advance of money capital to the recovery of more money capital. This temporal aspect of the circuit of money capital was succinctly expressed by Marx as follows: before production, we had a capital of £500. After production is over, we have a capital of £500 plus a value increment of £100. 15. Marx's theory explains how this all-important phenomenon happens. 16. The temporal nature of Marx's circuit of money capital is also evidenced by Marx's emphasis throughout Capital on the distinction between the old value, or transferred value, and the new value components of the price of commodities. Old value exists at the beginning of the circuit of money capital in the form of the initial money constant capital advanced to purchase means of production and in the form of the price of these means of production. This previously existing old value is transferred to the price of the output. The quantity of transferred value is determined by and cannot exceed the quantity of old value that previously existed. On the other hand, new value did not previously exist at the beginning of the circuit, but is instead the result of the current labor process, and hence also the source of surplus value or delta M that is produced in this process, and thus comes to exist at the end of this process. I argue that the circuit of money capital is the general logical framework of Marx's theory of surplus value. 17. The main goal of Marx's theory is to explain how the initial mathy beginning of the circuit becomes M plus delta M, at the end of the circuit. The general formula for capital is not just incidentally introduced in Chapter 4 of Volume I, with no significant role in the rest of the theory. Instead, the expanded circuit of money capital is the general logical framework of Marx's theory for the rest of the 3 volumes of Capital. This is part of what I mean by monetary in the title of this book, that the circuit of money capital is the logical framework of Marx's theory. Marx summarized this general framework of his theory as follows, in the introduction to Part 7 of Volume I. The transformation of a sum of money into means of production and labor power is the first phase of the movement undergone by the quantum of value which is going to function as capital. It takes place in the sphere of circulation. The second phase of the movement, the process of production, is complete as soon as the means of production have been converted into commodities whose value exceeds that of their component parts, and therefore contains the value originally advanced plus a surplus value. These commodities must then be thrown back into the sphere of circulation. They must be sold, their value must be realized in money, this money must be transformed once again into capital, and so on, again and again. This cycle, in which the same phases are continually gone through in succession, forms the circulation of capital. 18. Keine sincere Furetto Marx SMCM circuit of capitalis, a pregnant observation, and he agreed with Marx that the goal of entrepreneurs is not more product, but is instead more money, and also that a theory of an entrepreneurial economy should be formulated in terms of money variables, not real variables. 19. Keynes did not seem to realize that Marx's MCM circuit of capital is not just a pregnant observation, but is the general logical framework for Marx's theory. Unfortunately, Keynes did not adopt Marx's MCM framework in his own theory, but instead adopted an aggregate supply/aggregate demand framework, in which aggregate supply is essentially aggregate costs, and costs include the prevailing rate of profit as a given. Thus delta M is hidden as a cost in Keynes's theory, and in neoclassical economics in general, and transformed in effect into a part of M, and no explanation of this all-important delta M is provided by Keynes's theory. The modern theory of the monetary circuit, Graziani, Rialfonso, Roncon, etc., has a logical framework similar to Marx's, as the name indicates. This framework starts with a given quantity of money, loaned by banks as credit money to firms, which use the money to purchase means of production and labor. This monetary circuit ends with the recovery of money by firms through the sale of commodities and the repayment of the bank loans. However, the main question posed in this theory is not the origin of but rather how endogenous money is created and functions as medium of exchange. 20. A collection of writings in the theory of the monetary circuit is entitled Money in Motion. 21. This would also be a good title for a book on Marx's theory, but a better title would be Money Becoming More Money. On the other hand, Marx's logical framework of the circuit of money capital is very different from the framework of Sraffa's theory, which consists instead of an input-output matrix constructed in terms of physical quantities, a Labour-input vector Thuit theory of income and a system of simultaneous equations based on these physical quantities. Sraffa referred to his logical framework as the circular flow of production, by which he meant the circular flow of physical inputs and outputs, not the circular flow of quantities of money capital. Sraffa's theory is not a theory of the valorization process, it is instead a theory of relative prices that reproduce the initial given physical quantities of inputs. In order to compare Sraffa's logical framework with Marx's framework, Sraffa's framework could be represented symbolically as follows. Marx's framework is the complete absence of money, especially the absence of delta M, the most important characteristic of capitalist economies. The first phase of the circulation of money capital in the sphere of circulation, the advance of money capital to purchase means of production and labor power, is missing altogether. It is as if no money capital is advanced in capitalism to purchase means of production and labor power. But this is not the case. Money capital is advanced in capitalism, in definite quantities, and this quantity of money capital advanced must be recovered before there can be any surplus value. Crucially missing in Sraffian theory is the exchange of the money wage for labor power, which Marx called the characteristic feature of capitalist economies. The payment of the money wage makes it appear as if all the hours of labor are paid for, especially in the modern form of hourly wages. However, Marx's theory of surplus value shows that this appearance is false. Workers produce new value that is equal to their money wages in only a part of their working day, or hour, and the remainder of their working day, or hour, is unpaid labor which produces surplus value for capitalists. 23 This critical theory of the money wage is missing in Sraffa's theory. 24 Instead, Sraffa assumed that the wage rate is a share of the surplus, i.e., a percentage or a pure number from 0 to 1, and this share is paid post factum, i.e., after production. Also missing in Sraffa's theory is the exchange between money capital and the means of production. It is as if the means of production enter capitalist production as mere physical quantities, without predetermined prices. But this is not the case in capitalism. Means of production in capitalism are commodities, which are purchased by money capital prior to production at already existing prices. Means of production enter the valorization process, M becoming M plus delta M, as commodities with a price, not as physical quantities without a price. The next important characteristic of Marx's logical method to be discussed follows from the circuit of money capital as the logical framework of Marx's theory, that the initial money capital M at the beginning of the circuit of money capital is taken as given or presupposed, as initial data, both in the macro theory of the total surplus value in volume I and in the micro theory of the prices of production and individual parts of surplus value in volume 3. The initial M exists as a definite magnitude at the beginning of the circuit of capital, prior to the recovery of M and delta M, and is in principle a known quantity. Thus, it is legitimate to take this known quantity at the beginning of the circuit as given in order to explain the M and delta M at the end of the circuit. Marx's theory proceeds from the pre-existing known M, money capital advanced, to the unknowns M, capital recovered, and delta M, surplus money capital recovered. The pre-existing given M at the beginning of the circuit is the benchmark against which M and Matheen of the circuit are measured and determined. This is also what I mean by monetarian the this book that these pre-existing quantities of money capital at the beginning of the circuit of money capital are the initial givens in Marx's theory of surplus value, delta M, along with the hours of socially necessary labor time and the money value produced per hour. See Chapter 2 for further explanation. The logical structure of the circuit of money capital suggests into a waste that the initial money capital, M, is taken as given or presupposed in Marx's theory, both in the macro theory of the production of surplus value in volumes I and II and also in the micro theory of the distribution of surplus value in volume 3. In the first place, the starting point of the circuit of capital is M, which suggests that M is also the starting point or the initial data of Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital and delta M. The circuit of money capital begins with the advance of a definite quantity of money M to purchase means of production and labor power in the capitalist economy, and Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital begins with this quantity of money capital advanced. As we have seen, the main question which Marx's theory of surplus value is intended to answer is this: how does a pre-existing quantity of money capital M advanced at the beginning of the circuit become a greater quantity of money, M plus delta M, at the end of the circuit? In Marx's terms, how is the pre-existing M valorized? For this question, the appropriate initial given in the theory is the initial M advanced. This is the quantity of money capital that must be recovered before an M can be appropriate and the initial M valorized. These initial M becomes a presupposed constituent in the determination of M and delta M. The details are discussed in Chapter 2. The second way in which the structure of the circuit of money capital suggests that the initial M is taken as given is that the first phase of the circuit of money capital, the advance of money capital to purchase means of production and labor power, M, C, takes place in the sphere of circulation, prior to the second phase of production. Marx's theory of the circuit of capital also begins in the sphere of circulation, in Part 2 of Volume I, with the advance of definite quantities of money constant capital and money variable capital to purchase means of production and labor power, with the famous passage at the end of Part 2 about moving from the noisy sphere of circulation to the hidden abode of production, marking the transition from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of production. Thus, when the second phase of the production of value and surplus value begins, as analyzed in Part 3 and beyond, the quantities of constant capital and variable capital are assumed to have already been advanced in the sphere of circulation to purchase means of production and labor power, and these already existing quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given as the initial data in Marx's theory of how this previously existing given quantity of money capital becomes more money in the subsequent phases of the production and sale of commodities. In this way, the presuppositions of Marx's theory of surplus value in the sphere of production come from already existing quantities of money capital previously advanced in the sphere of circulation. And the crucial point for the transformation problem is that, in Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given as in the Volume I theory of the total surplus value, the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the actual capitalist economy. The only difference is that in Volume 3 the individual quantities of constant capital and variable capital advanced are also taken as given, in addition to the total constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in Volume I, i.e., the Ms in each industry, in addition to the total M for the economy as a whole. The question that Marx's theory of prices of production is intended to answer is this: how is the original Me in each industry recovered and the total surplus value distributed in proportion to the original Me in each industry? For this question, the appropriate initial givens are the initial Me's in each industry which have to be recovered before any surplus value can be distributed and are the basis on which the total surplus value is distributed. These given become presupposed constituents soft price soft production of commodities in Volume 3, similar to the total M in the theory of total surplus value in Volume I. That is why Marx did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production, because no such transformation is necessary or appropriate in Marx's theory. The inputs of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3 are the same actual quantities of money capital advanced in the real capitalist economy that are inputs in Marx's theory of total surplus value in Volume I. There are not two systems in Marx's theory, a value system and a price system, with two sets of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital. Instead, there is only one system in Marx's theory, the actual capitalist economy, with one set of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital, which is first analyzed at the aggregate level and then at the individual industry level. Therefore, there is no transformation of constant capital and variable capital to be made. Constant capital and variable capital are the same actual quantities of money capital at both levels of abstraction. David Yaffe and Paul Maddock Jr. have presented similar interpretations of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory, as monetary, single system, and the same quantities of money capital taken as given at both levels of abstraction. The textual evidence to support this important aspect of Marx's logical method from all the drafts of Capital is discussed extensively in Chapter 4. This aspect of Marx's logical method, taking the initial money capital advanced, or money costs, as given, is not unique in the history of economic theory. Indeed, in this respect, Marx's method is similar to a long line of cost of production theories of value, including those of Adam Smith, J.S. Mill, Keynes, and current post-Keynesians, including the theory of the monetary circuit, example Graziani. Point 25. All these cost of production theories of value take as given the initial money wage, with much less methodological grounding than Marx, and use the given money wage to determine prices. Along with the markup, they usually tend to ignore material costs, following Adam Smith's erroneous example. Marx's theory is of course also very different from these cost of production theories, especially in the sense that Marx's theory incorporates these given money costs into his labor theory of value in order to provide a labor theory of surplus value, see Chapter 2. These other theories either take profit as given, as the markup, which Sidney Weintraub called the magic constant, or have a Kalecki-type theory of profit, determined by investment. But the relevant point here is that Marx's theory is similar to these cost of production theories insofar as it takes the money wage as given. If it is a legitimate logical method for these costs of production theories to take money costs as given, then surely it is a legitimate logical method for Marx's theory to do the same. Keynes's theory in particular took factor costs, wages and profit, as given in money terms, not only in his theory of prices, but also in his aggregate supply function, which together with the aggregate demand function determines the equilibrium quantity of employment in his theory, and also in his theory of the marginal efficiency of capital. The aggregate supply function is the relation between the aggregate supply price, Z, and the quantity of employment that entrepreneurs are willing to provide, i.e., Z equals F, N, and Z is defined as the sum of the factor costs plus entrepreneur income. Point 26. All these variables, including the factor costs, are taken as given, as a schedule, as dependent on the quantity of employment. Point 27. Similarly, in order to determine the marginal efficiency of capital, Keynes also took aggregate costs, including wages, as given, along with the prospective yield. Point 28. Keynes also took the unit money wage rate as given, and this given unit money wage rate is the numeraire in terms of which all other variables are measured. The climactic Chapter 19, Changes of Money Wages, examines the effects of changes in the given money wage rate on the quantity of employment, through its effects on the marginal propensity to consume, the marginal efficiency of capital, and the rate of interest. Point 29. In comparison, Marx took the money wage, i.e., variable capital, as given, along with the money material costs, constant capital, M equals C plus V, for a different purpose from Keynes, in order to determine the total price of the product. M, and most importantly the total surplus value, delta M, rather than take the prospective yield as given, as Keynes did, and also to determine individual prices of production, Mies. If it is an acceptable logical method for Keynes's theory to take the money costs as given, then it is also acceptable for Marx's theory to utilize a similar logical method. In Sraffa's theory, on the other hand, the initial givens are not money costs or quantities of money capital advanced, but are instead physical quantities of inputs and outputs, and the wage share of income, as illustrated above in the symbolic representation of Sraffa's theory. Marx's theory also provides a subsequent explanation of the actual quantities of money capital that are presupposed in the theory of the total surplus value in Volume I and in the theory of individual prices of production in Volume III, and especially to analyze changes in these presupposed quantities over time. This explanation of the given actual quantities of money capital is presented in two stages. Two stages are necessary because these actual quantities of money constant capital and money variable capital tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, and these prices of production have to do with the distribution of surplus value and thus cannot be explained until after the total annual surplus value has been determined in volumes I and II. In volume I, it is provisionally assumed, as a first approximation, that the long-run equilibrium price of individual commodities are equal to their values, i.e., are proportional to the labor times required to produce these commodities, including the prices of the means of production and means of subsistence, which are subsets of the total economy, because that is the only assumption consistent with the labor theory of value at the macro level of abstraction of capital in general in volume I. This assumption is not exactly true, it is only a first approximation. Long-run equilibrium prices depend not only on labor times, but also on the equalization of the profit rate across industries. However, labor times are the main determinant of long-run equilibrium prices, and this provisional assumption in volume I enables Marx to explain the main determinant of the prices of labor power and of the means of production, and to analyze the effects of changes in the labor times required to produce these commodities on the given quantities of constant capital and variable capital and on the quantity of surplus value. 30 For example, in Marx's theory of relative surplus value in volume I, technological change that reduces the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence reduces the price of means of subsistence, which in turn reduces variable capital and increases surplus value and the rate of surplus value. This theory does not require that variable capital be proportional to the labor time required to produce means of subsistence. The same general conclusions follow even if the quantities are not proportional. Similarly, a reduction in the labor time required to produce the means of production reduces the price of the means of production, which in turn reduces constant capital and the composition of capital. However, the crucial point for our purposes is that this partial explanation of the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital, equals values, does not determine the magnitudes of these variables in Marx's theory of value and surplus value in volume A. It does not determine a T magnitude of constant capital that is the transferred value component of the value of commodities. Instead, the transferred value component of the value of commodities is the actual money capital advanced to purchase the means of production in the real capitalist economy, which is taken as given, as a known magnitude, and which in general is not equal to the value of the means of production. Similarly, this partial explanation does not determine the magnitude of variable capital that is subtracted from the new value produced in the current period in order to determine the surplus value produced. Instead, the variable capital that is subtracted from new value is the actual money capital advanced to purchase labor power, which is taken as given, as a known datum, and which in general is not equal to the value of the means of subsistence. In this way, the total surplus value that is determined in volume I is the actual total surplus value, not a hypothetical total surplus value, equal to the value of surplus goods, that later has to be transformed into the actual total profit, which is due to other factors besides surplus labor. After prices of production have been explained in Volume 3, Marx then briefly provides a more complete explanation of the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital, that these actual quantities tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, and not equal to their values. See Chapter 4, Section 3, for an extensive discussion of this more complete explanation of the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital. But the important point again is that this more complete explanation of the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital does not change the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital themselves. The magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital remain the same. The actual quantities of money capital advance to purchase means of production and labor power in the sphere of circulation, which are taken as given, as known data. What changes in volume II is the explanation of these given known quantities, from a partial explanation to a more complete one. Finally, it should be noted that, in the case of technological change and the consequent change in the prices of means of production that occurs between the time constant capital is advanced to purchase means of production and the time the output produced with those means of production is sold, a special life or long-lasting machines and equipment, then the quantity of constant capital that is taken as given in the theory of surplus value in Volume I and in the theory of prices of production in Volume 3 will also change correspondingly. In this case, the given constant capital would be the current constant capital, as evidenced by the most recent purchases of the means of production in the sphere of circulation, not their original historical cost. However, the advance of constant capital to purchase the means of production in the sphere of circulation is still logically and chronologically prior to the sale of the output and the recovery of the capital. The current constant capital is still old value in relation to new value produced by the labor of the current period, and is still transferred as a given amount to the value and price of production of the output, just like the original historical constant capital in case of no change in the price of the means of production. The only difference is a change in the magnitude of the given constant capital that is transferred. This issue of current cost versus historical cost is not an issue in the static transformation problem, since technology and hence the prices of the means of production are assumed to remain constant, but it is important for dynamic issues such as the falling rate of profit. This issue will be discussed further in Chapter 9 on the temporal single system interpretation of Marx's theory. Also see Mosel 1996 for an extensive discussion of this issue. We have seen above that the analytical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, which is a real process in real time, and that the main question of Marx's theory is this: how does an initial pre-existing quantity of money capital M increase its magnitude as a result of this process? This theory presumes that the initial M in any circuit of capital exists at some point in time at the beginning of the circuit, and that the initial M exists prior to the M and delta M that are recovered at some later point in time at the end of the circuit. There must be some interval of time between M and M to allow for something to happen to enable M to be transformed into M plus delta M. Such an increase of M cannot occur instantaneously. Therefore, the circuit of money capital and the explanation of delta M require a logic of sequential determination. M must be determined prior to and independent of M and delta M, because M exists prior to M and delta M. The initial M is taken as given, because it cannot be explained at the beginning of the theory, as a previously existing quantity of money capital, and this given M is used to determine M and delta M. Another reason that sequential determination is the appropriate logical method for Marx's theory is the key premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value. In this case, the prior determination is not temporal, but logical. In the first stage of theory, the total surplus value is explained by the total surplus labor in the economy as a whole, and then this total surplus value is taken as given in the subsequent stage of the theory, in which the division of the total surplus value into individual parts is explained. Such a theory obviously requires a logic of sequential determination. 31-32, on the other hand, the logic of simultaneous determination is not appropriate for the circuit of money capital because simultaneous determination presumes that all variables are determined at the same point in time, example the annual market. But M cannot be determined at the same point in time as M and delta M, because M exists prior to M and delta M. The advance of M is temporally and logically prior to the recovery of M and delta M. Money must be advanced before it can be recovered. Since advance and recovery do not happen at the same time, M and M cannot be determined at the same time, i.e., they cannot be determined simultaneously. Furthermore, the many overlapping individual circuits of capital have different turnover times and are at different phases of their circuits at the same time, which makes the simultaneous determination of all the prices in all these circuits impossible. Finally, simultaneous determination also as no tallo for the prior determination of the total surplus value, the fundamental premise of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. 33 Coors and Salvadori argue that, since commodities are produced by commodities, there is no way to avoid simultaneous determination. 34 I think that Marx would say in reply that in capitalism commodities are produced by capital, and capital is a money-making process, the self-valorization of the initial money capital advanced, and analysis of this real process of valorization requires sequential determination. Capital is a process that begins with the advance of a definite quantity of previously existing money capital M, and ends at some later point in time with the recovery of more money, M equals M plus delta M. M is not an unknown, whose quantity is determined simultaneously with M and delta M. M is a known quantity at the beginning of the process, the actual M advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, and the main goal of Marx's theory is to explain how this actual pre-existing initial M becomes M plus delta M as a result of this process. We will see in Chapter 6 below, Section 2.1, that in order to determine simultaneously the prices of inputs and outputs and the rate of profit, Sraffian theory must make the following unrealistic assumptions: 1. That fixed capital is entirely consumed in every period, and 2. That all industries have the same turnover period, or all the unequal turnover periods in different industries are assumed to be converted into a hypothetical unit turnover period, for example, a week, and a hypothetical rate of profit for this unit turnover period is determined, rather than the actual annual rate of profit as in Marx's theory. 8 predecessors of this macromonetary interpretation. The macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory presented in this book has been developed from other prior interpretations of Marx's theory in recent decades which have challenged the standard interpretation and inspired me in various ways. With respect to the macro aspect of the prior determination of the total surplus value, the main influences have been Paul Matic, Roman Rostalski, and David Yaffe. Matic emphasized that the total amount of surplus value is determined prior to its distribution in his analysis of the limits of Keynesian economic policies and in his critique of Baron and Sweezy's argument that monopolies are able to overcome the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the law of the rising surplus. Matic argued that monopolies could not affect the total amount of surplus value produced, but could affect only the distribution of surplus value between monopolistic and competitive industries. 35 Rostalski called attention to Marx's distinction between capital in general and competition in the Grundriss, in which Marx emphasized that the total surplus value is determined prior to its distribution, at the level of abstraction of capital in general, and that the distribution of surplus value, at the level of abstraction of competition, does not affect the total amount of surplus value produced. And Yaffe developed further Matic's analysis of government policies, and emphasized that the distinction between the production and distribution of surplus value corresponds to the two main levels of abstraction in Marx's theory of capital in general and competition. With respect to the monetary aspect of my interpretation of Marx's logical method, that the initial givens in Marx's theory are the initial quantities of money capital M advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, the main influence has been the new interpretation first presented in the early 1980s by Duncan Foley and Gerard Dumenil, independently. The main innovation of the new interpretation from my perspective has to do with the determination of variable capital. Instead of deriving variable capital from a given quantity of means of subsistence, as in the standard interpretation, variable capital is taken as given directly, as the actual money wage advance to purchase labor power in the real capitalist economy, similar to my interpretation of variable capital. And the important point is that this same actual quantity of variable capital, money wage, is taken as given in both the theory of value and surplus value in volume I and in the theory of prices of production in volume 3. Therefore, according to this interpretation, Marx did not fail to transform variable capital from values to prices of production in volume 3, because variable capital is not supposed to be transformed. However, the new interpretation continues to interpret constant capital in the standard way, that constant capital is derived from given physical quantities of means of production, first as the labor value of the means of production in volume I and then as the price of production of the means of production in volume 3. Therefore, the new interpretation argues that Marx made a mistake with respect to constant capital, which must be corrected, but not with respect to variable capital. The new interpretation is discussed at length in Chapter 8. It is argued that by taking only the money variable capital as an initial given, the new interpretation only goes halfway in breaking away from the standard interpretation of Marx's theory, and that it should go all the way, with parallel and more consistent logic, and take the money constant capital as an initial given as well. With respect to the sequential determination aspect of my interpretation of Marx's logical method, the most important influence has been the temporal single system interpretation, TSSI, first presented in the 1980s by John Ernst, Andrew Clement, Ted McGlone, and Alan Freeman. Prior to the TSSI, the Sraffian interpretation of Marx's theory in terms of a system of simultaneous equations was almost universally accepted. Even the other recent reinterpretations of Marx's theory to be discussed in Part 2 of this book generally accepted the method of simultaneous determination. At first, I wasn't sure about this point myself. I thought that Marx's theory might be compatible with simultaneous determination. But then I realized, in large part because of the arguments of the proponents of the TSSI, that the other aspects of Marx's logical method that I emphasize, the prior determination of the total surplus value and the money capital advanced, M, taken as given, require the sequential determination of these variables. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that the TSSI is correct in the sense that Marx's theory is not based on the logic of simultaneous determination, but is instead based on the logic of sequential or temporal determination. This is a very important contribution. However, there are also important differences between our interpretations with respect to other aspects of the transformation problem which are discussed in Chapter 9. This book attempts to build on these prior challenges to the standard interpretation of Marx's theory, and to explore in greater depth these key aspects of Marx's logical method, and their role in the theory of value and surplus value in Volume I and the theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production in Volume 3. Chapter 2 presents an algebraic summary of macromonetary interpretation presented in this book in order to further clarify the logic. Chapters 3 and 4 will present substantial textual evidence to support this macromonetary interpretation of Marx's logical method. It has become clearer in recent decades from the publication of the new Marx/Engels Gesamtausgabe, in German and the partial English translation, Marx and Engels Collected Works, that Marx wrote 4 drafts of Capital, the Grundriss, the manuscript of 1861-63, the manuscript of 1864-65, and the final published versions, not just 2 drafts as previously thought, the Grundriss and the final versions. 36 In reviewing the textual evidence, it is important to include all 4 of these drafts and examine the development of Marx's thinking on the key theoretical issues related to the transformation problem, the distinction between the production and the distribution of surplus value, the prior determination of the total surplus value, and the circuit of money capital, M, C. M, as the logical framework of Marx's theory, which takes the initial m as given in order to explain the origin and magnitude of the delta m. For the purposes of this book, the two middle manuscripts written in the first half of the 1860s, a very creative period for Marx, are the most important, because these are the manuscripts in which Marx developed his theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production. Chapter 5 discusses the role of money and the money commodity in Marx's theory, and in particular in the transformation of values into prices of production. Part 2 of this book first reviews the standard Bortkiewicz-Sweezy and Steedman interpretations of Marx's theory, and then examines other recent challenges to the standard interpretation, Sheikh-Iterative interpretation, Foley and Duminil's new interpretation, Kliman-Maglone's temporal single system interpretation, Wolf-Robert Scholary's interpretation, and Feinsod-Fio's interpretation, each in a separate chapter. Part 3 presents a final chapter that reviews the main conclusions of the book. We turn next, Chapter 2, to an algebraic summary of this macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory introduced in this chapter and explained in greater detail in the rest of Part 1. Algebraic summary, a macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory. This chapter summarizes in algebraic form the macromonetary interpretation of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value presented in this book. It is hoped that this algebraic summary will clarify the main points and will serve as a reference point for later chapters, which will provide further arguments and extensive textual evidence to support the interpretation. I argued in Chapter 1 that the general analytical framework of Marx's theory of the production of surplus value is the circuit of money capital. M, C, P, C, M, where M equals M plus delta M. In volume I, this circuit of money capital applies to the total capital in the economy as a whole. The main question of volume I is the determination of the magnitude of the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. This aggregate circuit does not imply that all the individual capitals go through the different phases at the same time, obviously they do not, butonlite hath they all go through these phases in this order. Money capital is advanced and then more money capital is recovered, together with delta M. All the individual capitals that go through these similar circuits over the course of a year can be added up to obtain the aggregate totals, which is the subject of volume I. Most of the variables discussed in this section refer to aggregate variables for the economy as a whole, except equations 10 and 12 to 15. The initial money capital M at the beginning of the circuit of money capital consists of two components: constant capital invested in means of production and variable capital invested in labor power. Part of the advanced constant capital is fixed capital, which is invested in long-lasting means of production and which is transferred to the value of the output bit by bit and thus is recovered bit by the annual depreciation charge over the expected. 28 Chapter 2. Lifetime of the means of production. Point 1. If we consider a period of time of 1 year, then constant capital consists of the annual depreciation cost of fixed capital plus the circulating constant capital of that year, the cost of raw materials, auxiliary materials, etc., and variable capital is the annual wage cost. The sum of these costs is the cost price of commodities. The final money capital recovered M in a year is equal to the value of the commodities produced and sold, P. Therefore, the surplus value produced in 1 year is by definition equal to the difference between the value of the commodities produced during this year and the cost price of these commodities, K. 1, S equals P, K. These two determinants of surplus value will be examined in turn. 1.1 Cost price. As just discussed, the cost price of commodities is the sum of two components, consumed constant capital, C, 2, and variable capital, V. 2, K equals C plus V. I argued in Chapter 1 that constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in Marx's theory of surplus value, as the actual, long-run equilibrium, quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, equal to the price of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, respectively. Point 3. These actual quantities of money capital are advanced, and therefore they exist at the beginning of the circuit of capital, and can be taken as given as such, as known data in a process to be analyzed. The precise question of Marx's theory of surplus value is this: how does this pre-existing given quantity of money capital become a larger quantity of money capital, through the production and sale of commodities? In order to indicate that constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, I will use a bar over these variables in the equations below. Thus equation 2 can be rewritten as follows: for 2, k equals c plus v. This is the first sense in which constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, as components of the cost price that are subtracted from the value of the commodities produced in order to determine the quantity of surplus value. As components of the cost price, there is no difference between constant capital and variable capital, both are costs which must be recovered before surplus value can be appropriated. We will see below that these same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are also taken as given in the determination of the value and surplus value of commodities, but in this case there is an all-important difference between constant capital and variable capital. 1.2 Value price. The value of commodities in Marx's theory is a complicated concept which has three interrelated aspects: the substance of value, abstract labor, the magnitude of value, socially necessary labor time, and the necessary form of appearance of value, money and prices. See the titles and the contents of the sections of Chapter 1 of Volume I of Capital. After Section 3 of Chapter 1, the value of commodities when presented without further attribution usually refers to the third aspect, the form of appearance of value in terms of money and prices. For example, in the key Chapter 7 of Volume I, in which Marx presents his basic theory of surplus value, the value of the cotton and the yarn is always stated in terms of shillings, example 15 shillings, 30 shillings, etc. In order to be as clear as possible, it will call the price form of appearancio value in units of money the value price of commodities. Others, example chic, have called these prices direct prices. 5 Furthermore, Marx distinguished between the value price of commodities as products of capital and the value price of simple commodities, as analyzed by Marx in Part 1 of Volume I. One key difference has to do with the transferred value component of the value price of commodities. The transferred value, or old value, component of the value price of simple commodities is proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of production, but the transferred value component of the value price of commodities produced by capital is the actual constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production, i.e., the same constant capital that is taken as given as a component of the cost price in equation 2, which tends to be equal to the price of production of the means of production, and which is not proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of production. The means of production are purchased with constant capital at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, and thus the labor time required to produce the means of production has already been represented objectively and socially as this actual quantity of money constant capital advanced, even if somewhat misrepresented, i.e., disproportionately, and it is this quantity of actual money capital advanced that becomes the first component of the value price of commodities produced by capital. This previously existing money constant capital is transferred directly, as a given quantity of money capital, to the value price of commodities produced by capital. Since the quantity of constant capital transferred cannot be greater than the original quantity of constant capital advanced, constant capital cannot be source of surplus value. That is why Marx call it this component of capital constant. Point 6 In contrast, the given variable capital plays an entirely different role in the determination of value and surplus value. The given variable capital is not transferred to the value price of the product, i.e., variable capital does not become one component of the value price. Instead, variable capital is replaced by the current labor that it purchases, and this living labor, when put to work, produces more value than it is paid. One part of this new value produced by current labor allows capitalists to recover their variable capital paid to workers, and the remaining part becomes the surplus value of capitalists. Therefore, the total value price of commodities produced by the total social capital in a year is the sum of two components, the given constant capital, C, which existed previously, old value, and is transferred to the value price of the output, and the new value, in money terms, produced by the labor of the current period, N. 3. P equals C plus N. In this way, the given actual constant capital becomes a determining factor of the total value price of the commodities produced. The new value component of the value price of commodities, N, in units of money, is in turn determined by the product of the quantity of the current socially necessary labor time, L, in units of abstract labor hours, 7, and the money, new value produced per hour of abstract labor, M8. 4. N equals ML. This ist key assumption in Marx' Labortheorie value that money, new value produced in the current period in the economy as a whole is proportional to the quantity of socially necessary labor time employed in the economy as a whole. 9 With regard to the proportionality factor M, Marx assumed throughout Capital that money is a commodity, example gold. In this case, M is assumed to be determined by the quantity of gold produced per hour of abstract labor, example 0.5 shillings per hour in the example in the presentation of his theory of surplus value in Chapter 7 of Volume I. The product of gold labor is directly and immediately money value, a quantity of money value equal to its own physical amount. An hour of abstract labor in all other industries is assumed to produce the same quantity of money value, M, as 1 hour of abstract labor in the gold industry. The difference between gold labor and all other labor is that 1 hour of abstract labor in the gold industry produces actual money value directly, as money itself, whereas 1 hour of abstract labor in all other industries produces the same amount of money value in the form of the new value component of the value price of commodities, which still has to be converted into actual money value through sale. I argue in Chapter 5, and in Mosel 2005, that the transformation of values into prices of production in Volume 3 does not affect the value of M. I also discuss the determination of M in the case of contemporary non-commodity money in Mosel 2011b. Substituting equation 4 into equation 3, we obtain 5. P equals C plus ML. Thus, the first component of the value price of commodities produced by capital, the constant capital component, is old value, value that existed prior to the production process in which it was consumed, and exists at the beginning of this production process in the form of the money constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production. The previously existing money constant capital is transferred directly, as a quantity of money capital, to the value price of the commodities produced by capital during this production process. By contrast, the second component is new value, value that did not exist prior to a given production process, and which is instead the result of the labor of this production process. Substituting equations 2 and 3 into equation 1, we obtain 6, S equals P, Ks equals C plus N, C plus V. We can see that the given constant capital is a component of both the value price and the cost price of commodities. Marx referred to this double inclusion of constant capital as the dual significance of constant capital. 10 As a result of its dual significance, constant capital cancels out in the determination of the surplus value, and thus equation 6 simplifies to 7, S equals N, V S equals ML, V. 10 Marx 1981, pages 119 to 20. Algebraic summary 33. Thus, according to this theory, the quantity of surplus value is determined by the difference between the new value produced by workers and the variable capital they are paid. In this way, the given actual magnitude of variable capital becomes a determining factor, inversely, of the actual total surplus value produced. By contrast, the quantity of surplus value does not depend on the constant capital invested in means of production. The given constant capital is a determinant of the value price of commodities, but it is not a determinant of surplus value. Similarly to constant capital, the given actual variable capital tends to be equal to the price of production of the means of subsistence purchased by workers with the variable capital, their wages, which is not proportional to the labor time required to produce these means of subsistence. Nonetheless, the actual quantity of variable capital is still subtracted from the new value produced in order to determine the actual surplus value produced. Otherwise, variable capital and surplus value of commodities would refer to hypothetical quantities, proportional to the labor times required to produce wages goods and surplus goods, respectively, not actual quantities of money capital. To the contrary, Marx's theory of surplus value is about the actual quantity of surplus value and actual quantities of money capital from the very beginning, not hypothetical quantities of surplus value and variable capital that would later have to be transformed into actual quantities. 1.3 Average worker. Marx's theory of surplus value is presented in Chapter 7 of Volume I in terms of an average worker, which represents the working class as a whole, and whose average working day is divided into two parts, necessary labor, NL, and surplus labor, SL. Necessary labor is defined in Chapter 9 of Volume I as the number of hours of abstract labor that it takes the average worker to produce, money, new value that is equal to the average variable capital that is paid to the worker per day. 6. Algebraically, NL equals 6/m, see Chapter 4, Section 5.1, for further discussion of necessary labor. The remainder of the working day is surplus labor, SL equals NL, i.e., the labor time in which the money, new value produced by the worker no longer goes to reproduce an equivalent of the variable capital paid to the worker, but instead becomes the surplus value of capitalists. Interpreting equation 5, in terms of an average representative worker and substituting these definitions of NL and SL, the surplus value produced by the average worker per day is determined by 34 Chapter 2. 8. SI equals MLI, VI equals MLI, M, NLI equals M, L, NLI. SI equals M, SLI. Thus the quantity of surplus value produced by the average representative worker per day is proportional to the worker's surplus labor time, determined in this way. This same theory of surplus value applies to each and every worker in the capitalist economy as a whole. Therefore, one can aggregate this theory over all workers, or as a simplification, multiply the average surplus value produced per worker per day by the total number of workers employed, n. Then in order to obtain the total annual surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, the surplus value produced by all workers in a day is multiplied by the average number of working days per year, d. Thus we have 9, S equals, dn, m SLI. This then is Marx's surplus labor theory of surplus value. It explains the actual total annual surplus value produced in the capitalist economy as a whole, and it concludes that the actual total surplus value is proportional to the total amount of surplus labor of workers, with m as the factor of proportionality, i.e., each hour of surplus labor produces m amount of money surplus value. This is the main conclusion of Volume I. Most of the rest of Volume I is concerned with the main ways to increase surplus value by increasing surplus labor, lengthening the working day and increasing the intensity of labor, absolute surplus value, and reducing necessary labor through technological change, relative surplus value. 2. Theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production. I argued in Chapter 1 that the main subject of Volume 3 is the distribution of surplus value, or the division of the predetermined total surplus value into individual parts. See Chapter 3 for an extensive discussion of this issue. 2.1 Prices of production. The first and most fundamental aspect of the distribution of surplus value, presented in Part 2 of Volume 3, is the equalization of the rate of profit across. Algebraic Summary 35. Industries and the determination of prices of production. This was the chief stumbling block of Ricardo's labor theory of value, and it was incumbent on Marx to explain how his labor theory of value, and surplus labor theory of surplus value, could solve this important problem and be reconciled with the empirical tendency toward an equal rate of profit across industries. That is the objective of Marx's theory of prices of production. According to Marx's theory, the price of production in each industry, PPI, is determined by the sum of two components, the cost price, key, which is the sum of the constant capital and variable capital consumed in the industry, key equals CI plus 6, and the average profit for the industry, which is determined by the product of the general rate of profit, R, and the total stock of capital invested in that industry, MI. 10, PPI equals KI plus RMI 11. We can see that Marx's prices of production are not unit prices, in contrast to Sraffian theory, but are instead the sum of the total annual costs in an industry plus the average annual profit. A better name for Marx's prices of production would be gross annual industry revenue. This is another fundamental difference between Marx's theory and Sraffa's theory, they are not even about the same micro-price variables. One could derive unit prices from Marx's prices of production by dividing the price of production, gross annual industry revenue, Iniakinda quantitatiavanu al output produced in the industry. But it is not clear why one would want to do that. The main point of the concept of prices of production is to explain how Marx's labor theory of value is compatible with the tendency to equalize the rate of profit across industries. Unit prices are not necessary for this explanation, nor do they add anything to it. Point 12. The following paragraphs will discuss each of these two components of prices of production in turn. 2.2 Average profit and rate of profit. The second component of prices of production, the average profit, is equal to the product of the general rate of profit and the stock of capital invested in each industry. The general rate of profit is itself determined by the ratio of the actual total annual surplus value, which is determined in volumes I and II, to the actual total stock of capital invested, which is taken as given. 11. R equals S/M. In this way, the total surplus value that is produced in the economy as a whole is distributed across individual industries according to the relative proportion of actual capital invested in each industry. Since the numerator in the rate of profit S is the actual total annual surplus value, and the denominator M is the actual total stock of capital invested, equal to the prices of production of the inputs purchased, the rate of profit determined in this way is the actual price rate of profit, not a hypothetical value rate of profit, in which both S and M are proportional to the labor values of particular bundles of goods, which later has to be transformed into the actual price rate of profit. The rate of profit in Marx's theory is the price rate of profit from the beginning. Marx is accused of mistakenly using the value rate of profit to determine prices of production, for example, by Ian Steedman, but this accusation is false. Marx did not use the value rate of profit to determine prices of production, because there is no value rate of profit in his theory that is different from the actual price rate of profit for the economy as a whole. Marx does present hypothetical value rates of profit for individual industries as a pedagogical device to explain the difference between the surplus value produced in an individual industry and the profit appropriated in that industry, but since aggregate total profit equals total surplus value, there is no aggregate value rate of profit that differs from the aggregate price rate of profit. The rate of profit in Marx's theory of prices of production is the actual price rate of profit, which is determined by the prior theory of the total surplus value. We can also see that, contrary to Sraffa's theory, the rate of profit is not determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the output. Instead, the rate of profit is determined prior to prices of production, and taken as given in the sequential determination of prices of production. This method of determination of the rate of profit is the key intermediate link between Marx's theory of the total surplus value in Volume I and his theory of prices of production in Volume 3. 2.3 Cost price. The cost price, key, and the total stock of capital invested, MI, in each industry are taken as given, just as the total cost price, K, and the total capital invested, M, are taken as given in the Volume I theory of the total surplus value, and for the same reasons, the individual amounts of money, constant capital and variable capital invested in each industry are advanced in the sphere of circulation, prior to production, just as the total amounts of money, constant capital and variable capital for the economy as a whole. Similarly, the inputs to individual industries are commodities with already existing prices, just as are the inputs to capitalist production as a whole. Therefore, these individual amounts of money, constant capital and variable capital, and prices of commodity inputs already exist, prior to the production and sale of the output, and are taken as given as such in the Volume 3 Theory of Prices of Production, as known data. These already existing and presupposed quantities of money, capital, and prices of inputs are determining factors of the prices of production of commodities in Volume 3, just as they are determining factors of the total value and surplus value of commodities in Volume I. In order to indicate that the cost price is taken as given for this reason, I will continue to use a bar over these variables, as in the prior macro theory of the total surplus value. And the crucial point with respect to the controversy over the transformation problem is that the industry quantities of Ki and Mi that are taken as given in Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3 are the same quantities as the total K and the total M that are taken as given in the theory of the total surplus value in Volume I, the actual quantities of money capital advanced in the real capitalist economy purchasing means of production and labor power, which tend to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence. The only difference is that, in Volume 3, the actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital advanced are disaggregated into individual industries. The sums of the individual quantities of constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in the Volume 3 Theory of Prices of Production are by definition equal to the total quantities of constant and variable capital that are taken as given in the Volume I Theory of the Total Surplus Value. We will see in Chapter 4, Section 4.3, that Marx stated and assumed many times that the cost price is theory in the determination of both the value prices of commodities and their prices of production. To clarify this crucial point further, applying equation 3, for the value price of commodities to individual industries, we obtain 12 pi equals Ci plus Ni. As discussed above, the new value component of the value price of commodities is divided into two parts, one part which replaces the money variable capital paid for labor power and another part which is surplus value. 13. Ni equals Vi plus Si. Substituting equation 13 into equation 12, we obtain 14 pi equals Ci plus Vi plus Si, which, combining Ci plus Vi, simplifies to 15 pi equals Ki plus Si. Comparing equation 15 for value prices and equation 10 above for prices of production, we can see that the cost price component is the same for both value prices and prices of production, the actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed in a given year. The only component that is different is the second component, whether surplus value or average profit. This is the reason why the quantities of constant capital and variable capital do not change, or do not have to be transformed, in the transition from the macroeconomic theory of the total surplus value in Volume I to the microeconomic theory of individual prices of production in Volume 3, because the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in both stages of the theory, the actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed in the real capitalist economy. In other words, the actual given quantities of money, constant capital and variable capital remain invariant in the transition from the macro theory of the total surplus value in Volume I to the micro theory of the individual parts of surplus value in Volume 3. It is for this reason that Marx did not fail to transform these inputs, because the inputs do not have to be transformed, but instead remain invariant, as the actual given quantities of money capital advanced and consumed. We can also see that the inputs of constant capital and variable capital are not determined simultaneously with the prices of production of the outputs. Instead, the inputs of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the sequential determination of the prices of production of the outputs. Finally, we can also see from the above summary that Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value is about a single system. The actual capitalist economy, which is first analyzed at the aggregate level and then analyzed at the level of individual industries. The general rate of profit is determined at the aggregate level and then presupposed at the level of individual industries. The total amounts of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given at the aggregate level, and the individual amounts of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given at the industry level. At the aggregate level, the prices of individual commodities are not really considered. Marx made the provisional assumption in volume I that the prices of individual commodities are equal to their value prices, because that is the only assumption consistent with the labor theory of value at this macro level of analysis, but it is not assumed that commodities actually exchange at their value prices. Individual commodities exchange only at prices of production, which are explained in volume 3.13. 3. Marx's two aggregate equalities always satisfied. An important implication of this macro-monetary interpretation is that Marx's two aggregate equalities, total price of production equals total value price and total profit equals total surplus value, are always both true simultaneously, as Marx claimed. These two aggregate equalities are not true only for the special case of equal compositions of capital across industries, but are also true for the general case of unequal compositions of capital. These two aggregate equalities follow of necessity from Marx's logical method of determination of constant capital and variable capital and the general rate of profit. Because the general rate of profit is determined as the ratio of the predetermined total surplus value to the total capital advanced, R equals S/M, the sum of all individual profits must of necessity be equal to the predetermined total surplus value. Sigma pi I equals sigma r me equals r sigma me equals r m equals S/M, m equals S. Similarly, because the quantities of constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in the determination of prices of production in volume 3 are the same as the quantities of constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in the determination of the total price, C equals sigma Ci and V equals sigma 6, the sum of all individual prices of production must of necessity be equal to the total value price as determined in volume I. Sigma ppi equals sigma Ci plus 6, plus r me equals sigma Ci plus sigma 6 plus r sigma me equals C plus V plus S equals P. In other words, one does not have to choose an invariance condition, i.e., choose only one of these two aggregate equalities to be true. All the key aggregate quantities in Marx's theory, constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, remain invariant in the transition from the macroeconomic theory in volume I to the microeconomic theory in volume 3, and thus both aggregate equalities are always satisfied, as Marx argued. These aggregate equalities are not conditional equalities, true only for special cases, but are instead identities, which are always true, because of the nature of Marx's logical method, the prior determination of the total surplus value and the initial money capital advance taken as given. Copyright Conning Cliquey Brill N.V., Leiden, 2016 doi, 10.1163/9789004301931_004. Chapter 3. Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value, the prior determination of the total surplus value. All economists share the error of examining surplus value not as such, in its pure form, but in the particular forms of profit and rent. What theoretical errors must necessarily arise from this will be shown more fully in Chapter 3, in the analysis of the greatly changed form which surplus value assumes as profit. Point 1. When we speak about profit and the rate of profit, then surplus value is supposed to be given. The influences therefore which determine surplus value have all operated. This is the presupposition. Point 2. The capitalists, like hostile brothers, divide among themselves the loot of other people. Slavur suthat non-avera genera sivas thesum amount of unpaid labor as another. Point 3. The general rate of profit is formed through the total surplus value produced being calculated on the total capital of society, the class of capitalists. Point 4. For the total capital, however, what has been explained in Chapter 1 holds good. In capitalist production, each capital is assumed to be a unit, an aliquot part of the total capital. Formation of the general rate of profit. Competition, point 5. Profit, as we are originally faced with it, is thus the same thing gasser plus values save in a mystified form, though one that necessarily arises from the capitalist mode of production. Point 6. If the limits of value and surplus value are given, it is easy to perceive how the competition between capitals transforms values into prices of production and still further into commercial prices, transforming surplus value into average profit. But without these limits, there is absolutely no way of seeing why competition should reduce the general rate of profit to one limit rather than to another, to 15% or instead of 1,500%. Point 7. Profit of enterprise plus interest, and rent are nothing more than characteristic forms assumed by particular portions of the surplus value in commodities. The size of the surplus value sets a quantitative limit for the parts it can be broken down into. Point 8. The best points in my book are 2. The treatment of surplus value independently of its particular forms as profit, interest, rent, etc. The treatment of the particular forms by classical economy, which always mixes them up, is irregular. Point 9. This chapter provides substantial textual evidence that Marx's theory is based on two main levels of abstraction, the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value. The main question at the level of abstraction of the production of surplus value is the determination of the total amount of surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, and the main question at the level of abstraction of competition is the division of the total surplus value into individual parts, first the equalization of the rate of profit across industries and then the further division of the total surplus value into commercial profit, interest, and rent. The fundamental premise of this logical structure is that the total surplus value is determined at the first level of abstraction, the production of surplus value, and is taken as a predetermined magnitude at the second level of abstraction, distribution of surplus value, i.e., in the division of this predetermined total surplus value into individual parts. Thus, there is a strict logical progression from the first level of abstraction to the second level. First the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value, and then the distribution of surplus value and the determination of the individual parts. This logical progression from the determination of the total amount of surplus value to the determination of the individual parts of surplus value follows directly from Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. According to Marx's theory, all the individual parts of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers. Therefore, the total amount of surplus value must be determined prior to its division into individual parts. And the total amount of surplus value is determined by surplus labor, and by surplus labor alone. We will see below that this fundamental premise is repeated many times in all the drafts of Capital, especially in the drafts of Volume 3 of Capital in the manuscript of 1861-63 and the manuscript of 1864-65. Other authors who have also emphasized this basic methodological premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value in Marx's theory include Paul Maddock, Roman Rostolsky, Enrique Dussel, David Yaffe, and Duncan Foley. I argue further that this distinction between the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value is the quantitative dimension of the two basic levels of abstraction in Marx's theory, capital in general and competition. Capital in general is defined by Marx as what capital essentially is, the most essential properties which caricamento al capitals and which distinguish capital from simple commodities or money and other forms of wealth. The most essential common property of all capitals, which is the main question analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general, is the production of surplus value, including absolute and relative surplus value. Since this all-important property is shared by each and every capital, the theory of the production of surplus value at the level of abstraction of capital in general applies to all capitals together and thus determines the total surplus value produced by the total capital of society as a whole. Other common properties of all capitals that are analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general include various characteristics of capital in the sphere of circulation, the turnover time of capital, fixed and circulating capital, etc., and the appearance of surplus value and the rate of surplus value as profit and the rate of profit, including the falling rate of profit. The main question addressed at the level of abstraction of competition is the distribution of surplus value, or the division of the total surplus value into individual parts. Point 10. Another related question addressed at the level of abstraction of competition is revenue and its sources, or the critique of vulgar political economy's explanation of these individual parts of surplus value. Therefore, I argue that the basic logical structure of Marx's theory of capital in the 3 volumes of Capital is in terms of these 2 levels of abstraction. Basic logical structure of Marx's theory in Capital. I. Capital in general. 1. Production of surplus value, volume I. 2. Circulation of capital, turnover time, volume 2, 3. Capital and profit, including the falling rate of profit, parts 1 and 3 of volume 3. 2. Competition, or the distribution of surplus value. 1. General rate of profit and prices of production, part 2 of volume 3, 2. Commercial profit, part 4, 3. Interest, part 5, 4. Rent, part 6, 5. Revenue and its sources, part 7. This chapter will review the textual evidence from the Vordrafts of Capital, the Grundriss, the manuscript of 1861, 63, the manuscript of 1864, 65, volume III of Capital, and the final versions of volumes I and II of Capital, to support this interpretation of the 2 basic levels of abstraction of Marx's theory, and will trace the development of Marx's thinking on this key aspect of his logical method, from the Grundriss on. I have argued in a recent paper that this fundamental logical structure of Marx's theory, capital in general, production of surplus value, and competition, distribution of surplus value, was heavily influenced by Hegel's logic, and in particular the first 2 moments of Hegel's logic of the concept, universality and particularity. Point 11. According to Hegel's logic of the concept, theoretical explanation begins with a universal, the most essential property of all the objects under study. Theory then proceeds to the particulars, in which further determinations are added to the universal. The universal continues to be true, and is presupposed in the further analysis of the particulars. The universal is itself manifested in different particular forms. Hegel's logic then proceeds to singularity, in which the universal achieves concrete existence and perfect embodiment in a particular object. The relation between capital in general and competition in Marx's theory, or their relation between the total surplus value and the individual parts of surplus value, is essentially the same as the relation between the universal and the particulars in Hegel's logic of the concept. Marx's theory begins with capital in general, the most essential common property of all capitals taken together. This is the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of universality. Marx's theory then proceeds to competition, which analyzes the distribution of surplus value and the division of the total surplus value into individual parts, and which corresponds to Hegel's moment of particularity. The total surplus value that is determined in the first stage is still true, and is presupposed in the analysis of the distribution of surplus value, in which the total surplus value is manifested in particular forms and divided up into individual parts. Marx rejected Hegel's interpretation of singularity because the singularity of capital, interest banking capital, is not the perfect embodiment of the inner nature of capital, but is instead the perfect obfuscation of the inner nature of capital. See Mosel 2013 for further discussion. Marx criticized Hegel for surrounding his method in mysticism, i.e., assuming that the universal is the absolute spirit, but Marx praised Hegel for correctly understanding the relation between the universal and the particular forms of the universal. Marx added a quantitative dimension to Hegel's logic because surplus value is a quantity, a pure quantity. Marx's quantitative dimension also follows logically from Hegel's conception of the universal and the particulars. Hegel's universal contains within itself its own particulars. Marx's total surplus value contains within itself the individual parts of surplus value. Hegel's particulars are the universal itself, with additional determinations. Marx's particular forms of surplus value are the general form of surplus value itself, with additional determinations. Hegel's particulars are the fulfillment of what the universal is. Marx's particular forms of surplus value are the fulfillment of what the general form of surplus value is. Hegel's universal goes forth into particular forms. Marx's total surplus value goes forth into particular forms and individual parts. The particular forms develop out of the germ of the total surplus value. 12. It is not always clear that Marx's theory in volume I is about the total capital and the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole, because the theory is usually illustrated in terms of an individual capital and even a single, solitary worker, example in the key chapter 7, in which Marx's basic theory of surplus value is presented. However, the individual capitals in Marx's examples represent the total social capital of the capitalist class as a whole. Individual capitals are not analyzed as separate and distinct real capitals, but rather as representatives and aliquot parts of the total social capital. Toward the end of the manuscript of 1861-63, Marx stated in a very important outline of what would later become Part 2 of Volume 3, this outline will be examined in Section 2.4 of this chapter. In capitalist production, i.e., in Volume 1, each capital is assumed to be a unit, an aliquot part of the total capital. Point 13. Similarly, an individual worker is analyzed in terms of what all workers have in common with all other workers, the capacity to produce value and surplus value, and thus an individual worker represents the working class as a whole. The determinants of the quantity of surplus value produced by an individual worker, the length of the working day, the intensity of labor, the money wage and the melt, are the same for all workers, hence the same theory applies to all workers and thus some total surplus value produced by all workers together. What applies to the industrial labor of a single day applies also to the labor set in motion by the entire capitalist class in the course of a year. Point 14. Felton Shortall, 1994, has also emphasized this representative function of the individual capitals analyzed in Volume I. Point 15. Shortall argues that, in Volume I, the individual capital was only considered insofar as it was stripped of all particularity. It stood as the immediate representative of all capitals, as the abstract generality of capital as such. Consequently, the individual capital could be taken as a simple microcosm of the totality of social capital, its direct and immediate individual embodiment. Point 16. Shortall also argues that the distinction between capital in general and particular capitals is derived from Hegel's moments of the concept of universality and particularity. To be sure, Marx should have made this representative nature of individual capitals and individual workers in Volume I clearer to readers. In a lecture to the International Workingmen's Association in 1865, Marx stated this point clearly. After again illustrating his theory of surplus value in terms an individual worker, Marx stated, "There will also be nothing changed if in the place of one working man you put the whole working population, 12 million working days, for example, instead of 1.17. We turn now to our review of the four drafts of capital, beginning with the Grundriss. 1. The Grundriss 18. The Grundriss is entirely the level of abstraction of capital in general. After an initial chapter on money, the rest of the Grundriss is the chapter on capital, which is divided into three sections: 1. The production process of capital, 2. The circulation process of capital, and 3. A brief section, 30 pages, mainly about the falling rate of profit, entitled Capital as Fructiferous. Interest, Profit, Production Costs, etc. 19. These three sections of the chapter on capital correspond closely to the three sublevels of capital in general in the outline of capital at the beginning of this chapter. Throughout the Grundriss, Marx occasionally comments that his theory thus far is concerned with capital in general 20 or the general concept of capital 21 or capital as such. Point 22. Capital in general is defined as the incarnation of the qualities which distinguish value as capital from value as pure value or as money. but we are still concerned neither with a particular form of capital, nor with an individual capital as distinct from other individual capitals, etc. We are present at the process of its becoming. The later relations are to be regarded as developments coming out of this germ. Point 23. Capital in general, as distinct from particular capitals, is an abstraction which grasps the specific characteristics which distinguish capital from all other forms of wealth. Point 24. The later relations are particular forms of capital and surplus value that develop out of the germ of capital in general. Capital in general is also defined as what all capitals have in common. The introduction of many capitals must not interfere with the investigation here. The relation of the many will, rather, be explained after what they all have in common. The quality of being capital has been examined. Point 25. The main characteristic that all capitals have in common is the production of surplus value, so the main question addressed at the level of abstraction of capital in general is the production of surplus value. Since capital in general has to do with the common properties of all capitals together, it is also defined quantitatively as the capital of the whole society and the total capital of e.g. a nation. Point 26. The main quantitative question addressed at the level of abstraction of capital in general is the determination of the total surplus value produced by the total capital of the economy as a whole. In this sense, Marx's theory of capital in general and the production of surplus value is a macroeconomic theory. Point 27. 1.1 Section 1, the production process of capital and the theory of surplus value. In Section 1 of the Grundrisse, Marx develops his theory of surplus value for the first time. Point 28. Marx had written a very brief and inadequate sketch of his theory of surplus value in Wage Labor and Capital, 1847, but Grundrisse is the first time, in his published works, in which he works out his theory in some detail. He develops for the first time the crucial division of the working day into necessary labor time objectified in the wage, and surplus labor time, the rest of the working day. Point 29. According to Marx's theory, surplus value is determined in the process of production by the amount of surplus labor time in excess of necessary labor time. This theory is explained and illustrated in the Grundrisse in terms of the surplus labor of an individual worker, but the determinants of surplus labor, the length of the working day and necessary labor, are the same for all workers. The individual worker represents the working class as a whole and what all workers have in common, the production of value and surplus value, and thus the theory applies to all workers and to a sum total of surplus value produced by all workers together. Therefore, the total surplus labor, which determines the total surplus value, can be conceived as equal to the surplus labor of the average worker times the total number of simultaneous working days. The identity of surplus gain with surplus labor time sets a qualitative limit on the accumulation of capital, namely the working day, the degree to which the productive forces are developed, and the population, which expresses the number of simultaneous working days, etc. 30. Surplus time is the excess of the working day over necessary labor. Surplus time also exists secondarily as the multiplication of simultaneous working days, i.e., of the laboring population. A laboring population of, say, 6 million can be regarded as one working day of 6 times 12 hours, i.e., 72 million hours, so that the same laws are applicable here. 31. 1.2 Section 2, the circulation process of capital. In Section 2, Marx develops concepts that have to do specifically with the circulation process, the turnover time of capital, fixed capital, circulating capital, annual surplus value, etc. Much attention is given to fixed capital, as a characteristic feature of capitalism. The annual surplus value produced by a given capital is determined by the surplus value produced by that capital in own turnover period times the number of turnover periods in a year, see especially pages 652 to 67. This determination of the annual surplus value applies to the surplus value produced by each and every capital, and therefore applies to the total annual surplus value produced by the total social capital. Marx continued to determine the total annual surplus value in the same way in his final drafts of Volume 2 of Capital, written in the 1870s, see especially Chapter 16. In addition, there are a number of passing comments and brief discussions in this section that have to do with the distribution of surplus value, mainly about the equalization of profit rates across industries, the most important aspect of the distribution of surplus value. In these comments, Marx usually stated something like the following: this discussion of the equalization of profit rates does not belong here, but belongs instead to the later analysis of competition. The first such discussion is on pages 432-6. Marx first notes that capitalists could sell their commodities below their value and still make a profit. The only difference is that a part of the surplus value would be received by the buyers of the commodities, so there is a kind of sharing of surplus value. 3 pages later, Marx writes, a general rate of profit as such is possible only if a part of the surplus value, which corresponds to surplus labor, is transferred from one capitalist to another. The capitalist class to a certain extent distributes the total surplus value so that, to a certain degree, it shares in it evenly in accordance with size of its capital instead of in accordance with surplus values actually created by the capitals in the various branches of business. The larger profit, arising from the real surplus labor within a branch of production, the real created surplus value, is pushed down to the average by competition, and the deficit of surplus value in the other branch of business raised up to the average level by withdrawal of capitals from it. Competition cannot lower this level itself, but merely has the tendency to create such a level. Further developments belong in the section on competition. 32. This is the first time in Marx's published writings that Marx mentions the general rate of profit, but it appears that Marx already had a clear idea how he would explain this important phenomenon of competition, by a redistribution of the predetermined total amount of surplus value. 120 pages later, in a discussion of the relation between profit and wages, Marx interjects another comment about competition and the distribution of surplus value. Competition among capitals can change only the relation in which they capitalists share the total profit, but cannot alter the relation between total profit and total wages. 33. In other words, competition affects the distribution of surplus value among capitalists, but it does not affect the production of surplus value, or the total amount of surplus value produced. 110 pages later, in a discussion of the effects of unequal turnover time on the production of surplus value, Marx notes that this subject is related to the equalization of profit rates, and in a footnote, Marx notes again that the equalization of profit rates has to do with the distribution of surplus value, not its production, or creation. It is clear that other aspects besides unequal turnover times also enter in with the equalization of the rate of profit. Here, however, the issue is not the distribution of surplus value, but its creation. 34. The last comment about the general rate of profit and the distribution of surplus value in section 2 comes 15 pages later, and it is an important one. In a discussion of the confusion of classical economists, example Malthus, who thought that fixed and circulating capital somehow produce profit independently of surplus labor, Marx comments, the greatest confusion and mystification has arisen because the doctrine of surplus profit has not been examined in its pure form by previous economists, but rather mixed in together with the doctrine of real profit, which leads up to distribution, where the various capitals participate in the general rate of profit. The profit of the capitalists as a class, or the profit of capital as such, has to exist before it can be distributed, and it is extremely absurd to try to explain its origin by its distribution. 35. Thus we can see that, according to Marx's Theory 1, the theory of surplus value in its pure form, i.e., the theory of the production of surplus value, disregarding the distribution of surplus value, should be carefully distinguished from the theory of real profit, i.e., the theory of the distribution of surplus value, the most important aspect of which is the general rate of profit. 2. Previous economists have not made this distinction, which resulted in great confusion. 3. Surplus value. exists prior to its distribution, i.e., the total amount of surplus value is determined prior to its distribution, and, 4. One cannot explain the origin of surplus value, or the determination of the quantity of surplus value, by its distribution. 1.3 Section 3, Capital and Profit. The beginning of the short Section 3 of the Grundriss is a critical juncture in Marx's theory. It is the first draft of the beginning of Volume 3 of Capital, which is a key transition from the analysis of circulation in Section 2 to an analysis of production and circulation together, and to a consideration of profit and the relation of profit to surplus value. This section begins with the following important methodological comment. Capital is now posited non-gesetzt as the unity of production and circulation, and the surplus value creates in een period of time, e.g.in 1 year is also posited. In a definite period of time, capital produces a definite surplus value. A capital of a certain value produces in a certain period of time a certain surplus value. Surplus value thus measured by the value of the presupposed capital, capital thus posited as self-realizing value, is profit. 36. Thus we can see that, at this stage of the theory, i.e., after an analysis of the production process of capital and the circulation process of capital, a definite or certain quantity of surplus value produced in a year is now posited, i.e., has been determined or explained. The amount of surplus value produced in a given period is determined, by surplus labor, as a definite magnitude by the analysis of production, and the analysis of circulation brings in the factor of turnover time, which affects how much surplus value is produced in a year by a given capital. This quantity has been determined by Marx's theory up to this point, in the first two sections of the Grundriss, and this quantity is presupposed for the rest of the Grundriss. We can also see that quantity of profit is defined as identically equal to this already deposited quantity of surplus value. Profit is defined as this already posited quantity of surplus value as it is related to the total capital, rather than just to the capital advanced to purchase labor power, which is its real source, according to Marx's theory. Thus profit is a mystifying form of appearance of this already posited quantity of surplus value. This definition of profit, equal in magnitude to surplus value, makes sense only if the quantity of surplus value itself has already been determined as a definite magnitude by the prior analysis of production and circulation. Annual surplus value equals surplus value produced in one turnover period times the number of turnover periods in a year, which indeed it has been. The above statement of the prior determination of a definite quantity of surplus value and the identity between the quantity of profit and this predetermined quantity of surplus value is expressed by Marx in terms of a capital. However, as discussed above, Marx's theory of surplus value presented in sections 1 and 2 of the Grundriss is not just about the surplus value produced by a single individual capital, but is instead about the surplus value produced by each individual capital as such or what all capitals have in common, and hence is also about the total quantity of surplus value produced by the total social capital as a whole. Therefore, this statement of the prior determination of surplus value and the identity between profit and the predetermined surplus value also applies to the total surplus value and the total profit produced by all capitals together. This previously determined total quantity of surplus value is the presupposition for Marx's subsequent theory of distribution of surplus value. After this opening paragraph in section 3, Marx next discusses the falling rate of profit, his theory and other theories, for about 10 pages 37 and then comments that, for an individual capital, profit may differ, either larger or smaller, from the surplus value produced by that capital. Marx would later call this profit differing from surplus value for individual capital's average profit. However, this is possible, Marx states, only to the extent that these differences are offset by opposite differences between profit and surplus value for other individual capitals. The total amount of surplus value for all capitals together is not affected by this redistribution of surplus value, not ever. The total surplus value, equal to total profit, can neither increase nor decrease by this redistribution. Finally, Marx notes again that the subject of the distribution of surplus value belongs to the level of abstraction of competition, or many capitals. This important passage is as follows. The total surplus value, as well as the total profit, which is only the surplus value itself, computed differently, can neither grow nor decrease through this operation, the equalization of profit rates. Ever, what is modified thereby is not it, but only its distribution among the different capitals. However, this examination belongs only with that of the many capitals, it does not yet belong here. 38. Marx then returns to the subject of the falling rate of profit, and 6 pages later emphasizes again that the total profit of the capitalist class as a whole is identically equal to the predetermined total surplus value. Profit as we still regard it here, i.e. as the profit of capital as such, not of an individual capital at the expense of another, but rather as the profit of the capitalist class, concretely expressed, can never be greater than the sum of the surplus value. In its immediate form, profit is nothing but the sum of the surplus value expressed as a proportion of the total value of the capital. 39. 20 printed pages later, in a discussion of the expenditure of profit as revenue, there is another clear statement that all these individual parts of surplus value that become different types of revenue belong to the distribution of surplus value and do not affect the total amount of surplus value to be distributed. This is of course important, since capital exchanges not only for capital, but also for revenue, and each capital can itself be eaten up as revenue. Still, this does not affect the determination of profit in general. Under the various forms of profit, interest, rent, pensions, taxes, etc., it may be distributed, under different titles among different classes of the population. They can never divide up among themselves more than the total surplus value of the total surplus product. The ratio in which they distribute it is of course economically important, but does not affect the question before us. Point 40. Thus we can see that, even though there are only these few brief comments and discussions about the general rate of profit and the distribution of surplus value in the Grundrisse, Marx was already clear at this early stage of the development of his theory about the following key methodological points. 1. The theory of capital would be divided into two main parts, capital in general and competition. 2. The main question analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general is the production of surplus value, or the determination of the total amount of surplus value, and the main question analyzed at the level of abstraction of competition is the distribution of surplus value, or the division of the total surplus value into individual parts, especially the equalization of the profitability across industries. 3. It is essential that the production of surplus value be theorized prior to the distribution of surplus value, because the former theory determines total amount of surplus value that is to be distributed or divided up. 4. The total amount of surplus value is taken as given in the subsequent analysis of the distribution of surplus value at the level of abstraction of competition, and the total amount is not affected by this distribution. We'll see below that Marx consistently maintained and further developed this basic logical structure in his theory of the production and distribution of surplus value in all the later drafts of Capital. 1.4 1858 letters. These merging clarity about his logical method resulted in two important letters written toward the end of Marx's work on the Grundrisse. In March 1858, he wrote a letter to Lassalle in which he referred to the first part of his book on capital as capital in general, which would be divided into three sections: 1. The production process, 2. The circulation process, and 3. The unity of the two, or capital and profit and interest. Point 41. We can see that these are the same three sections of Grundrisse. However, these sections are now sections of capital in general, rather than sections of the chapter on capital. Thus, Marx appears to have realized more clearly as a result of his work on the Grundrisse that his theory of capital should be divided into capital in general and competition, etc., and that his theory in the Grundrisse was only about capital in general. It was not a complete theory of capital. The theory of competition would come later. Marx began to develop his theory of competition in the manuscript of 1861-63, and developed it much more thoroughly in the manuscript of 1864-65, and this theory includes the general rate of profit and other particular forms of surplus value that have to do with the distribution of surplus value. Several weeks later, April 2, Marx wrote a letter to Engels in which he outlined the overall logical structure of his book on capital. Capital contains 4 sections. A. Capital in general, this is the subject matter of the first part. B. Competition, or the action of the many capitals upon one another. C. Credit, here capital as the general principle confronts the individual capitals. D. Share capital as the most highly developed form, turning into communism, together with all its contradictions. Point 42. Evidently, Marx's work in the Grundrisse on his theory of the production of surplus value, at the level of abstraction of capital in general, and the brief discussions of the general rate of profit which he realized must be analyzed later in the section on competition, had given him sufficient clarity about the relation between capital in general and competition, essentially the production and distribution of surplus value, or the general form of surplus value and its particular forms. And about the overall logical structure of his theory, that he was able to write down these very clear outlines. The 3 volumes of Capital are almost entirely about sections A and B in this outline. Marx never really got to sections C and D, although there is some material in Part 5 of Volume 3 that belongs to section C, on credit capital. We will see below that Marx maintained this logical structure of capital in general and competition in all the later drafts of Capital. The second draft of Capital was in the manuscript of 1861-63, an enormous manuscript, 23 notebooks in all, published for the first time in German in 1976-82 in 6 volumes in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega, volumes 2/3.1-3.6, and in 1988-94 in 5 volumes in English in the Marx-Engels Collected Works, MECW, volumes 30-4.44. The recent publication of this manuscript in its entirety sheds new light on Marx's development of his theory of the distribution of surplus value, which was eventually published in Volume 3 of Capital. About 2/3 of this manuscript is the previously published theories of surplus value, much of which, as we shall see, is about the distribution of surplus value. The other third of the manuscript was published for the first time in the new mega edition, and includes a second draft of Volume I of Capital, the beginning and the end of the manuscript, and, what is most relevant to our subject, about 250 pages, toward the end of the manuscript, about various components of the distribution of surplus value, the subject of Volume 3 of Capital. 2.1 Second draft of Theory of Surplus Value 45. To begin with the hitherto unpublished second draft of the Theory of Surplus Value, Marx wrote the following outline on the inside front cover of Notebook I of this manuscript. 43. See Moseley 2009 for a prior discussion of the development of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value in the manuscript of 1861-63. 44. The publication of this entire manuscript is an important event in Marxian scholarship. This manuscript is an important link between the Grundrisse and Capital and provides many valuable insights into the logical structure and content of Capital, especially Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value in Volume 3. It should be carefully studied by all those who wish to understand Marx's Capital. See Oakley 1983, Chapter 5, for a short introduction to the manuscript of 1861-63 and Dussel 2001b for a detailed textual study of this manuscript, and Moseley 2001c for an introduction to Dussel's book. August 1861. Third chapter. Point 46. Capital in general I. The production process of Capital 1, transformation of money into Capital A, the most general form of Capital B, difficulties C, exchange of capital with labor capacity D, value of labor capacity E, labor process F, valorization process G, capitalist production 47. We can see that this manuscript is at the level of abstraction of capital in general, and begins with what we know as Part 2 of Volume I of Capital. The first section of the manuscript, the most general form of capital, is a draft of what later became Chapter 4 of Volume I of Capital. The general form of capital is defined as M, money advanced, which becomes more money, as in capital. In the next section, difficulties, which is a draft of Chapter 5 of Volume I, Marx comments that the total surplus value cannot be explained by capitalists cheating each other. Cheating may enrich individual capitalists, but it cannot enrich the capitalist class as a whole, i.e., it cannot increase the total surplus value. The class of capitalists taken as a whole cannot enrich itself as a class, it cannot increase its total capital, or produce a surplus value, by one capitalist gaining what another loses. The class as a whole cannot defraud itself. The sum total of capital in circulation cannot be increased by changes in the distribution of its individual components between owners. 48. This argument is a clear indication that Marx's theory is intended to explain the total surplus value of the capitalist class as a whole, which cannot be explained by cheating. 4 pages later, Marx discusses merchant capital and interest-bearing capital, which appear to be impossible on the basis of the assumption thus far of the exchange of equivalents. Marx comments that these are derived, secondary forms of capital, that can be explained only after general form of capital has been explained. These secondary forms of capital do not come into consideration here at all, for we are dealing with capital as such, i.e., capital in general. 49. Interest-bearing money capital in this sense therefore already assumes the development of capital, i.e., capital as such. The capital relation, i.e., capital as such, must already be complete before it can appear in this specific form. The self-valorizing nature of value is here presupposed as rooted in it. 50. Interest and merchant profit can be explained only after surplus value in general and the total amount of surplus value has been explained. The existence of surplus value is presupposed. Marx states. Similarly, interest appears then merely as a particular form and branch of surplus value, just as the latter divides altogether later on into different forms, which constitute different kinds of revenue, such as profit, rent, interest. All questions about the magnitude of the interest, etc., therefore appear as questions of the distribution of the available surplus value between different sorts of capitalists. The existence of surplus value is presupposed here. 51. This is a very clear statement of Marx's logical method with respect to the total surplus value and its individual parts. The total surplus value is presupposed, as already determined, in the further determination of the magnitudes of the individual parts such as interest. The manuscript then proceeds to present Marx's general theory of surplus value, which is the main question at the level of abstraction of capital in Gen. Errol. This second draft of the theory of surplus value is essentially the same as the theory presented in the Grundrisse and later in Capital, but it is much more clearly developed than the rough and exploratory first draft. This draft is also very interesting because it contains more methodological comments, we shall see some examples below, than the popularized final versions of Volume I. By this time, Marx had a very clear idea of the overall logical structure of Volume I, ever since 1859 at least. See the outline in Marx 1987b, pages 511 to 17, and he was able to write these chapters in close to final form. As in the Grundrisse, the theory of surplus value is explained and illustrated in terms of an individual worker which represents the working class as a whole, whose total surplus labor determines the total surplus value. Marx again stated this point in terms of workers employed simultaneously by capital. The amount of surplus value evidently depends not only on the surplus labor performed by an individual worker, it depends just as much on the number of workers employed simultaneously by capital. 52. The amount of surplus value, its total amount, will depend on the number of labor capacities available and present in the market, hence on the magnitude of the working population and the proportion in which this population grows. 53. Further textual evidence that Marx's theory of surplus value applies to the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole is provided by the theory of relative surplus value. According to this theory, capitalism has an inherent tendency toward technological change, in order to reduce the necessary labor of workers and thereby increase their surplus labor. This reduction of necessary labor and increase of surplus labor as a result of technological change applies to all workers, and thus affects both the total surplus labor and the total surplus value. Marx summarizes this point as follows. If we take the total capital of society, hence the whole capitalist class vis-a-vis the working class, it is clear that the capitalist class can only increase surplus value without extending the overall working day and without lessening the normal wage insofar as a greater productivity of labor makes it possible to maintain the working class as a whole with less labor. 54. Later in this manuscript, after the very long digression on theories of surplus value, to be discussed in the next subsection, Marx returned to the subject of relative surplus value, see Table 1 at the end of this chapter, and he made the same point again that relative surplus value applies to all workers, and that the total surplus labor is the surplus labor of the individual worker multiplied by the number of workers simultaneously employed. The two moments of surplus value are its rate, the surplus time the individual worker works, and the number of workers employed simultaneously. Hence from the point of view of the total capital surplus labor of the individual worker multiplied by the number of simultaneous workers, or by the working population. 55. 2.2 Beginning of Theories of Surplus Value. 56 While working on Part 4 of Volume I on Relative Surplus Value, Marx broke off and began to write in a new notebook, Notebook 6, which he entitled Theories of Surplus Value. It appears that Marx's original intention was to follow his own theory of surplus value, just presented, with a brief critical summary of previous theories of surplus value of the classical economists, similar to what he had done earlier in the contribution to a critique of political economy for theories of value and theories of money. In any case, Marx's work on the theories of surplus value soon greatly expanded into many new topics. The the distribution of surplus value, not just the production of surplus value, and thus belong to the level of abstraction of competition, not capital in general. Table 1 at the end of this chapter presents a chronological overview of how Marx's creative work on these manuscripts expanded in the following months, beyond the production of surplus value and the level of abstraction of capital in general to the distribution of surplus value and the level of abstraction of competition. Marx began his critical survey of the classical economists' theories of surplus value with the following epigraph, which is very important, but has not received the attention it deserves. All economists share the error of examining surplus value not as such, in its pure form, but in the particular forms of profit and rent. What theoretical errors must necessarily arise from this will be shown more fully in Chapter 3, in the analysis of the greatly changed form which surplus value assumes as profit. 57. Thus, as Marx began the theories of surplus value, he had clearly in mind this crucial distinction between the general form of surplus value and its particular forms, which he first articulated in the Grundrisse, Marx 1973, p. 684. Marx avoided the theoretical error of previous economists by doing precisely what they had failed to do. Marx first examined surplus value as such, the total surplus value of capital as such, and then later examines the particular forms and individual parts of surplus value. 58 Marx then wrote what we know as Volume I of Theories of Surplus Value, which is mainly about Smith's theory of value and surplus value, profit, and concepts of productive and unproductive labor. 59 In a digression in this part of the manuscript on J.S. Mill and the question of the effect of a change in the magnitude of constant capital on the magnitude of surplus value, Marx clearly stated again the determination of the total surplus value prior to profit and the rate of profit. The total surplus value is the presupposition and supposed to be given. When we speak about profit and the rate of profit, then surplus value is supposed to be given. The influences therefore which determine surplus value have all operated. This is the presupposition. Point 60. 2.3 Digression on Rodbertus and prices of production. After discussing Smith, Marx's work took a surprising turn. Instead of next considering Ricardo's theory of surplus value and then the later Ricardian economists, as Marx originally planned, 61 Marx discussed a more recent work, published in 1851, by Karl Rodbertus, who had attempted to develop a new theory of rent along Ricardian lines and with unattempted solution to Ricardo's problem of absolute rent. Ricardo's theory could not explain how the least fertile land could receive a rent. This subject is out of place in the manuscript both chronologically and logically, since it deals with rent, a particular form of the distribution of surplus value, rather than the production of the total surplus value, and thus belongs to the level of abstraction of competition, rather than capital in general. Marx labeled this section of the manuscript a digression. It appears that the immediate reason for this digression was largely practical and fortuitous. Lassalle had loaned Marx a copy of Rodbertus's book the year before and had recently written to Marx that he wanted his book back. Point 62 Therefore, Marx studied Rodbertus's book while he still had the book. The book turned out to be more interesting than Marx expected and appears to have stimulated Marx's thinking about rent and the determination of prices of production. It started Marx on a very creative theoretical excursion that lasted for almost a year, during which he began to work out for the first time the details of his own theory of the distribution of surplus value, which would later be presented in Volume 3 of Capital. Early in the section on Rodbertus's theory of rent, Marx began to realize that in order to be able to explain rent, and in particular absolute rent, it is first necessary to explain average prices, which Marx later called cost prices and still later called prices of production in Volume 3 of Capital. Therefore, he began to sketch for the first time the details of his theory of the general rate of profit and average prices. Point 63 Average prices are the result of competition among capitals, which tends to equalize the rate of profit in all industries. Marx's theory of average prices, sketched in these pages, may be briefly summarized as follows. 1. The general rate of profit, to which all individual rates of profit are equalized, is determined by the ratio of the total amount of surplus value divided by the total amount of capital invested. In Marx's example, £1,000/£5,000 equals 20%. The total amount of surplus value is taken as given, as already determined by the prior analysis of capital in general. 2. This general rate of profit is multiplied by the capital invested in each industry in order to determine the average profit in each industry, which in general is not equal to the surplus value produced in each industry. 3. This average profit is then added to the costs of production in each industry in order to determine average prices. The end result is that individual capitals are treated as shares of the total capital and they share the total surplus value according to their share of the total capital. The total surplus is itself determined in the prior analysis of capital in general by the surplus labor of workers. Capitalists are like hostile brothers who divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor. Competition among capitals thus seeks to treat every capital as a share of the total capital and correspondingly to regulate its participation in surplus value and hence also in profit. The capitalists, like hostile brothers, divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor, so that on an average one receives the same amount of unpaid labor as another. Point 64. This means that each capital in a particular sphere of production is only regarded as part of the aggregate capital which has been advanced to production as a whole and demands its share in the total surplus value, in the total amount of unpaid labor products, in proportion to its size, its stock, in proportion to the proportion of the aggregate capital it constitutes. Point 65. Marx must have been pleased with this first complete sketch of his theory of equal rates of profit and average prices, and in June 1862, soon after working on Rodbertus, he wrote to Engels that his brain pan keeps going better than it has for years. Point 66. 2 months later, Marx wrote a long and important letter to Engels, in which he explained in some detail his new discovery of the theory of the general rate of profit and average prices, which he now called cost prices. Point 67 Marx's method of determination of the general rate of profit and cost prices in this letter is the same as in the section on Rodbertus just discussed. The general rate of profit is determined by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital, and is then used to determine the average profit and the cost price in each industry. The end result is that the total surplus value, as already determined by the analysis of capital in general, is divided up among the individual industries in proportion to the relative proportions of the total capital in each industry. If the total capital, 400, of the class is considered and total profit equals 55, the profit rate would equals 13 3/4 PC. And capitalists are brothers. As a result of competition, capitals of equal size in different trades, despite their different organic compositions, yield the same average rate of profit. It is a share the dividend on which will be paid in proportion to its size out of the total amount of the surplus value, or unpaid labor, produced by the total variable, laid out in wages, capital of the class. Point 68. This basic theory of the general rate of profit and cost price, or prices of production, remained essentially the same in all the later drafts of Capital, as we shall see. In the next section, Ricardo's and Smith's theory of cost price, 69 Marx argued that Ricardo was not able to provide a satisfactory theory of cost prices, or prices of production, precisely because he failed to follow the correct logical method with respect to the production and distribution of surplus value. Instead of first determining the total amount of surplus value and the general rate of profit, and then determining cost prices on the basis of this predetermined general rate of profit, Ricardo simply assumed a given rate of profit in the very first chapter, without explaining its determination, and examined the extent to which the assumption of equal profit rates was consistent with the determination of prices by labor times. To quote this important methodological criticism at some length, Ricardo's method is as follows. He begins with the determination of the magnitude of the value of the commodity by labor time and then examines whether the other economic relations and categories contradict this determination of value or to what extent they modify it. The historical justification of this method of procedure, its scientific necessity in the history of economics, are evident at first sight, but so too is, at the same time, its scientific inadequacy. This inadequacy not only shows itself in the method of presentation, in a formal sense, but leads to erroneous results because it omits some essential links and directly seeks to prove the congruity of the economic categories with one another. Point 70. Instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should have examined how far its existence is consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, prima facie, it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages, a procedure very different from merely including it under the law of value. He would then have gained an altogether different insight into the nature of profit and would not have identified it directly with surplus value. Point 71. The most important essential link or intermediary stage omitted by Ricardo is the prior determination of the total amount of surplus value and the general rate of profit, which is then taken as given in the subsequent determination of cost prices. Marx summarized his discussion of Ricardo's faulty logical method in the following important passage. The equalization of the surplus values in different trades does not affect the absolute size of this total surplus value, but merely alters its distribution among the different trades. The determination of the surplus value itself, however, only arises out of determination of value by labor time. Without this, the average profit is the average of nothing. Pure fancy. And it could then equally well be 1000% or 10%. One can see that though Ricardo is accused of being too abstract, one would be justified in accusing him of the opposite, lack of the power of abstraction, inability, when dealing with the values of commodities, to forget profits, a factor which confronts him as a result of competition. Point 72. This is a clear statement of Marx's logical method of the determination of the total surplus value by surplus labor, which is not affected by the distribution of this total. Marx followed the chapter on Ricardo's and Smith's theories of cost price with 3 chapters on Ricardo's theory of rent. These chapters start out by addressing absolute rent, but move progressively into differential rent, another new subject for Marx. Differential rent is also explained as a part of the total surplus value that landlords are able to appropriate for themselves because of their monopoly ownership of the land. Differential rent is due to differences in the fertility of the land that cannot be competed away. Lands with higher fertility receive more differential rent. The capitalist is the direct exploiter of the workers, not only the direct appropriator, but the direct creator of surplus labor. The landlord, on the other hand, has a claim, through landed property, to absolute rent, and because of the physical differences of the various types of land, differential rent, which enables him to pocket a part of the surplus labor or surplus value, to whose direction and creation he contributes nothing. 73. Chapter 25 on Ricardo's theory of surplus value begins with another clear statement of Ricardo's failure to distinguish between surplus value in general and the particular forms of surplus value. Nowhere does Ricardo consider surplus value independently of its particular forms. 74. Later in this chapter, Marx commented again on Ricardo's theory of profit, and emphasized again that a correct understanding of equal rates of profit requires the intermediary link of tepri or determination of the total amount of surplus value. Equal rates of profit are bound to be misunderstood if they are not connected by a series of intermediary links with the general laws of value, etc. In short, if profit and surplus value are treated as identical, which is only correct for the aggregate capital. Accordingly, Ricardo has no means for determining the general rate of profit. 75. And a few pages later, there is another clear statement of Marx's method of determining the general rate of profit, as the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital. The general rate of profits is formed through the total surplus value produced being calculated on the total capital of society, the class of capitalists. Each capital, therefore, in each particular trade, represents a portion of a total capital of the same organic composition. As such a portion, it draws its dividends from the surplus value created by the aggregate capital, in accordance with its size. The surplus value thus distributed, constitutes the average profit or the general rate of profit, and as such it enters into the costs of production of every trade. 76. 2.4 Revenue and interest. After considering various aspects of Ricardo's theory in greater detail, surplus value, profit, and accumulation, Marx then discussed a variety of post-Ricardian economists, Malthus, Torrens, Bailey, etc., and several Ricardian socialists, Ravenstone, Hodgkin, etc. While writing about Hodgkin, Marx broke off again and began an entirely new section entitled Revenue and its Sources, which is a first draft of what later became the concluding Part 7 of Volume 3, with a similar title. 77 This section begins with a discussion of the Trinity formula, which Marx called the most fetishistic expression of the relations of capitalist production. Marx continued in this section to discuss for the first time at length the subject of interest. Marx's treatment of interest is somewhat complicated and requires careful consideration. It is necessary first of all to distinguish between two main aspects of Marx's theory of interest: 1. Interest as an illusionary form of appearance of surplus value, and 2. Interest as a magnitude or a quantity, as one part of the total surplus value. In the first respect, interest is similar to profit, and could be considered at the level of abstraction of capital in general, as profit is. Profit is an illusionary form of appearance of surplus value, in that the surplus value that is actually produced by labor, and hence intrinsically related to variable capital only, is seen by capitalists and economists as the result of the total capital, both constant capital and variable capital equally. The concept of profit is prior to the equalization of the profit rate or the determination of the average profit, and thus belongs to the level of abstraction of capital in general. Interest is even more illusionary than profit, because interest appears to come from money capital itself, without any relation to production at all. Money begets money, Marx call it interest the perfect fetish. However, in the second aspect, as a quantity, interest is a fractional part of the total surplus value, and is an element of the distribution of surplus value, which belongs to the level of abstraction of competition, along with equal rates of profit and prices of production, commercial profit, and rent. In the Grundriss, interest was included in the title of Section 3, along with profit, capital as fructiferous. Interest. Profit, thereby suggesting that interest belongs to the level of abstraction of capital in general, and comes before the equalization of the profit rate and prices of production, at the level of abstraction of competition. I suggest that the reason why Marx included interest in the title of Section 3 of the Grundriss is that he was thinking at that time only about this first illusionary aspect of interest and not yet about the second quantitative aspect. We don't know for sure because Marx did not actually discuss interest at all in Section 3, even though it is in the title. In the manuscript of 1861-63, most of Marx's discussion of interest is still concerned with the first aspect of interest as the perfect fetish. However, Marx also begins to discuss the division of surplus value into industrial profit and interest, i.e. the quantitative aspect of interest as a part of the total surplus value, along with other parts of surplus value. Interest is therefore nothing but a part of the profit, which, in its turn, is itself nothing but surplus value, unpaid labor, which the industrial capitalist pays to the owner of the borrowed capital with which he works, either exclusively or partially. Interest is a part of profit, of surplus value, which, established as a special category, is separated from the total profit under its own name, a separation which is by no means based on its origin, but only on the manner in which it is paid out or appropriated. Instead of being appropriated by the industrial capitalist himself, although he is the person who first holds the whole surplus value in his hand, no matter how it may be distributed between himself and other people under the names of rent, industrial profit, and interest, this part of the profit is deducted by the industrial capitalist from his own revenue and paid to the owner of capital. 78. Marx also mentions several times that the ratio of profit to interest, i.e., the quantitative aspect of interest, belongs to the level of abstraction of competition, not capital in general. This is not the place for a more detailed examination of interest and its relation to profit, nor is it the place for an examination of the ratio in which profit is divided into industrial profit and interest. It is clear that capital, as the mysterious and self-generating source of interest, that is, source of its own increase, finds its consummation in capital and interest. 79. It is not intended to investigate here how this ratio, the ratio of profit to interest, is determined. This belongs to the section dealing with the real movement of capital, i.e. of many capitals, i.e. competition, while we're concerned here with the general forms of capital. 80. Therefore, it appears that Marx was still thinking at that time that interest would be included in capital in general, because he was mainly considering the first illusionary aspect of interest, but he already realized that the quantitative aspect of interest belongs to the level of abstraction of competition, along with the other individual parts of surplus value. This consideration of interest also seems to have led Marx to a more general clarity about his work during the preceding months, concerning the particular forms of surplus value at the level of abstraction of competition, and how these fit together with this theory of the production of surplus value already presented in the first section on capital in general. 20 pages into the section on interest, Marx sketched out a remarkable summary of how interest is related to his theory of surplus value that he had already presented, the road traveled by capital before it appears in the form of interest-bearing capital, which in retrospect we can recognize as an overview of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value presented in the 3 volumes of Capital. The reader is urged to read this remarkable summary. 81. The main theme of this summary is also one of the main themes of Volume 3 of Capital, that the particular forms of surplus value, which are analyzed at the level of abstraction of competition, obscure the origin of surplus value, which is surplus labor, which is analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general. Each of these forms of surplus value appears to capitalists and to bourgeois economists to have its own separate and independent source, interest from capital, rent from land, etc., but this appearance is just a fetishistic illusion. It is clear that, as soon as surplus value is split up into different, separate parts, related to various production elements, such as nature, products, labor, which only differ physically, that is, as soon as in general surplus value acquires special forms, separate from one another, independent of one another and regulated by different laws, the common unit, surplus value, and consequently the nature of this common unit, becomes more and more unrecognizable and does not manifest itself in the appearance but has to be discovered as a hidden mystery. 82. A few pages later, Marx summarized this fetishistic illusion as follows. The breakdown of surplus value, that is, a part of the value of commodities, into these special headings or categories, is very understandable and does not conflict in the least with the law of value. But the whole matter is mystified because these different parts of surplus value acquire an independent form, because they accrue to different people, because the titles to them are based on different elements, and finally because of the autonomy with which certain parts of surplus value confront the process as its conditions. From parts into which value can be divided, they become independent elements which constitute value, they become constituent elements. 83. 2.5 Recently published first draft of Parts 1 and 3 of Volume 3 of Capital 84. The section on revenue and its sources is the end of the published version of Theories of Surplus Value, with which we are familiar. However, it is not the end of Marx's manuscript, which continues to pursue the same general subject of the different forms of appearance of surplus value, i.e., the distribution of surplus value. Fortunately, because of the recent publication of the entire manuscript, we can now study the very interesting and important remaining sections of this manuscript, the continuation of Marx's development of his theory of the distribution of surplus value, inspired by his critical confrontation with Rodbertus and Ricardo and the rest. The next particular form of surplus value that Marx began to consider in greater depth, again for the first time, in the continuation of his manuscripts was mercantile profit, which he later called commercial profit. 85 The question of the origin of mercantile profit was probably raised for Marx by a brief digression in the previous section on revenue, on different forms of capital, which include mercantile capital. 86 Mercantile capital is capital that functions solely in the sphere of circulation, i.e., performs only the pure circulation functions of buying and selling and activities related to buying and selling, accounting, advertising, credit, etc. Since, according to Marx's theory, these functions by themselves are unproductive, i.e., produce no value or surplus value, the existence of mercantile profit appears to contradict this assumption of unproductive labor. 87 Marx's explanation of this apparent contradiction is that mercantile capital receives its profit as a deduction from the surplus value produced by industrial, productive, capital, and the general mechanism through which this deduction of mercantile profit from the total surplus value occurs is through the difference between mercantile capital's buying price and its selling price. Mercantile capital buys commodities at less than their price of production and then sells these commodities at their price of production. This difference enables mercantile capital to recover its cost and to collect the average rate of profit. The profit which mercantile capital brings in is therefore merely a part of the surplus value, which is created by the total productive capital, and of which an aliquot part is transferred to mercantile capital. 88. In this first discussion of mercantile profit, Marx sketches out this general method, but does not explain the details. We will see below that more details of this explanation of mercantile profit are provided in the manuscript of 1864-65, Part 4 of Volume 3 of Capital. While working on mercantile profit, Marx broke off again to write a draft of what he called Chapter 3 on Capital and Profit, Marx MECWV 33, pages 69-153. 89 As discussed above, capital and profit is the third section of capital in general. Marx's original plan, which was apparently still his plan while writing this draft in December 1862, was that these chapter 3 on capital and profit should be concerned only with capital in general, and therefore should not include competition and the various forms of the distribution of surplus value that Marx had been working on during the preceding months. Consistent with this plan, this draft of Chapter 3 is concerned mainly with what we know as Part 1 of Volume 3, the transformation of surplus value into profit, and Part 3, the falling of the rate of profit. Point 90. Marx began this chapter on capital and profit with a methodological comment similar to the one at the beginning of Section 3 of the Grundrisse, discussed above. Considered in its totality, the movement of capital is a unity of the process of production and the process of circulation. The surplus value produced within a given period of circulation, let us take e.g. a year as the measure, see above Chapter 2. The circulation process, when measured against the total capital which has been advanced, is called profit. Considered with respect to its material, profit is absolutely nothing but surplus value itself. Considered with respect to its absolute magnitude, it therefore does not differ from the surplus value produced by capital over a particular turnover time. It is surplus value itself, but calculated differently. Point 91. Thus we can see that Marx defines profit in the same way as in the Grundrisse, as the same quantity as surplus value. Marx's logic with respect to the determination of the magnitudes of surplus value and profit is the same in this manuscript as in the Grundrisse, i.e., the magnitude of surplus value has already been determined, by surplus labor, in the prior analysis of production and circulation, and the quantity of profit is defined as being identically equal to this already determined quantity of surplus value. 30 pages later in this manuscript, Marx states explicitly that the identity between profit and the already determined surplus value also applies to the total surplus value of the total social capital and the capitalist class as a whole. Just as the surplus value of the individual capital in each sphere of production is the measure of the absolute magnitude of the profit, merely a converted form of surplus value, so is the total surplus value produced by the total capital the absolute measure of the total profit of the total capital, whereby profit should be understood to include all forms of surplus value, such as rent, interest, etc. It is therefore the absolute magnitude of value, which the capitalist class can divide among its members under various headings. Point 92. In addition to the transformation of surplus value into profit, Marx also discusses briefly in this section a second transformation, the transformation of profit into average profit and the determination of the general or average rate of profit. Marx argues that the second transformation is a necessary consequence of the first transformation, because capitalists measure their profit in relation to the total capital invested. Competition will equalize profit in relation to the total capital, i.e., will equalize the rate of profit. Point 93. Marx also made it clear in these discussions that this second transformation belongs to the later investigation of competition. 94. Marx also clearly states several times in this section that the general or average rate of profit is determined by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital advanced, and that the total surplus value is determined prior to its division into individual parts. The empirical, or average, profit can therefore be nothing other than the distribution of that total profit, and the total surplus value represented be it or the representation of the total surplus labor, among the individual capitals in each particular sphere of production, in equal proportions. It therefore only represents the result of the particular mode of calculation in which the different capitals divide among themselves aliquot parts of the total profit. What is available for them to divide among themselves is only determined by the absolute quantity of the total profit or the total surplus value. Point 95. Empirical or average profit relates the total amount of surplus value, hence the surplus value realized by the whole capitalist class, to the total capital, or the capital employed by the whole capitalist class. 96. The average rate of profit is nothing other than the total surplus value related to and calculated on this total capital. Point 97. Marx also comments again that the equalization of the retard profit does not affect the magnitude of the total surplus value. It needs no discussion here that if a commodity is sold above or below its value, there takes place merely a change in the distribution of surplus value between different capitals, between the buyer and the seller. This difference in distribution, or alteration in the proportions in which different people share in the surplus value, does not change anything either in the magnitude or in its nature. 98. In this draft of Chapter 3, interest does not appear in the title, as it did in the Grundriss, nor is it discussed at all. Perhaps Marx was already thinking that he would relocate his theory of interest from the level of abstraction of capital in general to the level of abstraction of competition, in order to include the quantitative aspect of interest, along with the other individual parts of surplus value. 2.6 Decision to expand Volume 3 to include the distribution of surplus value. After finishing this draft of Chapter 3, Marx returned to mercantile capital, and then returned to the discussion of Hodgkin, from which he had broken off 3 months earlier, as we saw above, in order to write the section on revenue and its sources. Then Marx continued with discussions of Ramsey, Cherbuliez, and Jones, mainly about issues related to the falling rate of profit. While working on a section on Cherbuliez in December 1862, Marx inserted into the manuscript a clear, detailed outline of what later became Part 2 of Volume 3, which is of course the key part for the transformation problem, and what Marx then called the second chapter of Part II on capital and profit, where the formation of the general rate of profit is dealt with. We can see from this outline that Chapter 3 on capital and profit has become Part 3 and that it now includes a second chapter on the general rate of profit and prices of production. This outline consists of the following 6 points. 1. Different organic composition of capitals. 2. Differences in the relative value of the parts of different capitals which do not arise from their organic composition. 3. The result of those differences is diversity of the rates of profit in different spheres of capitalist production. 4. For the total capital, however, what has been explained in Chapter 1 i.e., Volume I holds good. In capitalist production, each capital is assumed to be a unit, an aliquot part of the total capital. Formation of the general rate of profit. Competition. 5. Transformation of values into prices of production. 6. To take up the Ricardian point, the influence of general variations in wages on the general rate of profit and hence on prices of production. 99. This outline clearly indicates an expansion of the contents of Part 3 from just a few weeks before, when Marx stated that the subject of the general rate of profit and prices of production would not be included, as discussed in the previous subsection. We can see that this outline is very close to the final outline of Part 2 of Volume 3, with 1, 3, the subjects of Chapter 8, 4, 5, the subjects of Chapter 9, and 6, the subject of Chapter 11. Chapters 10 and 12 are not included in this outline. We can also see that Marx is utilizing in this outline the logical structure of capital in general and competition. Volume I is about the total capital, i.e., about capital in general. Individual capitals in Volume I are assumed to be aliquot parts of the total capital. The determination of the general rate of profit and prices of production belong to the level of abstraction of competition. The main conclusions of Volume I hold good and the subsequent theory of the rate of profit and prices of production. The main quantitative conclusions of Volume I are that the value of commodities is proportional to the labor time required to produce them and that surplus value is proportional to surplus labor. These conclusions hold good for the total value and total surplus value, even though individual prices of production and profit diverge from their values and surplus value. About 50 printed pages later, we get a more complete picture of the extent of Marx's expansion of the contents of Part 3, i.e., Volume 3 of Capital. While working on a section on Jones in December 1862-100, Marx inserted a completely new outline of Part 3, which he now called Section 3, and which he probably had in mind when he wrote the earlier outline of Chapter 2 just a short time before. What is most remarkable about this outline is that the contents of Section 3 have expanded greatly from the draft just a few weeks before. 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit as distinguished from the rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. Formation of the general rate of profit. Transformation of values into prices of production. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories of profit and prices of production. 4. Rent. Illustration of the difference between value and price of production. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian theory of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. Adam Smith, Ricardo, Carey. 7. Theories of profit. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. Mercantile capital. Money capital. 9. Revenue and its sources. The questions of the relation between production and distribution also to be included here. 10. Reflux movements of money in the process of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. 101. We can see from this outline that Section 3 now includes not only the aspects of capital in general included in the draft of a few weeks before, numbers 1 and 6, but now also all the particular forms of surplus value that Marx had been working on in this manuscript over the past year, ever since his encounter with Rodbertus, general rate of profit, rent, interest and mercantile profit, and also includes his critique of vulgar political economy written a month or two earlier. As Marx had made clear many times, these latter subjects belong to the level of abstraction of competition, beyond capital in general. Marx had made considerable progress on his theory of the distribution of surplus value over the previous year, and this progress must have convinced him to include his theory of distribution in Section 3, rather than waiting for a later separate volume on competition, with less chance of publication in his lifetime. In addition, I think that another reason why Marx decided to expand Section 3 in this way was that he wanted to include the critique of vulgar political economy that he had developed in the preceding months. It should be remembered that the subtitle of Capital is Critique of Political Economy. Thus, a very important objective of Capital was not only to present Marx's theory of surplus value and the individual parts of surplus value, but also offer a critique of the explanation of these phenomena presented by all versions of political economy. In order to achieve this objective in an earlier volume, Marx expanded Section 3 beyond capital in general to include these important phenomena of competition and his critique of vulgar political economy's theories of these phenomena. We can also see that in this outline interest is no longer located right after profit, number 1, but is instead located in number 8, along with mercantile profit, and after average profit and prices of production, number 2, and rent, number 4. Since all these particular forms of surplus value have to do with the distribution of surplus value, and thus belong to the level of abstraction of competition, this change of location of the captaron interest suggests that Marca decided to emphasize the quantitative aspect of interest and to move the expanded chapter in interest to the level of abstraction of competition, where the quantitative aspect belongs. These expanded outline of Section II is the main result of Marx's very creative exploratory work on his theories of the distribution of surplus value during the previous year. This outline is very close to the final version of Volume 3, which Marx wrote in the next 2 years in the manuscript of 1864 to 65.102. Unfortunately, this very important expanded outline of Section 3 is misplaced in theories of surplus value, and this misplacement obscures its significance. The outline is placed as an addendum at the end of Volume 1 of TSV, pages 414 to 16, right after the discussion of Smith, to which it is not related, and before the encounter with Rodbertus and the year-long development of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value that led to this outline. Therefore, the reader does not realize that this outline is actually located at the end of the manuscript of 1861 to 63, not at the beginning, and that it is the main result of all the work on this manuscript. Seeing the entire manuscript of 1861-63 together puts the theories of surplus value in a new perspective. We can see much more clearly from the manuscript as a whole that Chapter 8 of the Theories of Surplus Value, on Rodbertus's theory of rent, is an important turning point in Marx's work and the beginning of a long and creative exploration of the particular forms of surplus value, at the level of abstraction of competition, beyond capital in general. We have also seen that Marx repeatedly stated throughout this manuscript the key quantitative premise of his theory of the distribution of surplus value, that the total surplus value is determined prior to its distribution, i.e., prior to its division into individual parts. We have seen that one of the main themes of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value is that the particular forms of appearance of surplus value obscure the real origin of surplus value, surplus labor, because each of the particular forms of surplus value appears to have its own separate and independent source. Marx's theory is necessary in order to uncover the hidden real source of these particular forms of surplus value. Surplus labor has to be discovered as a hidden mystery. Evidently, Marx's work on the manuscript of 1861-63 clarified his thinking on these issues to such an extent that he was now ready to write a full draft of this expanded Section 3. The fact that the draft of Volume 3 in the manuscript of 1864-65, although certainly not polished for publication, is as clear and complete as it is, except for Part 5 on interest, is further evidence of the clarity Marx had achieved while working on the manuscript of 1861-63. 2.7 Other interpretations, and their common failing. Roman Rostalski argued that the expanded outline of Section 3 discussed in the previous subsection, and the later similar content of Volume 3 of Capital, is evidence that Marx expanded his definition of capital in general to include these many new topics, and reduced his definition of competition correspondingly. 103 Rostalski does not explain why Marx changed the definitions of capital in general and competition in this very significant way. He just states that the main purpose of the original distinction was self-clarification and a blueprint, and that once it had served this purpose, it could be discarded. I argue, to the contrary, that the main purpose of Marx's distinction between capital in general and competition was not self-clarification, but was instead to provide a logical framework for his theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. Therefore, capital in general cannot be expanded to include the distribution of surplus value, because the production of surplus value must be explained prior to the distribution of surplus value, i.e., the total amount of surplus value must be explained prior to its division into individual parts, and that is the main task at the level of abstraction of capital in general. The distinction between capital in general and competition cannot be discarded, because Marx would be left with no logical method for his theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. Just because Marx pragmatically expanded the contents of Section 3 to include both capital in general and competition does not mean that Marx changed the fundamental logical structure of his theory. As discussed above, this expanded outline of Section 3 was preceded by several weeks by a detailed outline of Part 2 of Section 3 on the general rate of profit and prices of production, which clearly utilized the logical structure of capital in general and competition. The juxtaposition of these two outlines provides strong evidence that the expanded outline of Book 3 does not indicate the abandonment of the logical structure of capital in general and competition, but rather a further development and articulation of that logical structure and a practical decision to include the particular forms of surplus value in the next volume. On the positive side, Rostalski is to be applauded for calling attention to the importance of the Grundriss, and to the importance of the logical structure of capital in general and competition in the Grundriss. Rostalski recognized that, in the Grundriss, the subject of equal rates of profit and prices of production are clearly assigned to the level of abstraction of competition, after the theory of capital in general, and that the total surplus value is determined at the level of abstraction of capital in general, prior to the equalization of the rate of profit, and is not affected by this equalization. 104 Unfortunately, Rostalski did not discuss whether or not his interpretation of the expansion of the definition of capital in general affects this key quantitative premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value. Perhaps Rostalski would say that this quantitative premise is not affected by this change in the definition of capital in general. In that case, our disagreement would have to do solely with the definitions of capital in general and competition, and not with the logical structure of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value, and the prior determination of the total surplus value. Roberto Feinske has presented a similar argument, the topic synth expanded outline of book I belong to the level of abstraction of Kapitalen generell, and that these new topics are to be included only as illustrations, and not as a part of the theoretical development. 105. However, like Rostalski, Feinske's interpretation does not seem to recognize that Marx's levels of abstraction of capital in general and competition provide the logical structure for Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value, and that all these new topics shaved it out with the distribution of surplus value, i.e. are particular forms of surplus value, which means that including these topics goes beyond capital in general to competition. Marx's work on the manuscript of 1861-63 had expanded beyond Kapitalen generell to the particular forms of surplus value, and Marx evidently wanted to include these important new topics in section 3, the publication of which was still a long way off, rather than wait even longer for a later, separate book. The main evidence that Feinske presents to support his interpretation, that all the new topics in this expanded outline belong to capital in general, is a letter that Marx wrote to Kugelmann at about this time, quoted above in footnote 89. Feinske interprets this letter to mean that all the topics that Marx had been working on in the manuscript of 1861-63 belong to capital in general. But that is not what the letter says. Rather, the letter says that the part of his theory that belonged to capital in general was now at last finished. The recent exploratory work on the particular forms of surplus value was beyond Kapitalen generell and was far from finished. What was finished was the part on capital in general, including the section 3 on capital and profit that he had just written, as discussed in section 2.3 above, and that is why Marx could now say that the part on capital in general was at last finished. Michael Heinrich has also argued that, while working on the manuscript of 1861-63, Marx encountered difficulties with regard to the logical structure of capital in general and competition, and that these difficulties eventually led Marx to abandon this logical structure. 106. The main difficulty discussed by Heinrich is that the average rate of profit should be considered a common feature of all capitals, and thus belongs to capital in general. However, the average rate of profit also presumes competition and cannot be explained without competition. Therefore, the distinction between capital in general and competition began to break down and was eventually abandoned. However, it is not true that the average rate of profit cannot be explained without competition. As discussed in Chapter 2, Marx's theory explains the average rate of profit without any appeal to competition, by the aggregate ratio of the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole to the total capital invested, while the total surplus value is determined at the level of abstraction of capital in general by the total surplus labor in the economy as a whole. The determination of the average rate of profit by this aggregate ratio does not depend in any way on competition. What competition does enforce it equalization of the rates of profit in individual industries to the social average, but this social average is determined by surplus labor, not by competition. We will see below that Marx continued to emphasize this point in the manuscript of 1864-65, Volume 3 of Capital, i.e., after he allegedly abandoned this logical method in 1863. I will just quote here one especially clear passage from Part 4 of Volume 3. If the limits of value and surplus value are given, it is easy to perceive how the competition between capitals transforms values into prices of production and still further into commercial prices, transforming surplus value into average profit. But without these limits, there is absolutely no way of seeing why competition should reduce the general rate of profit to one limit rather than to another, to 15% or instead of 1,500%. 107. There is no difficulty here, nor is there any hinted at. The rate of profit is determined without tapialta competition. Competition only equalises it does not determine, i.e. it does not explain with the rate of profit is 15% instead of 1,500%. Further evidence against Heinrich's argument is that Marx never once mentioned this alleged difficulty in the manuscript of 1861-63, nor anywhere else in his published manuscripts, and never once stated that he was dropping capital in general and competition and changing the fundamental logical structure of his theory. I do not find it plausible that an eminent scholar like Marx, who had a PhD in philosophy, with a specialty in logic, and who discussed his logical method quite a bit in his manuscripts, would change the fundamental logical structure of his theory without ever writing about this fundamental change in his notebooks, or about the problems that allegedly led to this fundamental change. The main textual evidence that Heinrich presents to support his interpretation is that Marx no longer used the term capital in general in his writings after 1863. But this is very weak and unconvincing textual evidence. The fact that Marx stopped using the Hegelian term capital in general, in an effort to popularize capital, does not mean that Marx abandoned the logical structure of capital in general and competition. Capital in general and competition were Hegelian terms for the two main levels of abstraction of the production and distribution of surplus value. Marx definitely did not abandon the two levels of abstraction of the production and distribution of surplus value, and Thusha did not abandon the logical structure of capital in general and competition. Furthermore, in the later drafts, as in the earlier drafts, Marx used several synonyms for capital in general. The general formula for capital as such, the inner nature of capital, and most frequently simply capital. In addition, Marx continued to use the term competition frequently in the later drafts, which suggests that the logical structure of his theory was still the two levels of abstraction of capital in general and competition, even though he didn't use the Hegelian term capital in general. Finally, we will see in the next section that Marx stated in the first paragraph of the draft of Volume 3 in the manuscript of 1864-65 that this volume is about competition and the concrete forms that arise in competition, i.e., the particular forms of surplus value. 108. In addition, in the second paragraph of Marx's original manuscript, not included in Engels's edited Volume 3, Marx referred explicitly to his prior analysis of capital in general, specifically to the circulation process of capital in general. Weme presupposi an period optimulikist unit of measurement for the turnover of capital, but for the reasons discussed earlier when we looked at the circulation process of capital in general, the year would be appropriate as such a unit. 109. This point is important because the total surplus value produced by the total capital in a year is the basis for the determination of the annual rate of profit and prices of production in Volume 3. Thus, contrary to Heinrich's argument, Marx started writing this later manuscript with the key logical structure of capital in general and competition clearly in mind. 110. We saw in the previous section that Marx decided toward the end of the manuscript of 1861-63 to expand the contents of section 3 on capital and profit in order to include his theory of the distribution of surplus value and the particular forms of surplus value at the level of abstraction of competition. This expansion was accomplished in the manuscript of 1864-65, the third draft of Capital. 112. The theory of the distribution of surplus value presented in the manuscript of 1864-65 is very clear and is essentially the same theory as that presented in the Grundrisse and the manuscript of 1861-63, although much more detailed and further developed. The main themes remain the same. 1. The total surplus value is taken as given, as determined by the prior analysis at the level of abstraction of capital in general. 2. The distribution of surplus value into individual particular forms is analyzed at the level of abstraction of competition. 3. The the distribution of surplus value does not affect the total surplus value, for, in particular, the theory of prices of production is essentially the same as Marx's first sketch of this part of his theory in the chapter on Rodbertus in the manuscript of 1861-63, and, 5. The theories of commercial profit, interest, and rent are also essentially the same as in the earlier manuscript. Marx's manuscript of 1864-65 was heavily edited by Engels for the first German edition of Volume 3 of Capital published in 1894. Marx's original manuscript was published for the first time in 1992 in the Mega, Volume 2/4.2, and an English translation, by Ben Fowkes, has recently been published by Brill. 113 on the basis of the existing secondary literature in English on Marx's manuscript and my reading of this manuscript. I consider Engels's edited Volume 3 to be a reliable substitute for Marx's original manuscript with respect to the subject of this book, Marx's logical method and the transformation problem, and, in particular with respect to the subject of this chapter, the determination of the total surplus value prior to its division into individual parts. 114 The main difference is that Engels' editing made volume I look much more organized and complete than it actually was, especially part 5, and also part 1. Engels did very little to part 2, the key part for the transformation problem. It is very unlikely that Engels' editing affected the many passages quoted in this chapter to support these interpretation. The publication of Marx's original manuscript will enable us to further evaluate this conclusion. However, there are two exceptions to this conclusion, at least that I have discovered so far, and they are both right at the beginning of the manuscript. The first exception is the Totality manuscript. 115 Title previously used by Marx in his expanded outline of December 1862, Capital and Profit, was no longer appropriate because that was the title of the third section of Capital in general, which does not include all the particular forms of surplus value analyzed at the level of abstraction of competition that were now included in the book. Marx's new title in the manuscript of 1864-65 was Gestaltung der Gesamtprozesses, the forms of the process as a whole. We know from the contents of the book that the forms presented there are particular forms of appearance of surplus value, profit, average profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent. A better title for Volume 3 would be, The Particular Forms of Surplus Value. That is what Volume 3 is primarily about. Unfortunately, Engels deleted Gestaltungen from the title, and changed the title to Gesamtprozesses der kapitalistischen Produktion, the process of capitalist production as a whole. This title misses the main point of Marx's expanded volume, which Engels probably did not fully understand, see section 5 below. The book is not about the process of capitalist production as a whole. The analysis of the whole has already been accomplished by the prior analysis of capital in general, production and circulation. Rather, this book is about particular forms of capital and surplus value that develop out of the process as a whole already theorized, i.e., out of capital in general and the general form of surplus value already theorized. The rest of this section will briefly review each of the particular forms of appearance of surplus value that are analyzed in the successive parts of Volume 3 of Capital at the level of abstraction of competition. 3.1 Profit and the Rate of Profit, Part 1 of Volume 3 of Capital. The expanded content of this volume is announced in the first paragraph of the manuscript. In Volume 1 we investigated the phenomena exhibited by the process of capitalist production, taken by itself, i.e. the immediate production process in which connection secondary influences externaltois process were left out of account. But this immediate production process does not exhaust the life cycle of capital. In the world as it actually is, it is supplemented by the process of circulation, and this formed our object of investigation in the second volume. Here we showed, particularly in Part 3 where we consider the circulation processes it mediates to a process of social reproduction, that the capitalist production process, taken as a whole, is a unity of the production and circulation process. It cannot be the purpose of the present, third volume simply to make general reflections on this unity. Our concern is rather to discover and present the concrete forms which grow out of the process of capital's movement considerate as a whole. In their actual movement, capitals confront each other in certain concrete forms, and in relation to these, both the shape capital assumes in the direct production process and its shape in the process of circulation appear merely as particular moments. The configurations of capital Gestaltungen, as developed in this volume, thus approach step by step the form in which they appear at the surface of society, in the action of different capitals on one another, i.e., in competition, and in the everyday consciousness of the agents of production themselves. 116. Thus we can see that this book is about competition and the concrete forms of appearance that grow out of the general form of capital and surplus value theorized in previous books. 117. One is reminded of Marx's description in the Grundrisse of these particular forms of surplus value as developments coming out of the germ of the general form of surplus value. 118. After the opening paragraph of Marx's manuscript there are three important paragraphs that are similar to the opening paragraphs of the section on capital and profit in the Grundrisse and the manuscript of 1861-63 discussed above. But unfortunately these paragraphs are left out of Engels's edited volume 3, this is the second exception mentioned above to the general conclusion that Engels's editing did not make a difference with respect to the prior determination of the total surplus value. The following are excerpts from these paragraphs. In 1 year a capital produces a certain quantity of surplus value. If one now calculates the surplus value produced in a year, or in any other specific circulation period, in relation to the total capital advanced, which consists of the constant capital advanced plus the variable capital advanced, the surplus value is transformed into profit. The rate of profit is the ratio of the annual surplus value to the total capital, a ratio which is similarly usually expressed as a percentage. From the point of view of its material, the profit, in the shape in which it directly confronts us here, is nothing other than the surplus value itself. Its absolute magnitude does not therefore differ from the absolute magnitude of the surplus value which capital produces during a given turnover time. It is surplus value itself, but calculated differently, or, as it initially appears, viewed subjectively in a different way. Profit, in a material sense, and therefore as an absolute magnitude or quantity, is not at all different from surplus value. 119. As discussed above, Marx's statement that profit is same quantity as surplus value presumes that the quantity of surplus value produced in a year has already been determined by the prior theory of capital in general. Marx emphasis at that the forms of appearance of profit and the rate of profit obscure the source of surplus value, which is not recognized by capitalists and economists. Profit appears to arise equally from constant capital and variable capital. Marx argued that this illusion is not an accident, rather it necessarily appears to capitalists because capitalists make no distinction between constant capital and variable capital. To capitalists, both components of capital are equally costs and therefore surplus value appears to arise equally from both of these costs. Profit, as we are originally faced with it, is thus the same thing as surplus value save in a mystified form, though one that necessarily arises from the capitalist mode of production. Because no distinction between constant capital and variable capital can be recognized in the apparent formation of the cost price, the origin of the change in value thought curse the course of the production processes shifted from variable capital to the capital as a whole. 120. Marx's analysis of profit and the rate of profit in Part 1 of Volume 3 is presented in terms of an individual capital, as was his theory of surplus value in Volume I. However, Part 1 of Volume 3 remains at the level of abstraction of capital in general and thus is about what all individual capitals have in common. In this case, what they have in common is that surplus value appears to be the result of both constant capital and variable capital, rather than just the variable capital alone. So the individual capital in Part 1 is analyzed as a representative of the total social capital, or as an aliquot part of the total social capital, just as in Volume I. Therefore, when Marx assumes in Part 1 that the surplus value has been determined, he means not just that the surplus value produced by a single individual capital has been determined, but rather that the quantities of surplus value produced by all capitals have been determined, and hence that the total quantity of surplus value in the economy as a whole has been determined. As discussed above, this point is stated explicitly in an earlier draft of this chapter in the manuscript of 1861 to 63121, and we will see below that it is also stated explicitly in a summary of Part 1 in a letter to Engels written in April 1868. This assumption of a given, predetermined total quantity of surplus value remains the basic premise of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value throughout the remainder of Volume 3. 3.2 The general rate of profit and prices of production, Part 2 of Volume 3. Part 2 is the beginning of Marx's analysis of competition and the distribution of surplus value. The distribution of surplus value is first considered across different industries. Marx assumed more or less as an empirical fact that the rates of profit in different industries tend to be equalized as a result of competition among capitalists, although he certainly recognized the many obstacles to this equalization. The important point is that this empirical fact of equal rates of profit, or at least a tendency toward equality, appears to contradict the labor theory of value and surplus value, because profit appears to arise from the total capital, rather than from the variable capital alone. This apparent contradiction between the labor theory of value and equal rates of profit across industries was of course the main stumbling block of Ricardo's labor theory of value. The equalization of profit rates across industries is accomplished through the determination of the prices of production of individual commodities, which are different from the values of individual commodities. Therefore, Marx's explanation of the equalization of profit rates across industries is necessarily concerned with the determination of these prices of production. This is of course the transformation problem. The key point that I wish to emphasize is that Marx's theory of prices of production and the equalization of profit rates is based on the premise that the general rate of profit itself, to which individual rates of profit are equalized, is determined logically prior to the determination of prices of production, and is taken as given in the theory of prices of production. The general rate of profit, R, is determined by the ratio of the total amount of surplus value, S, produced in a year to the total capital invested, M, in the capitalist economy as a whole. 1. R equals S/M. The total amount of surplus value produced in a year is determined by the prior analysis of capital in general in volumes I and II of capital, and the total capital invested is taken as given in this prior analysis of capital in general, as the amount of money capital, M, advanced in the first phase of the circuit of capital, M, C, P, C, M, in the capitalist economy as a whole. See the next chapter for an extensive discussion of the presupposed M. Marx expressed the determination of the general rate of profit by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital in the following passages. The total sum of capitals applied in the 5 spheres is 500, the total sum of surplus value they produce 1100, the total value of commodities they produce 610. If we treat 500 as one single capital, with I, V simply forming portions of it, then the average composition of the capital of 500 is 78C plus 22C. Treating the capitals of 100 as each simply a fifth of the total capital, its composition would be this average one of 78C plus 22V. In the same way the average surplus value of 22 would accrue to each of these capitals of 100, the average rate of profit would thus be 22%, or 122. The average rate of profit depends on the level of exploitation of labor as a whole by capital as a whole. 123. The value level of the total capital advanced, both constant and variable, together with a given size of surplus value or profit for the entire capitalist class, determines their top profit. Wethus have a mathematically exact demonstration of with the capitalists no matter how little of is lost among them in their mutual competition, are nevertheless united by a real freemasonry vis-a-vis the working class as a whole. 124. Let us assume that the total industrial capital advanced during the year is 720 C plus 180 V equals 900, say in millions of pounds sterling, and that S equals 100 per center. The product is then 720 C plus 180 V plus 180s. If we call this product or the commodity capital produced C, then its value or price of production, since the two coincide when we take the totality of commodities, equals 1080, and the rate of profit on the total capital of 900 is 20 per center. This 20 per center, as explained already, is the average rate of profit, since here we are reckoning surplus value not on this or that capital of particular composition, but rather on the total industrial capital with its average composition. 125. The general rate of profit depends in part on the distribution of capital across industries. Some industries have a higher value rate of profit, the rate of profit that would occur if individual prices were equal to their values, than other industries, because the former industries have a higher proportion of labor for a given amount of capital, i.e., a lower composition of capital. If a given amount of capital is redistributed from industries with relatively more labor to industries with relatively less labor, then because there is no less labor in the aggregate, there would also be less surplus value product in the aggregate, and hence a lower general rate of profit. In order to show this dependence of the general rate of profit on the distribution of capital, Marx also expressed the general rate of profit as a weighted average of the individual value rates of profit in different industries, SI/me, with the weights determined by the relative size of the capital in each industry as a share of the total social capital, me/m, as follows. 2. R equals sigma, SI/me, me/m. Marx called the rate of profit determined in this way the average rate of profit. This expression of the general rate of profit as the average rate of profit obviously does not change its magnitude or its ultimate determination by surplus labor. Since the sums of the individual amounts of surplus value and capital are by definition equal to the social totals, the average rate of profit is identically equal to the general rate of profit as the ratio of the social totals, which can be easily shown. 3. Sigma, SI/me, me/m, equals sigma, SI/m, equals S/m. That is why Marx used these two terms synonymously, general or average rate of profit, in many passages throughout his manuscripts, including the title of Chapter 9 of Volume 3. The average rate of profit is simply a way of showing the dependence of the general rate of profit on the distribution of capital across industries. 126. In this formulation of the average rate of profit, the surplus value produced in each and every industry is taken as given, as already determined. Hence, in effect, the total surplus value produced in all industries together is taken as given, and thus so is the general rate of profit. In Volume 3, Marx emphasized this point about the general rate of profit as a weighted average, in order to highlight the dependence of the general rate of profit on the distribution of capital across industries. For the formation of the general rate of profit, therefore, it is not only a question of the difference in rates of profit between the various spheres of production, from which a simple average is taken, but also of the relative weight which these different rates of profit assume in the formation of the average. This depends, however, either on the relative size of the capital invested in each particular sphere or on which particular aliquot part of the total social capital is invested in each particular sphere of production. The general rate of profit is determined therefore by two factors: 1. The organic composition of the capitals in the various spheres of production, i.e. the different rates of profit in the particular spheres, and 2. The distribution of the total social capital between these different spheres. 127. The general or average rate of profit thus determined, it then becomes a given, a prerequisite for the determination of prices of production. The prerequisite of price of production is the existence of a general rate of profit. 128. Prices of production are then determined according to the following equation. 4. PPI equals key plus RME, where R is taken as predetermined by the prior aggregate analysis of capital in general. Key is the costs of production of the given commodity, the sum of constant capital, consumed, and variable capital, a flow variable, and ME is the total stock of capital invested in the given industry. The magnitudes of individual capitals consumed and invested in each industry, key and ME, are taken as given, as are the actual sums of money capital in circulation in each industry, see Chapter 4. Therefore, prices of production are determined by adding the average profit to the given costs of production for each commodity, with the average profit determined as the product of the general rate of profit and the given capital invested in each industry, and the general rate of profit determined by the prior analysis of capital in general. In this way, the predetermined total amount of surplus value is distributed such that all industries receive the same rate of profit. Later in Volume 3, Marx expressed this conclusion as follows. The prices of production arise from an adjustment of commodity values under which, after the reimbursement of the respective capital values consumed in the various spheres of production, the total surplus value is distributed notant the proportion in vilket is produced in the individual spheres of production, betruther in proportion to thesis of the capitals advanced. It is the constant tendency of capitals to bring about, by competition, this adjustment of the total surplus value which the total capital produces. 129. The average profit included in the price of each commodity, equals RME, will in general not be equal to the amount of surplus value actually contained in that commodity, and hence the price of production of each commodity will in general not be equal to its value or proportional to the labor time required to produce it. However, the total amount of surplus value is not altered by this redistribution of surplus value among the individual industries according to the total amount of capital invested. Taken all together, the divergences of individual profits from individual surplus values balance out so that the sum of individual profits is equal to the total amount of surplus value, S, as determined in the Volume I analysis of capital in general. This aggregate equality can be easily shown. 5. Sigma, RME, equals R sigma me equals RM equals, S/M, M equals S. This result follows tautologically from the logical method employed by Marx in the determination of prices of production. Because the total amount of surplus value, the limit, is taken as given in the determination of prices of production, the total amount of surplus value cannot possibly change as a result of this determination, cannot abolish the limits. The transformation of values into prices of production does not abolish the limits on profit, but simply affects its distribution among the various particular capitals of which the social capital is composed. 130. The equalization of profit rates across industries further obscures the origin of surplus value. Because profitus in fact distribute across industries according to the total capital invested, and not according to the amount of variable capital, profit appears to come equally from both the constant capital and variable capital components of the total capital. Marx argued that this illusion is a necessary form of appearance in capitalism because competition enforces the equalization of profit rates across industries. It is now purely accidental if the surplus value actually produced in a particular sphere of production, and therefore the profit, coincides with the profit content in the commodity sale price. The actual difference in magnitude between profit and surplus value in the various spheres of production, now completely conceals the true nature and origin of profit. Not only for the capitalist who has a particular interest in deceiving himself, but also for the worker. 131. 3.3 Commercial profit, Part 4 of Volume 3. The next particular form of surplus value explained in Volume 3 is commercial profit, or the profit collected by commercial capital. As discussed above in relation to the manuscript of 1861-63, commercial capital is capital which performs the circulation functions of buying and selling, and related activities, accounting, advertising, credit, etc. According to Marx's theory, these functions by themselves are unproductive of value and surplus value. Therefore, the existence of commercial profit appears to contradict this assumption of unproductive labor. As explained above, Marx's explanation of this apparent contradiction is that commercial capital receives its profit as a deduction from the surplus value produced by industrial, productive, capital. The general mechanism through which this deduction of commercial profit from the total surplus value occurs is through the difference between commercial capital's buying price and its selling price. Commercial capital buys commodities at less than their price of production and then sells these commodities at their price of production. This difference enables commercial capital to recover its cost and to collect the average rate of profit. In this method of determination of commercial profit, the prior determination of the total amount of surplus value is very clear. Commercial profit is a portion of the surplus value produced by productive capital as a whole. The limits of surplus value, i.e., the total amount of surplus value, is given, prior to the distribution of surplus value through competition among individual capitalists. Since commercial capital does not itself produce any surplus value, it is clear that the surplus value that accrues to it in the form of the average profit forms a portion of the surplus value produced by the productive capital as a whole. The question is how does commercial capital attract the part of the surplus value produced by productive capital that falls to its share? It is clear that the merchant can obtain his profit only from the price of the commodities he sells, and also that this profit which he makes on the sale of his commodities must be equal to the difference between his purchase price and his sale price. It must be equal to the excess of the latter over the former. 132. Commercial capital does not have a direct effect on the creation of profit or surplus value, and it enters as a determining element into the formation of the general rate of profit only insofar as it draws its dividends from the mass of profit that industrial capital produces, according to the proportion that it forms in the total capital. 133. If the limits of value and surplus value are given, it is easy to perceive how the competition between capitals transforms values into price of production and still further into commercial prices, transforming surplus value into average profit. But without these limits, there is absolutely no way of seeing why competition should reduce the general rate of profit to one limit rather than to another, to 15% or instead of 1,500%. 134. How then are the purchase price and the selling price of commercial capital determined? 135. With the inclusion of commercial capital, the general rate of profit, R, is now determined as the ratio of the predetermined total amount of surplus value to the sum of industrial capital, MP, and commercial capital, MC, not just to the industrial capital as before. 6. R equals S/MP plus MC, R equals S/MP. Therefore, the general rate of profit is less than what it was at the higher level of abstraction in the absence of commercial capital. Commercial capital's buying price or wholesale price, WP, or industrial capital's selling price, is then determined as follows, considering both the 132 Marx 1981, pages 395 to 6. 133 Marx 1981, p. 424. 134 Marx 1981, p. 429. 135 I will consider here only the simple case in which there are no additional costs of circulation beyond those necessary to purchase the commodities. For a consideration of the more complicated case with additional costs of circulation, see Mosel 1997. The production and distribution of surplus value 97. Total industrial capital and the total commercial capital, rather than individual capitals. 7. WP equals KP plus R, MP. Where KP is the cost price, the sum of variable capital and constant capital consumed. Since RR, the average profit added to the costs of production by industrial capital is less than in the absence of commercial capital. In this way, industrial capital appropriates a smaller share of the total surplus value. The remainder of the total surplus value is then received by commercial capital by adding the average profit to its buying price to determine its selling or retail price, or price of production, PP. 8. PP equals WP plus R, MC. Price of production are now different from those determined in Part 2 because the proportion of commercial capital will vary across industries and because the addition of commercial capital reduces the general rate of profit that is taken as given. This then is Marx's explanation of how commercial capital receives a share of the total surplus value even though it produces no surplus value. It is trivial to show that the sum of industrial profit, RMP, and commercial profit, RMC, determined in this way is equal to the predetermined total amount of surplus value 136. 9. RMP plus RMC equals R, MP plus MC, equals S / MP plus MC, MP plus MC, equals S. The only difference is that a part of this total amount of surplus value is now collected by commercial capital, rather than by industrial capital, by means of the above relative price mechanism. Marx presented a numerical example of this method of determination on p. 398 of Volume 3, and gave a similar example in an 1868 letter to Engels, which will be discussed below. The appropriation of profit by commercial capital further obscures the origin of surplus value. Since commercial profit receives a profit proportional to its total amount, just like industrial capital, it looks like profit is produced by commercial capital as well as by industrial capital. This illusion is enhanced by the effect that the rate of turnover of commercial capital has on the rate of profit. Example: a faster rate of turnover of commercial capital increases the rate of profit, see Chapter 18 of Volume 3. Again, these illusions arising from circulation necessarily arise in capitalism because the products of capitalism are commodities which must pass through the phases of circulation, and because capital must be invested to carry out these necessary functions of circulation, even though these functions do not themselves directly produce surplus value. As the reader will have recognized in dismay, the analysis of the interconnections of the capitalist production process is a very intricate thing and a work of great detail. It is the task of science to reduce the visible and merely apparent movement to the actual inner movement. Accordingly, it will be self-evident that in the heads of capitalist production and circulation, ideas must necessarily form about the laws of production that diverge completely from these laws and are merely the expression in consciousness of the apparent movement. The ideas of a merchant, a stock jobber or a banker are necessarily quite upside down. 137. 3.4 Interest, Part 5 of Volume 3. The next particular form of surplus value explained in Volume 3 is interest. According to Marx's theory, as discussed earlier in the manuscript of 1861-63, interest is simply a part of the total surplus value which the functioning capital, either industrial capital or commercial capital, has to pay to the lenders of capital for the use of the lender's capital. Again, the total amount of surplus value is predetermined and taken as given in the analysis of the division of this total surplus value into profit of enterprise and interest. Interest is nothing but a part of the profit, i.e. the surplus value, which the functioning capitalist, whether industrialist or merchant, must pay to the owner and lender of capital insofar as the capital he uses is not his own but borrowed. 138. Where a given whole such as profit is to be divided into two, the first thing that matters is of course the size of the whole to be divided, and the circumstances that determine the magnitude of the profit to be divided. The value produce of unpaid labor are very different from those that determine its distribution among these two types of capitalist. 139. The ratio in which profit is divided, and the different legal titles by which this division takes place, already assume that profit is ready-made and presuppose its existence. Profit is produced before this division takes place and before there can be any talk of it. 140. With the division into interest and profit of enterprise, the average profit itself sets the limit for the two together. It supplies the given amount of value they have to share between them, and this is all they have to share. See point 3, 1001. Marx developed for the first time in this manuscript his theory of the rate of interest, and he argued that there are no general, systematic laws that determine the rate of interest, as there is with the rate of profit. Therefore, there are no general laws that determine the relative shares of profit of enterprise and interest in the total surplus value. The rate of interest is instead determined by the supply and demand for capital as loan capital, which in turn depend on many other factors. The most relevant point for our purposes is that the maximum rate of interest is the rate of profit. This maximum limit for the rate of interest follows from the prior determination of the rate of profit, before the division of the total surplus value into profit of enterprise and interest. 141. Marx called interest the most fetishistic form of surplus value, because interest appears to arise solely for the nature of capital itself, with no necessary relation to labor or even production. Marx argued that this fetishism necessarily arises in capitalism because of the actual emergence of loan capital and the consequent actual division of the total surplus value into interest and profit of enterprise. Even capitalists who do not operate with borrowed capital nonetheless often divide their gross profit into interest and net profit. It is in interest-bearing capital, in the division of profit into interest and profit, that capital finds its most objectified form, its pure fetish form, and the nature of surplus value is presented as something which has altogether lost its identity. Capital, as an entity, appears here as an independent source of value. 142. The division of profit into profit of enterprise and interest, completes the autonomization of the form of surplus value, the ossification of its form as against its substance, its essence. Interest then seems independent both of the wage labor of the worker and the capitalist's own labor, it seems to derive from capital as its own independent source. 143. 3.5 Rent, Part 6 of Volume 3. The final particular form of surplus value explained in Volume 3 is land rent. Rent is explained as another part of the total surplus value which landlords are able, by their monopoly of the land, and other natural resources, to appropriate for themselves, rather than this surplus value being distributed among all capitalists. In this theory of rent, the total amount of surplus value is again taken as a given magnitude, as determined by the prior analysis of capital in general. This total amount of surplus value is split into profit and rent does not enter into the equalization of profit rates across industries. All ground rent is surplus value, the product of surplus labor. 144. The analysis of landed property in its various historical forms lies outside the scope of the present work. We are concerned with it only in so far as a portion of the surplus value that capital produces falls to the landowner. 145. In our analysis of ground rent, we intend to proceed first of all from the assumption that products that pay a rent of this kind, which means that a part of surplus value is reducible to rent, are sold like all other commodities at their prices of production. 146. Marx's theory of rent assumed that agriculture is organized on a capitalist basis, and that capital invested in agriculture receives the same average rate of profit as other industries. However, agriculture is unique in that productivity differentials of different lands are due in part to unequal natural fertilities, which cannot be eliminated by competition and the transfer of capital. As a result, the price of production of agricultural goods is determined by the labor time requirements on the least fertile land, rather than the labor time requirements on the land of average fertility. The greater quantity of goods produced by the same amount of labor on the more fertile lands will sell at the same price as goods produced on the least fertile land. Therefore, the goods produced on the more fertile land will contain a sustainable surplus profit, i.e., a profit over and above the average rate of profit. This surplus profit is transformed into differential rent that must be paid to landlords because of the landlord's private ownership of the land and thus their monopolization of the benefits of the greater natural fertility. Capital profit, profit of enterprise plus interest, and ground rent are thus nothing but particular components of the surplus value, categories in which the surplus value is distinguished according to whether it accrues to capital or landed property, designations which in no way affect its essence. Added together, they form the total of surplus value. Capital directly pumps from the workers the surplus labor that is expressed in surplus value and surplus product. 147. The collection of rent by landlords further obscures the origin of surplus value because it makes it appear as if surplus value arises from the natural fertility of the land. Indeed, to some, like the physiocrats, it even appears that all of surplus value, not just rent, originates from the natural fertility of the land. Finally, besides capital as an independent source of surplus value, there appears landed property, as a limit to the average profit which transfers a portion of the surplus value to a class that neither works itself nor directly exploits workers, and cannot even, like interest-bearing capital, launch forth in edifying homilies about the risk and sacrifice in lending capital. Since in this case one part of the surplus value seems directly bound up not with social relations but rather with a natural element, the earth, the form of mutual alienation and ossification of the various portions of surplus value is complete, the interconnection definitively torn asunder and its source completely buried, precisely through the assertion of their autonomy vis-a-vis each other by the various relations of production which are bound up with the different material elements of production process. 148. 3.6 Revenue and its sources, Part 7 of Volume 3, we come finally to Part 7, entitled Revenue and its Sources, which is seldom discussed in the literature, but which I think is very important. Part 7 provides the culmination of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value in Volume 3 of Capital. It makes the main points of Volume 3 very clear. 1. The distribution of surplus value into its individual parts. 2. The prior determination of the total amount of surplus value, and 3. The necessary, but false, appearance of the individual parts of surplus value as separate and independent sources of value. The main chapter is Chapter 50 on the illusion created by competition. The illusion is that each of the particular forms of surplus value appears to have its own separate and independent source. 149 The quantitative premise of the prior determination of the total surplus value is clearly expressed throughout Part 7. The predetermined total surplus value is the limit of the sum of the individual parts. Profit, profit of enterprise plus interest, and rent are nothing more than characteristic forms assumed by particular portions of the surplus value. In commodities, the size of the surplus value sets a quantitative limit for the parts it can be broken down into. 150. The sum of average profit plus ground rent can never be greater than the quantity of which these are parts, and this is already given before the division. 151. We have thus an absolute limit for the value component that forms surplus value and can be broken down into profit and ground rent. This is determined by the excess of the unpaid portion of the working day over its paid portion, i.e., by the value component of the total product in which the surplus labor is realized. If we call this surplus value whose limits are thus determined profit, when it is calculated on the total capital advanced, as we have already done, then this profit, considered in its absolute amount, is equal to the surplus value, i.e. it is just as regularly determined in its limits as this is. It is the ratio between the total surplus value and the total social capital advanced in production. If this capital is 500, and the surplus value is 100, the absolute limit to the rate of profit is 20%. The division of the social profit as measured by this rate among the capitals applied in the various different spheres of production produces price of production which diverge from commodity values and which are the actual averages governing market prices. But this divergence from values abolishes neither the determination of prices by values nor the limits imposed on profit by our laws. This surcharge of 20% is itself determined by the surplus value created by the total social capital, and its proportion to the value of this capital, and this is why it is 20% and not 10% or 100%. The transformation of values into prices of production does not abolish the limits to profit, but simply affects its distribution among the various particular capitals of which the social capital is composed. 152. This last passage is a concise summary of Marx's theory of prices of production, in which it is clearly stated that the general rate of profit, the surcharge, is determined prior to prices of production, and is determined by the aggregate ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital. Marx's theory of the total amount of surplus value, presented in Volume I, is of course based on the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value is itself based on essentially the same premise of the relation between the whole and the parts, that the total amount of value, or the total price, is determined prior to its division into individual parts, or individual forms of income. The total surplus value sets the limit of the sum of the individual components. Leaving aside the constant capital component of the total price, the total new value produced in a given period is divided into wages plus the various forms of surplus value discussed in Volume 3. Marx emphasized repeatedly in Part 7, and especially Chapter 50, that the labor theory of value assumes that the total amount of new value is determined prior to its division into wages and profit and rent, etc. The distribution rather presupposes the substance as already present, i.e. the total value of the annual product, which is nothing more than objectified social labor. 153. It is forgotten that the value of commodities is the basis and that the breakdown of this commodity value into particular components, and the further development of these value components into forms of revenue, their transformation into relations that the various owners of the different agents of production have to these particular value components, their distribution among these owners according to particular categories and titles, in no way alter the value determination and its law. Just as little is the law of value affected by the fact that the equalization of profit, i.e. the distribution of the total surplus value among the various capitals, gives rise to governing average prices for commodities that diverge from their values. This again affects only the addition of surplus value to the various commodity prices, it does not abolish surplus value itself, nor the total value of commodities as the source of these various price components. 154. The commodity value of $250 thus produced, and determined by the amount of labor objectified in it, sets the limit to the dividends that worker, capitalist, and landlord can draw from this value in the form of revenue, wages, profit, and rent. 155. The value freshly added each year by new labor, can be separated out and resolved into the different revenue forms of wages, profit, and rent. This in no way alters the limits of the value itself, the sum of the value that is divided between these different categories. In the same way, a change in the ratio of these individual portions among themselves cannot affect their sum, this given sum of value. What is given first, therefore, is the mass of commodity values to be divided into wages, profit, and rent. 156. Marx also contrasted his theory of value and surplus value with essentially the opposite view held by the vulgar economists, that the forms of income are first determined separately and independently and then the total amounts of value and surplus value are determined as the sum of these individual forms of income. According to this view, the different forms of revenue, wages, profit, and rent, are themselves independent sources of value, rather than being parts of a predetermined total value. Marx called this opposite view the Trinity formula or the illusions created by competition. It is correct to say that the value of a commodity insofar as it represents freshly added labor, is always reducible to three elements, wages, profit, and rent, which constitute the three forms of revenue, while the respective value magnitudes, i.e. the aliquot parts that these form of the total value, are determined by different specific laws that have already been developed. It would be wrong however to say that the value of wages, the rate of profit and the rate of rent are independent constituent elements of value, with the value of the commodity, arising from their combination. In other words, it would be wrong to say that these form constituent components of commodity value or the price of production. 157. Thus if the portion of commodity value representing labor freshly added, breaks down into different portions which assume mutually independent shapes in the form of revenues, this does not in any way mean that wages, profit and ground rent are now to be considered as the constituent elements, with the governing price of commodities, itself arising from their combination or sum. In actual fact commodity value is the quantitative premise, the sum total value of wages, profit, and rent, whatever their relative mutual magnitudes might be. In the false conception considered here, however, wages, profit and rent are three independent value magnitudes, whose total produces, limits, and determines the magnitude of commodity value. 158. This novelty of 100 is alphatus available for division into the three forms of revenue. If we call wages profit and ground rents the sum of plus y plus z, in our present case, is always equals 100. In the minds of the industrialists, merchants and bankers and the vulgar economists as well, things proceed quite differently. For them it is not the commodity value that is given as 100, after this 100 then being divided up into X, Y, and Z. Instead, the price of the commodity is simply put together out of the value magnitudes of wages, profit, and rent, which are determined independently of the commodity's value and of one another. 159. Marx argued that this illusion, the opposite view, necessarily arises in capitalism because individual capitalists, in their everyday practical calculations, do in fact regard these different forms of income as given and independent magnitudes, i.e., as the magnitudes then prevailing in the economy. Individual capitalists are not interested in a scientific analysis of value and distribution. They simply take the forms of income as given, as they actually exist in the economy. These forms of income are to be determined in separate and independent ways, and the total price appears to be determined as the sum of these individual parts. Marx also argued in Part 7 that vulgar economics simply took these everyday perceptions of individual capitalists as its starting point and tried to give these perceptions some coherence and profundity. Vulgar economics actualito as nothing more than interpret systematis and turn into apologetics the notions of agents trapped within bourgeois relations of production. 160. The vulgar economist does nothing more than translate the peculiar notions of the competition-enslaved capitalist into an ostensibly more theoretical and generalist language, and attempt to demonstrate the validity of these notions. 161. Therefore, at the end of Volume 3, Marx arrived at the point that he promised in the first paragraph of Volume 3, the explanation of the different forms of appearance of surplus value on the surface of capitalist society and in the consciousness of individual capitalists. For Volume I of Capital. We come now to the final drafts of Volume I of Capital. In these final versions, Marx no longer used the term capital in general, but he simply used the term capital or capital as such or the inner nature of capital to mean the same thing, the general form of capital, whose essential nature is the production of surplus value, as opposed to individual capitals and particular forms of capital. The theory presented in these final versions of Volume I is essentially the same theory as presented in earlier drafts, and this theory is still primarily about the most essential property that all capitals have in common, the production of surplus value. Therefore, it seems obvious that Marx is still using the same logical framework as before, only without using the Hegelian term capital in general, probably as an attempt to popularize his theory at the incessant urging of Engels. The fact that Volume I is about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole is especially clear in a number of key chapters in Volume I that will be briefly reviewed. To begin with, Chapter 4 is entitled The General Formula for Capital and defines the general concept of capital in the same way as before, as money advanced into circulation in order to make more money. Marx emphasizes in Chapter 4, as he had in the manuscript of 1861-63, that this formula applies to all forms of capital, and that is why it is called the general formula, pages 256-7. Since this general formula applies to all capitals, it also applies to the total social capital, as before. The theory explains the total surplus value of the capitalist class as a whole. 162. In Chapter 5, Marx argued, as in the manuscript of 1861-63, that the capitalist class as a whole cannot defraud itself, thereby indicating again that Marx's theory is about the total surplus value of the capitalist class as a whole. And he again made the methodological comment that the particular forms of commercial capital and interest-bearing capital can be explained only after the general form of capital has been explained, i.e., only after the general form of surplus value, or the total surplus value, has been explained, which is the task of Volume I. Chapter 6 derives the necessary condition for the appropriation of surplus value by the capitalist class as a whole, the existence of a class of wage laborers who own no means of production themselves, and therefore must sell their labor power to capitalists in order to survive. This precondition clearly applies to the capitalist mode of production as a whole. Marx states that capital, and wage labor, announces a new epoch in the process of social production. 163 Marx is not talking here about individual capitals, nor about individual industries, but rather about the capitalist mode of production in its entirety. The capitalist mode of production requires a class of property-less workers. In Chapter 7, the general theory of surplus value is presented and illustrated again in terms of an individual worker, a spinner of yarn. However, Marx's theory is clearly not just about the surplus value produced by this single yarn spinner, but is rather about the surplus value produced by each and every worker, and thus about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole. The determinants of surplus value, the total working day, the intensity of labor and the necessary labor time, are the same for all workers. This important point is made explicit in Chapter 11, the rate and mass of surplus value, which provides a summary of Marx's theory of surplus value to that point, which includes in lie absolute surplus value not yet relative surplus value. This chapter begins with the same example of an average representative individual worker as in earlier chapters, with variable capital equals 3 shillings and surplus value equals 3 shillings. Then Marx states that if 100 workers are employed simultaneously by a given capital, then the total variable capital of all workers together will equal 300 shillings and the total surplus value will also equal 300 shillings, i.e., V equals NVA and S equals NSA, where VA and SA are the average variable capital and the average surplus value per worker, respectively. Also obscures the Hegelian roots of Marx's theory. The last sentence of Chapter 4 is a mixture of the rigorous term and the popularized term, M. C. M is in fact therefore the general formula for capital, in the form in which it appears directly in the sphere of circulation, Marx 1977, p. 257. Later in Chapter 11, Marx briefly applies the same method of aggregation to the economy as a whole. Marx states, "The labor which is set in motion by the total capital of society may be regarded as a single working day. If, for example, the number of workers is 1,000,000 and the average working day is 10 hours, the social working day consists of 10 million hours. With a given length of the working day, the mass of surplus value can be increased only by increasing the number of workers, i.e., by increasing the size of the working population. 164. This passage is clear evidence that the theory of surplus value in volume I applies to the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole. Marx's point here is that with a given working day, and necessary labor, this total surplus value can be increased only by increasing the number of workers. Further important evidence that volume I is about the total surplus value produced by the working class as a whole is provided by chapters 10 to 18, which are about the two main ways to increase the amount of surplus value produced by the working class as a whole. 1. Increase the length of the working day, absolute surplus value, and 2. Reduce the necessary labor time by technological change which increases the productivity of labor, relative surplus value. Chapter 10 is about the first determinant of surplus value, the length of the working day. This chapter is about the determination of the length of the working day for the working class as a whole, not the length of the working day for individual workers or groups of workers. Marx argued that the length of the working day is determined by a class struggle between the capitalist class as a whole and the working class as a whole. Since the amount of surplus value produced depends in part on the length of the working day, and varies positively with the working day, capitalists will strive to lengthen the working day or at least will resist attempts by workers to reduce it. Workers, on the other hand, have a vested interest in reducing the length of the working day in order to provide more free time for leisure, recreation, etc. Therefore, the length of the working day will be determined by the society-wide class struggle between capitalists and workers, the outcome of which depends on the relative balance of forces between these two classes. Chapter 12 on relative surplus value derives capitalism's inherent tendency toward technological change, and Marx emphasizes that this tendency is derived on the basis of the inner nature of capital, i.e., of capital in general, and that a scientific analysis of competition is possible only after an explanation of the inner laws of capital. While it is no intention here to consider the way in which the immanent laws of capitalist production manifest themselves in the external movement of the individual capitals, assert themselves as the coercive laws of competition, and therefore enter into the consciousness of the individual capitalist as the motives which drive him forward. This much is clear: a scientific analysis of competition is possible only if we can grasp the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are intelligible only to someone who is acquainted with their real motions, which are not perceptible to the senses. 165. Once again, the theory of relative surplus value and technological change is illustrated by a single worker. However, this theory clearly applies, not just to a single worker, but to all workers together. The effect of technological change on the price of wage goods, and hence on necessary labor and surplus labor, is a general effect, which happens to all workers. Therefore, technological change will not only reduce necessary labor and increase surplus labor for the single worker in this illustration, but will do so for the working class as a whole. In the introduction to Part 7 of Volume I, Marx gives a preview of Volumes 2 and 3 to come. For Volume 3, he says that surplus value that is produced by productive capital is split into different individual parts, and that this will be the subject of Volume 3. Its fragments fall to various categories of person, and take on various mutually independent forms, such as profit, interest, gains made through trade, ground rent, etc. We shall be able to deal with these modified forms of surplus value only in Volume 3.166. Before the modified forms of surplus value can be dealt with, the general form of surplus value must first be explained, and this is the task of Volume I. Finally, the main point of Chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation, is the effects of the accumulation of the total social capital on the working class as a whole. Marx says this in the first sentence of the chapter. The adjective general in this title, similar to the title of Chapter 4, indicates that this law applies to all capitals, i.e., to capital in general, not to individual capitals or individual industries. The main factor in this analysis is the composition of the total social capital, the ratio of constant capital to variable capital for the economy as a whole, and the tendency of this ratio to increase over time as a result of technological change. The increase in the composition of the total social capital reduces the demand for the labor power of workers, and hence increases unemployment, or the industrial reserve army, of the working class as a whole. The general law of capitalist accumulation is that the capitalist mode of production tends to produce both increasing wealth in the hands of capitalists and increasing poverty suffered by workers. In sum, the macro nature of Marx's theory of surplus value in Volume I is not always obvious, but it is clear from this review of these key chapters in Volume I and the earlier drafts of Volume I discussed in this chapter. 5. 3 important letters in 1867-8. In the months following the publication of the first edition of Volume I, Marx wrote 3 important letters that are relevant to our subject. In August 1867, Marx wrote a letter to Engels in which he stated, in Hegelian terms, that one of the 2 best points of his book was the treatment of the general form of surplus value prior to and independently of its particular forms. The best points in Mabukare, 2, the treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, rent, etc. The treatment of the particular forms by classical economy, where they are forever jumbled up together with the general form, is an alyapatrida hodgepodge. 167. 5 months later, in January 1868, Marx made a similar comment in another letter to Engels. This time the prior treatment of the general form of surplus value is described as the first of 3 fundamentally new elements of his book, and the particular forms of surplus value are expressed as different fragments. 1. That in contrast to all previous political economy, which from the outset treats the particular fragments of surplus value with their fixed forms of rent, profit, and interest as already given, I begin by dealing with the general form of surplus value, in which all these elements are still undifferentiated, in solution, as it were. Point 168. These statements are reminiscent of the opening statement with which Marx began the theories of surplus value in the manuscript of 1861-63, discussed above. Clearly, this distinction between the general form of surplus value and its particular forms was an extremely important part of Marx's logical method. A few months later, April 1868, Marx wrote an important letter to Engels in which he explained to Engels what Book 3 is all about. Section 3 has now become Book 3 and will eventually become Volume 3. Engels had asked Marx how he explained merchant profit and how the rate of profit is determined with merchant capital. Point 169. In order to answer this question, Marx replied with a long and detailed summary of Book 3. 170. By this time in his life and theoretical development, Marx had a very clear idea of the subject matter and the overall logical structure of Book 3, and its relation to Books I and II. Therefore, this letter provides very important evidence concerning the logic of Book 3, Volume 3. I think it should be considered Marx's final and definitive statement on Book 3. The reader is urged to read the 4-page letter in its entirety. Marx began his summary of Book 3 by clearly stating its main overall subject. In Book 3, we then come to the conversion of surplus value into its different forms and separate component parts. In other words, we come to the distribution of surplus value. The letter then summarizes each of the 7 parts of Volume 3, which correspond exactly to the 7 parts of Marx's draft of Volume 3 in the manuscript of 1864-65, which Marx no doubt had in front of him as he wrote the letter to Engels. The summary of Part 1 begins with the main points emphasized above, that profit is only another name for surplus value, and that there is no quantitative difference between them. Profit is for us, for the time being, only another name or another category of surplus value. As owing to the form of wages, the whole of labor appears to be paid for, the unpaid part of labor seems necessarily to come not from labor but from capital, and not from the variable part of capital but from capital as a whole. As a result, surplus value assumes the form of profit, without there being any quantitative difference between the one and the other. After discussing the important concept of cost price 171, Marx then summarized his analysis of the determination of the rate of profit by the rate of surplus value and the relative quantities of constant capital and variable capital, i.e., by the composition of capital, which Marx said has of course been hitherto inexplicable to everybody. Then Marx made the following important methodological comment. The laws thus found, hold good no matter how the surplus value is later divided among the producer, etc. This can only change the form of appearance. Moreover, they remain directly applicable if M/C plus V is treated as the relation of the socially produced surplus value to social capital. 172. In other words, the laws concerning the relation between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value derived in Part 1 apply direct light at the socially produced surplus value and the social capital. These laws hold good no matter how surplus value is later divided up among the producer, etc. The later division of the total surplus value only changes the forms of appearance of this total surplus value, it does not change this total magnitude. Marx's summary of Part 2 clearly states the determination of the general rate of profit by the ratio of the total surplus value to the total capital, prior to the determination of prices of production. This rate of profit, expressed absolutely, can be nothing but the surplus value produced, annually, by the capitalist class in relation to the total of social capital advanced. For instance, if the social capital equals 400C plus 100V and the surplus value annually produced by it equals 100s, then, the rate of profit is 20%. This is the general rate of profit. The price thus equalized, which divides up the social surplus value equally among the various masses of capital in proportion to their sizes, is the price of production of commodities, the center around which the oscillation of the market prices moves. Marx called this equalization of profit rates through prices of production a kind of capitalist communism, in which each capital receives a fractional part of the total surplus value proportionate to the part of the total social capital that it forms. Marx's summary of Part 4 on merchant capital and merchant profit, which finally answers Engels's question, is another clear and unambiguous statement that the total amount of surplus value is determined prior to its division into individual parts, in this case, prior to its division into industrial profit and commercial profit. Marx extended the numerical example in his summary of Part 2, see above, to include a merchant capital equals 100. Since the total amount of surplus value remains the same, equals 100, the general rate of profit is reduced from 20% to 16 2/3%. This new, lower general rate of profit is then taken as given in the determination of both the selling price of industrial capital, what I have called the wholesale price, and the selling price of commercial capital, what I have called the retail price, as discussed above. Until now we have only dealt with productive capital. Now there enters modifications through merchant capital. According to our previous assumption, the productive capital of society equals 500 millions or billions, n import. And the formula was 400C plus 100V plus 100M. The general rate of profit P equals 20%. Now let the merchant capital equals 100. So, the 100M has now to be calculated on 600 instead of 500. The general rate of profit is therefore reduced from 20% to 16 2/3%. The price of production now equals 583. The merchant sells at 600 and therefore realizes 16 2/3% on his 100, as much as the productive capitalists, or in other words, he appropriates 1/6 of the social surplus value. The commodities, considered in their aggregate and on a social scale, are sold at their value. 173. The summary of Part 5 is very brief, but again makes clear that the total surplus value and the general rate of profit are predeterminate and presupposed in the division of the total surplus value into profit and interest. We have an outdosed profit at the formen Wicketapierson practice, i.e. according to our assumption, 16 2/3%. Next comes the division of this profit into entrepreneur's gain and interest. For Part 6, there is only one phrase, perhaps Marx was running out of steam in his letter. Transformation of surplus profit into rent. This phrase by itself is not completely clear, but we know from the prior discussions of Marx's theory of rent in the manuscript of 1861-63 and the manuscript of 1864-65 that this means that landlords are able to appropriate a share of the total surplus value as rent, the surplus profit produced in agriculture, due to their monopoly ownership of the land by the pricing mechanism discussed above. Finally, Marx's summary of Part 7 emphasizes his critique of the vulgar conception, according to which each of the different forms of income, wages and profit and rent, has a separate and independent source, and the value of commodities is determined by adding up these independent forms of income. As discussed above, Marx's conception is the opposite, that the total value is determined prior to its division into individual parts, or individual forms of income. At last we have arrived at the forms of manifestation which serve as the starting point in the vulgar conception: rent, coming from the land, profit, interest, from capital, wages from labor. But from our standpoint things now look different. The apparent movement is explained. Therefore, I think this letter provides very strong evidence in support of the interpretation of Volume 3 presented in this paper. The main overall subject is the distribution of surplus value and the particular forms of surplus value, and the key quantitative premise of the prior determination of the total amount of surplus value is clearly and unambiguously stated, especially in the summaries of Parts 1, 2, and 4. 6. Conclusion. I conclude from this long review of all the drafts of Capital and these important relevant letters that Marx was clear and consistent throughout all the drafts about the relation between the general form of surplus value and the particular forms of surplus value, which in quantitative terms is the relation between the total surplus value and the individual parts of surplus value. The general form of surplus value and the total quantity of surplus value are determined first at the level of capital in general, and then the particular forms and the individual parts of surplus value are determined subsequently at the level of abstraction of competition. The total surplus value is clearly primary and determined prior to its division into individual parts. In the subsequent division of the total surplus value into individual parts, the total surplus value is taken as given, as already determined by the prior analysis of capital in general, and its quantity does not change as a result of its division into individual parts. The general form of surplus value must be determined prior to its particular forms, otherwise, there are theoretical errors and a hodgepodge. Marx discovered this logical framework while developing his general theory of surplus value in the Grundrisse. He began to develop his theory of the particular forms of surplus value in the manuscript of 1861-63, and then further developed this theory in the manuscript of 1864, 65. In the Triumphant Days after finally publishing Volume I, Marx referred to this aspect of his theory as one of the best points of his theory and fundamentally new. And included today. That this aspect of Marx's logical method is still fundamentally unique and different from all other economic theories. Chapter 4. The Circuit of Money Capital, M presupposed. The complete form of the process is therefore M, C, M, where M equals M plus delta M, i.e. the original sum advanced plus an increment. This increment or excess over the original value I call surplus value. Point 1. If the original capital is a quantum of value equals X, it becomes capital and fulfills its purpose by changing into X plus delta X, into a quantum of money or value equals the original sum plus a balance over the original sum. In other words, it is transformed into the given amount of money plus additional money, into the given value plus surplus value. 2. Before production began, we had a capital of £500. After production is over, we have the capital of £500 plus a value increment of £100.3. The relation between the value preposited to production and the value which results from it, capital as preposited value is capital in contrast to profit, constitutes the all-embracing and decisive factor in the whole process of capitalist production. Point 4. The starting point of the circulation of capital is money exchange value become independent. Point 5. Money therefore forms the starting point and the conclusion of every valorization process. Point 6. The characteristic feature of variable capital is that a definite, given, i.e. in this sense constant, part of capital, a given sum of value, assumed to be equal to the value of the labor power, although it is immaterial here whether the wage is the same as, or more or less than, the value of the labor power, is exchanged for a force that valorizes itself and creates value. Labor power which not on liar produces the value paid toit with capitalist butyl sa producer plus value. A value thought did not previously exist and is not bought with an equivalent. Point 7. If we take society at any one moment, there exists simultaneously in all spheres of production, a definite constant capital, presupposed as a condition of production, a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. Point 8. Since the elements of capitalist production already enter the process of production as commodities, i.e. with specific prices, it follows that the value added by the constant capital is already given in terms of a price. For example, in the present case it is £80 for flax, machinery, etc. 9. The cost price of a commodity is a given precondition independent of the capitalist's production. Point 10. Value equals cost price plus surplus value. V equals K plus S price of production equals cost price plus profit. P equals K plus P. 11. I argued in Chapter 1 that the basic logical framework of Marx's theory is the circuit of money capital, M, C, P, C, M, and that this logical structure implies that the initial money capital M is takenas given as the initial data in Marx's theory, both in the theory of the production of surplus value in volume I and in the theory of the distribution of surplus value in volume 3, for the following reasons: 1. M is the starting point of the circuit of money capital, and thus M is the starting point of Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital, and 2. C is the first phase of the circulation of money capital, which takes place in the sphere of circulation, prior to production, so that the presuppositions of Marx's theory of surplus value in the sphere of production come from previously existing quantities of money capital advanced in the sphere of circulation. The Mangolan purpose of the circuit of money capital, i.e. of capitalism, is to convert a given, previously existing quantity of money capital M into a greater quantity of money capital M, equals M plus delta M, through the production and sale of commodities. Therefore, the main question of Marx's theory of the circuit of money capital is precisely how the initial M becomes M plus delta M, and Marx's theory of delta M takes M as given, the previously existing initial quantity of money capital advanced, that is to become capital by increasing its magnitude. And the crucial point for the transformation problem is that, in Marx's theory of prices of production in volume 3, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given, as in the volume I theory of the total surplus value, the actual quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the first phase of the circulation of money capital. Point 12. The only difference is that in volume 3 the individual quantities of constant capital and variable capital advanced are also taken as given, in addition to the total constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in volume I, the Ms in each industry, in addition to the total M for the economy as a whole. The question that Marx's theory of prices of production in part 2 of volume 3 is intended to answer is this: how is the original Me advanced and consumed in each industry recovered, and the total surplus value distributed in proportion to the Ms advanced in each industry? For this question, the appropriate initial givens are the initial Ms in each industry which have to be recovered before any surplus value can be distributed. These given Ms become determining factors of the prices of production of commodities, similar to the total M in the theory of total surplus value in volume I. That is why Marx did not fail to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production, because no such transformation is necessary or appropriate in Marx's theory. The inputs of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory of prices of production in volume 3 are the same actual quantities of money capital advanced in the real capitalist economy as inputs in Marx's theory of total surplus value in volume I. There are not two systems in Marx's theory, a value system and a price system, with two sets of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital. Instead, there is only one system in Marx's theory, the actual capitalist economy, assumed to be in long-run equilibrium, with one set of magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital, which is first analyzed at the aggregate level and then is analyzed at the industry level. Therefore, there is no transformation of constant capital and variable capital to be made, or the only transformation is disaggregation. Constant capital and variable capital are the same actual quantities of money capital at both levels of abstraction. This chapter will present considerable textual evidence to support this monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory. We will examine the same four drafts of capital as in chapter 3, plus another short manuscript, the results, which was written between the manuscript of 1861-63 and the manuscript of 1864-65, and which was intended as a transition from volume I to volume 2 of Capital. In this chapter, I use Marx's terminology of the value of commodities rather than my term the value price of commodities, in chapter 2, in order to be consistent with the many passages quoted from Marx's writings in this chapter. Marx's meaning of value in these passages is almost always the form of appearance of value, i.e., money and prices, not the substance of value, abstract labor, or the magnitude of value, socially necessary labor time. Therefore, Marx's meaning in these passages, unless otherwise noted, is the same as my term value price. 1. The Grundriss. In the introduction to the Grundriss on the method of political economy, Marx stated that capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society, and therefore should be the central concept in a theory of capitalism. 13 Capital is itself defined by Marx in terms of money, and therefore the Grundriss begins with the chapter on money, as the necessary preliminary for the much longer chapter on capital. 1.1 Chapter on Money. The chapter on money discusses three main functions of money: measure of value, medium of circulation, and abstract representative of wealth, money as money. The transition from money to capital is based on the third function of representation of wealth. This transition from money to capital is discussed more fully in the text, which is a draft of the last part of Chapter 2 of the Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy on Money, written soon after the Grundriss and published for the first time in English in 1987 in Marx and Engels' Collected Works, Volume 29. This draft will also be discussed along with the Grundriss, referred to as Marx 1987b. In the function of the abstract representative of wealth, Marx emphasized that money acquires an independent and autonomous existence, i.e., independent of circulation, simply as a quantity of money in the possession of some owner. Money, then, has an independent existence outside of circulation, it has stepped outside it. 14. Money as universal form of wealth as exchange of value become independent, confronts the whole world of wealth. 15. These independently existing money is the starting point and the presupposition of the circuit of capital. Capital comes initially from circulation, and, moreover, its point of departure is money. Money is the first form in which capital appears as such. 16. Circulation, and exchange value deriving from circulation, i.e., money, the presupposition of capital. 17. This money as abstract wealth, which exists independently of circulation, is also a definite quantity of money. Indeed, since it is pure abstract wealth, the only thing that matters about money in this function is its quantity. The only difference between various holdings of money is their quantity. As money in this third role, the amount of itself so finity quantity is essential. If its general quality as general wealth is given, there is no difference within it, other than the quantitative. 18. And if the quantity of money is all that matters in this function as abstract wealth, then it is a small step to the goal of more money. Therefore, in order to better perform its function of abstract wealth, money is thrown back into circulation in order to increase its quantity. This is the way that a definite quantity of money is transformed into capital, and this is the starting point of that transformation. Independently existing money, that stands outside of circulation, is thrown back into circulation in order to increase its magnitude and extract more money from circulation, and in this way the presupposed independent quantity of money becomes capital. As the material representative of universal wealth, money is realized only when it is thrown back into circulation. 19. As a form of universal wealth, as exchange value become independent, money is incapable of any other movement but the quantitative one, to expand itself. 20. Resulting from circulation as adequate exchange value and independent but again entering circulation, in it and through it perpetuating and valorizing, multiplying, itself, money is capital. 21. In order to express the circuit of money capital succinctly, Marx began to use the, now familiar, symbolic formula, M, C, M, and to contrast it with the simple circuit of commodities, C, M, C. We will see in the next section that this formula becomes much more prominent in the manuscript of 1861-63, and becomes the basic logical framework of Marx's theory of capital. 1.2 Chapter on Capital. In order to explain how money capital accomplishes this goal of becoming more money, and thus becomes capital, Marx's theory takes as given the initial independently existing quantity of money capital, and uses this presupposed M to explain M and delta M, as explained in Chapter 2. Thus, When Marx makes the transition in his theory from money to capital, this independently existing quantity of money is assumed to exist and to have been thrown into circulation, and this pre-existing quantity of money is the starting point of the circuit of capital, and is taken as given as such in the subsequent theory of how the initial M becomes M plus delta M. We have so far examined only one side of capital, that of its self-preservation in and by circulation. The other equally important side is that exchange value is presupposed, as money. Point 22. We have seen that the original presupposition of the coming into being of capital is the existence of money, i.e. as money which has withdrawn from circulation and asserts itself negatively towards it, i.e. value which has become independent from and against circulation, i.e. value as money. 23. The chapter on capital thus begins with given quantities of money as its elementary premise, the original capital. Surplus value is defined as the difference between the price of the product and the presupposed original components of capital. The surplus value which capital has at the end of the production process, a surplus value which, as a higher price of the product, is greater than that which was present in the original components of capital. Point 24. The original presupposed quantity of capital is divided into two main components, that purchase as means of production and that purchase as labor power. Marx had not yet articulated the concepts of constant capital and variable capital. Marx emphasizes that these two components play entirely different roles in the determination of the value and surplus value of the product. The part of the presupposed original capital that purchases means of production, i.e., what Marx later called constant capital, is transferred to the value of the product, and thus remains unchanged in quantity, 60 thalers in Marx's main example. Point 25. There is a long discussion of the transfer of this means of production component of the original capital to the value of the product. Point 26. This pre-existing old value is presupposed and is preserved in the value of the product. Since this component of the presupposed original capital remains unchanged, it cannot be a source of surplus value. Surplus value is possibly only if the value produced by labor is greater than the other component of the presupposed original capital that is exchanged for labor power, which Marx called labor capacity in the Grundriss, i.e., if the new value produced is greater than the presupposed price of labor, in Marx's example, 80 thalers 40 thalers. In other words, surplus value is possible only if it takes only a part of the working day for workers to produce new value which is equivalent to their presupposed money wages, so that the remainder of the working day produces surplus value for capital. Marx put it this way. This surplus value in turn is possible only if the labor objectified in the price of labor is smaller than the living labor time purchased with it. Point 27. The labor objectified in the price of labor is the labor required for workers to produce a value equivalent to the presupposed price of labor, power, or to the money capital advanced to purchase labor power. The presupposed price of labor power is equal to the price of the means of subsistence, which is assumed in this draft to be equal to the value of the means of subsistence, i.e., is proportional to the labor time required to produce means of subsistence. Marx also made a similar assumption about the price of the means of production, that it is proportional to the labor time required to produce means of production. Marx had not yet developed his theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production, and thus he did not discuss in the Grundriss the possibility that the prices of the means of subsistence and means of production might not be equal to their values. However, we will see below that in the manuscript of 1861-63, Marx began to develop his theory of prices of production, and he also began to discuss the possibility that the prices of the means of subsistence and means of production are also equal to their prices of production, not their values, and to consider the implications of this important point for his theory of value and surplus value. 1.3 Capital and Profit. We saw in Chapter 3 that Section 3 of the Grundriss introduces the concept of profit, which is defined as identical in magnitude to surplus value, but this identical magnitude is viewed in relation to the total capital advanced, M, rather than just to the capital advanced to purchase labor power, its real source, according to Marx's theory. The point to emphasize here is that the total capital to which profit is related is described as the presupposed capital, which must be replaced by the value of the product, and profit is defined as the excess of the price of the product over this presupposed capital. Surplus value, thus measured by the value of the presupposed capital, is profit M. Surplus value in the form of profit is measured by the total value of the capital presupposed to production. Point 28. In relation to profit, the value of the capital presupposed in production appears as advances, production costs which must be replaced in the product. After deduction of the part of the price that replaces them, the production costs, the excess forms the profit. Point 29. And 2 pages after this last passage, Marx made the important observation that, since capital obtains the means of production and labor through exchange, i.e., capital purchases them in the sphere of circulation, these initial elements of capital are already there, prior to production, in the form of the prices paid for the means of production and labor, and these already there elements of capital are presupposed as such in the determination of the value and surplus value of the output. In so far as capital obtains, purchases, raw material, instrument and labor by means of exchange, its elements themselves are already there in the form of prices, already posited as prices, preposited to capital. The way the market price of its product compares with the preposited prices of its elements becomes decisive for it. 30. We can see that the decisive comparison for capital is the difference between the price of the output and the presupposed prices of the elements of production. This difference is the quantity of surplus value produced, which is the main phenomenon that Marx's theory is intended to explain. The Grundriss, together with the Urtext, is of course just the first draft of capital, and there were 3 more drafts to come. But already Marx was clear that the general framework for his theory of capital would be the circulation of money capital, M, C, M, that the main goal of his theory is to explain the total surplus value, delta M, produced in the capitalist economy as a whole, and that the original capital, M, would be presupposed in his theory of value and surplus value, i.e., in his theory of how the initial presupposed M becomes M plus delta M as a result of the production and sale of commodities. 2 Manuscript of 1861-63. 2.1 Second draft of Theory of Surplus Value as discussed in the Chapter 3, the manuscript of 1861-63 began with a second draft of Marx's Theory of Surplus Value, which later turned out to be parts 2 to 4 of Volume I of Capital. This second draft was published for the first time in English in 1988 in Marx and Engels' Collected Works, Volume 30, and is very interesting and important. This draft is much more clearly developed than the rough and exploratory first draft in the Grundriss, and it includes more methodological comments than the popularized final versions of Volume I, similar in this respect to the Grundriss, among which there are also remarks on the inputs to the valorization process. The title of the first section is The Clear and Significant Transformation of Money into Capital, which begins with a subsection entitled The General Form of Capital and the Symbolic Representation M, C, M, the logical framework for Marx's theory of capital. Thus, we can see again that capital is defined in terms of money, as money advanced into circulation in order to make more money. The starting point of the circulation of capital is money, the converted form of the commodity, in which the labor contained in it has the form of general social labor, i.e. in which it is exchange value become independent. 31. Value, money, resulting from circulation as adequate exchange value, money, taking on an independent form, but entering again into circulation, preserving and multiplying, increasing, itself in and through it, is capital. 32. The starting point of the circulation of capital is money, exchange value become independent. 33. In the process M, C, M, the value, a given sum of value, should be maintained and increased while it enters into circulation. 34. Value, become independent in money, was to maintain, increase itself in this exchange, assumes a self-sufficient character. 35. As emphasized throughout this book, The main goal of Marx's theory is to explain how the initial M advanced becomes M plus delta M as a result of capitalist production. In his theory of M and delta M, the initial independent M is presupposed, both as the initial cost and also as a determinant of value and surplus value. Marx began his theory of surplus value, in the section on the valorization process, with some important methodological remarks that have to do with the inputs to the valorization process, that the inputs to the valorization process are commodities, with already existing prices, similar to his comment on p. 762 of the Grundriss discussed above. Just one more preliminary remark before we proceed to this calculation. All the prerequisites of the labor process, all the things that went into it, were not just use values but commodities, use values with a price expressing their exchange of value. Commodities were present in advance as elements of this process, and must emerge from it again. Nothing of this is shown when we look at the simple labor process as material production. We assume that elements oft he labor processor not as values tobe found in the possession of the money owner himself, but were originally acquired as commodities by purchase, and that this forms the prerequisite of the entire labor process. 36. Marx went on to say in this passage that this assumption that the inputs to capitalist production already have prices is methodologically necessary because the goal of his theory is to show how money is transformed into capital, i.e., how the initial presupposed money, advanced to purchase inputs, becomes more money. It is however an essential presupposition that the money owner should buy more than just the labor capacity. In other words, not only must money be exchanged for the labor capacity, but equally for the other objective conditions of the labor process, material of labor and means of labor. To begin with, this presupposition is methodologically necessary at the stage of development presently being considered. We have to see how money is transformed into capital. 37. A few pages later, Marx stated that the price of the means of production that is transferred to the value of the output is presupposed, because the means of production are themselves commodities which are purchased at the beginning of the circulation of capital, and thus the labor time contained in the means of production has already been expressed as the price at which the capitalist purchased them. This already existing actual price of the means of production is presupposed and is transferred directly to, reappears in, the value of the output and becomes a constituent of the value of the output. This value of the raw material is however already expressed in the price at which the material of labor was bought, say e.g. a price of 100 thalers. The value of this part of the product enters into it already determined as price. The means of labor are equally purchased. Hence the labor time contained in it, say of 16 working days, is expressed in its price of 16 thalers. 38. Before we go further, we ought to discuss here how the value of the material and means of labor is preserved in the labor process, so that it reappears as a finished, presupposed constituent of the value of the product. Their value is not destroyed, reappearing as a constituent, a presupposed constituent of its value. 39. The values of the material and means of labor therefore appear again in the product as constituents of its value. This value is presupposed, since the labor time contained in the material and means of labor was expressed in their prices in its general form, as social labor. These are the prices at which the money owner bought them as commodities before he began the labor process. 40. But the values of the material and means of labor only reappear in the product of the labor process to the extent that they were preposited to the latter as values, i.e. were values before they entered the process. 41. The value of the material and means of labor only reappears in the product because the material and means of labor possess this value before the labor process and independently of it. 42. I think these passages provide strong textual support for the monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory of surplus value presented in this book. The already existing prices of the means of production are a presupposed constituent of the value of the product, an independent, given value, preposited to the current labor process. 43. The prices of the means of production reappear in the price of the product because the means of production enter the valorization process with existing prices. As in the Grundriss, Marx divided the original capital into two main components, and emphasized again that these two components play entirely different roles in the determination of value and surplus value. Marx started in this draft to use the names of constant capital and variable capital to refer to these two components of the original capital. 44 The constant part of the original capital that is exchanged with means of production is transferred to the value of the product, and remains unchanged in quantity, 100 thalers in Marx's main example, and thus is not a source of surplus value. There is another long discussion of the value transferred from this component of the original capital as a presupposed constituent to the value of the product. 45 And later in the draft, Marx summarized the relation between the constant capital advanced and the value of the product. As regards the part of the capital's value that is contained in the used-up raw material and means of production, we have seen that it simply reappears in the value of the product. This part of capital neverds more to the value of the product than the value itself possesses independently of the production process. In reference to the value of the product, we can call this part of the capital its constant part. 46. In this way, the constant part of capital which existed prior to the current production process is taken as given and is transferred to, becomes one component of, the value of the product of the current production process. On the other hand, the other component of the original capital that is exchanged with labor power is not added to the value of the product, but instead this capital is exchanged for a value-creating power which makes the production of surplus value possible. If a given value is exchanged for the value-creating activity, if objectified labor is exchanged for living labor, in short if money is exchanged for labor, the possibility seems to be available that by means of this process of exchange the existing value can be preserved or increased. 47. The quantity of surplus value produced is determined by subtracting this given quantity of capital exchanged for living labor from the new value produced by living labor in production. Surplus value is produced because it takes only a part of the working day for living labor to produce new value that is equivalent to this component of the original money capital, leaving the rest of the working day for labor to produce surplus value. Marx expressed this conclusion in the same way as in the Grundriss. This is only possible, because the labor time objectified in the price of labor, the wage of labor, is less than the living labor time by which it is replaced in the production process. 48. Again, the labor time objectified in the price of labor is the labor time required to produce an equivalent to the presupposed price of labor, power, i.e., to the money capital advanced to purchase labor power. The previous passage comes from the first section of Chapter 2 on absolute surplus value, which has the long title Surplus value is to be conceived as a simple relation to a definite portion of capital, namely that latent wages. 49 The capital laid out in wages is presupposed and subtracted from the new value produced in order to determine the surplus value produced. In this discussion, Marx uses the following algebraic formulation: A stands for the value of raw materials, B for the value of machinery, etc., X for the new value produced by current labor, P for the value of the product, and P equals A plus B plus X, all these variables in term of money, thalers. Marx states that A and B are known at the beginning of the labor process, but X is not yet known and will be determined in the labor process by the quantity of labor employed. Marx also states that we know the price ethemenion paid to purchase labor power. These known quantities are taken as given in the determination of the value and surplus value of the product. 50 Later in the manuscript, Marx utilized his newly articulated names of constant capital and variable capital and semisimilar algebra to clearly summarize the relation between the capital advanced, C plus V, and the value of the product, C plus A. We have to distinguish between more parts in the value of the product than in the value of the capital advanced. The latter equals C plus V. The former equals C plus A. The part of the product which expresses the newly added labor. But A equals V plus S, equals value of variable capital plus the surplus value. 51. We can see that the components of the advanced capital, C and V, are also components of the value of the product as discussed above. These components of the advanced capital are presupposed, and become components of the value of the product. Marx had finally hit upon the appropriate names for these two components of the original capital, including an algebraic formulation, which further clarified the relation between the capital advanced and the value of the product, and the different roles the two components of the original capital play in the determination of the value and surplus value of the product. As in the Grundriss, Marx assumed in this second draft of his theory of surplus value at the beginning of the manuscript of 1861-63 that the prices of the means of subsistence and means of production are equal to their values. Marx had still not yet developed his theory of prices of production and thus still did not consider in this section the possibility that the prices of the means of subsistency and means of production are also equal to their price of production, not their values. However, Marx would soon thereafter begin to develop his theory of prices of production in this manuscript as a result of his chance encounter with Rodbertus' theory, discussed in the previous chapter, and also to apply this theory to the prices of the means of subsistence and means of production in a discussion of Samuel Bailey's theory, see section 2.4 below. 2.2 Constant Capital and Marx's critique of Smith's dogma. As discussed in chapter 3, Marx broke off while working on part 4 of volume I, on relative surplus value, and began to write the section of the manuscript entitled Theories of Surplus Value, beginning with the discussion of the physiocrats and Smith. There is an important passage early in section 10 of the chapter on Smith that is relevant to the determination of constant capital in Marx's theory, including the issue of whether constant capital should be valued in historical or current costs. In this chapter, Marx discussed for the first time what he later called Smith's dogma, according to which the total price of the total commodity product can be resolved into wages plus profit plus rent. Marx argued that this cannot be true. The total price must also contain a component of constant capital, otherwise capitalists would not be able to recover the cost of the consumed means of production and repurchase the means of production and continue production. In the next period. 52 The crucial point for your present purpose is that Marx states clearly in this passage that the magnitude of constant capital is a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. If we take society at any one moment, there exists simultaneously in all spheres of production, even though in very different proportions, a definite constant capital, presupposed as a condition of production, that once and for all belongs to production and must be given back to it. It is true that the value of this constant part can fall or rise, depending on whether the commodities of which it is composed have to be reproduced at less or greater cost. This change of value, however, never alters the fact that in the process of production, into which it enters as a condition of production, it is a postulated vorausgesetzter value which must reappear in the value of the product. 53. We can also see from this passage that, if the price of the means of production changes, then the magnitude of constant capital that is taken as given will also change, and this new magnitude of constant capital is still a postulated value which must reappear in the value of the product. This issue is discussed further in Chapter 9 on the temporal single system interpretation of Marx's theory. 2.3 Rodbertus and the first draft of the theory of prices of production. We also saw in Chapter 3 that Marx's work on the theories of surplus value took an unexpected turn with a discussion of Rodbertus's theory of rent, in which Marx sketched for the first time the details of his theory of average prices which equalize the rate of profit across industries and thus are equal to the values of commodities. The main point to emphasize here is that the inputs of Marx's theory of prices of production are quantities of money capital advanced, or capital laid out, which are taken as given. Marx's examples in this draft of the given capital advanced are all in terms of British pounds, as are the quantities of values and average prices. The same given quantities of money capital advanced are used to determine both the values and prices of production of the 5 commodities in Marx's main example. I mentioned in Chapter 3 the important letter that Marx wrote to Engels in August 1862, soon after working on Rodbertus, in which he explained in detail his recently developed theory of prices of production, called cost prices at the time. 54 Marx concluded the summary by saying that prices determined in this way are equal to the expenses of capital plus average profit. The expenses of capital are taken as given and the average profit is determined by the general rate of profit, which is determined by Marx's theory of the total surplus value. Marx still does not discuss the possibility that the given capital advanced might not be equal to the values of the means of subsistence and means of production. He was just for the first time working out his theory of the prices of production of the outputs, and perhaps he did not yet fully realize that the prices of the inputs would also be equal to their prices of production, not their values. The first evidence of such a realization is in his discussion of Bailey later in the manuscript of 1861-63, which is the subject of the next subsection. 2.4 Bailey's contribution later in the theories of surplus value portion of the manuscript of 1861-63, Marx wrote a chapter entitled Disintegration of the Ricardian School, Torrens, Bailey, McCulloch, Mill, etc. The discussion of Bailey is especially relevant for our subject of the determination of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory. Early in the section on Bailey, in a brief review of the relation between money and capital, Marx emphasized again that the money capital advanced in the circulation of capital is presupposed, and that the relation between the presupposed advanced money capital and the final money capital recovered that results from production is the all-embracing and decisive factor in capitalist production. 55. For its part, the development of capital already presupposes the full development of the exchange value of commodities and consequently its independent existence as money. The point of departure in the process of the production and circulation of capital, is the independent form of value, i.e., money which maintains itself, increases, measures the increase against its original amount. The relation between the value preposited vorausgesetzt production and the value which results from it, capital as preposited vorausgesetzter value is capital in contrast to profit, constitutes the all-embracing and decisive factor in the whole process of capitalist production. 56. Toward the end of this section on Bailey, Marx made the important comment that the only new contribution made by Bailey was his recognition that one part of the value of commodities, the constant capital part that is transferred from the means of production, may be due to monopoly prices. Marx quoted Bailey. A commodity, therefore, may owe part of its value to monopoly, and part to those causes which determine the value of unmonopolized products. An article, for instance, may be manufactured amidst the freest competition out of a raw material, which a complete monopoly enables its producer to sell at 6 times the actual cost. In this case it is obvious, that although the value of the article might be correctly said to be determined by the quantity of capital expended upon it by the manufacturer, yet no analysis could possibly resolve the value of the capital into quantity of labor. Pages 223-24. Point 57. Marx then commented, "This remark is correct. The remark that is correct is that a commodity may owe a part of its value to monopoly, if the means of production are purchased at monopoly prices. The presupposed actual constant capital advanced becomes a component of the value of commodities, even though this actual constant capital is a monopoly price and is not equal to the value of the means of production. The value that is transferred to the value of the product is the actual constant capital advanced, not a hypothetical value equal to the value of the means of production." Marx then goes on to state that he is not concerned with monopoly, but only with the difference between the value and the price of production of the inputs to production. In this case, the magnitude of constant capital that is transferred to the value of commodities is equal to the price of production of the means of production, which in general is not equal to the value of the means of production. Marx's complicated comment on this crucial point is worth quoting at length. This remark is correct. But monopoly does not concern us here, where we are dealing with two things only, value and cost price, i.e., price of production. 58. It is clear that the conversion of value into cost price works in two ways. First, the profit which is added to the capital advanced may be either above or below the surplus value which is contained in the commodity itself, that is, it may represent more or less unpaid labor that the commodity itself contains. This applies to the variable part of capital and its reproduction in the commodity. But apart from this, the cost price of constant capital, or of the commodities which enter the value of the nullai produced commoditias raw materials, materias instrumentals, and instruments and conditions of, may likewise be either above or below its value. Thus the commodity comprises a portion of the price which differs from value, and this portion is independent of the quantity of labor newly added, or of the labor whereby these conditions of production with given cost prices are transformed into a new product. It is clear that what applies to the difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity as such, as a result of the production process, likewise applies to the commodity insofar as in the form of constant capital, it becomes an ingredient, a precondition, of the production process. Variable capital, whatever difference between the value and the cost price it may contain, is replaced by a certain quantity of labor which forms a constituent part of the value of the new commodity, irrespective of whether its price expresses its value correctly or stands above or below the value. On the other hand, the difference between the cost price and value, insofar as it enters into the price of the new commodity independently of its own production process, is incorporated into the value of the new commodity as a presupposed vorausgesetzt element. The difference between the cost price and the value of the commodity is thus brought about in two ways, by the difference between the cost price and the values of commodities which constitute the preconditions of the process of production of the new commodity, and by the difference between the surplus value which is really added to the conditions of production and the profit which is calculated. 59. We can see that Marx states at the beginning of this paragraph that the conversion of value into price of production works in two ways, including a difference between the price of production and the value of the inputs. This statement presumes that the value transferred to the value of the product is the value of the means of production, which is not equal to the actual constant capital advanced, which seems to contradict his approval of Bailey 2 sentences earlier. Marx then continued in the rest of the paragraph with statements that are consistent with his approval of Bailey and which contradict the two-ways sentence. Marx states that the given constant capital may be above or below the value of the means of production, but is still a component of the value of commodities. The actual constant capital is incorporated into the value of new commodity as a presupposed element, whether or not the constant capital is equal to the value of the means of production. This important point about constant capital is Bailey's only contribution, with which Marx agreed. Similarly, the variable capital advanced is replaced by living labor, which produces new value greater than the variable capital, whether or not the variable capital advanced is equal to the value of the means of subsistence, whatever difference. However, in the last sentence quoted above, Marx again seems to contradict himself with the repetition of the works in two ways sentence at the beginning of this paragraph. How should we interpret Marx's apparent confusion or indecision on this crucial point? One possibility is that, since this was the first time that Marx had discussed this point in his manuscripts, perhaps he was still uncertain about it. But I don't think so. I think the most likely explanation is that Marx's new insight about the transferred value component of the value of commodities, from Bailey, had not yet fully penetrated his thinking, and in these two contradictory sentences he slipped back into his previous simplistic thinking in which constant capital, the transferred value component of the value of the product, is assumed to be equal to the value of the means of production. However, once prices of production are considered, then the value transferred to the value of the product continues to be the actual constant capital advanced, which is now understood to be equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their value, in which case the difference between value and price of production of the product works in only one way, the difference between average profit and surplus value, since constant capital is the same in both cases. We will see below that Marx is clearer about this crucial point in the manuscript of 1864-65, Volume 3 of Capital. 2.5 Costs of production. As discussed in Chapter 3, Marx broke off toward the end of the theories of surplus value to write the first draft of Parts 1 and 3 of Volume 3 entitled Capital and Profit. As in the Grundriss, profit is defined as the same quantity as surplus value, but, understood from the point of view of capitalists, as an excess of the value of the product over the total capital advanced, not just the variable capital, and the total capital advanced is taken as given. The surplus value produced within a given period of circulation, when measured against the total capital which has been advanced, is called profit. 60. The section of this draft to emphasize here is the section on costs of production, pages 78 to 103, which Marx later called cost price in volume 3. This section is very interesting and important and has not received the attention it deserves. Marx began this section with a clear restatement of his definition of capital in terms of money, as money thrown into circulation in order to make more money. We have seen that the general form of capital is M, C, M. In other words, money, an amount of value, is thrown into circulation in order to extract from it a larger amount. 61. As we have seen, according to Marx's theory of surplus value, the initial money capital advanced, M, should be divided for explanatory purposes into two components, i.e., M equals C plus V constant capital that does not produce surplus value and variable capital that does, because it purchases labor power, which is the source of new value. However, capitalists and classical economists do not make this crucial distinction, but instead lump these two components of the capital advanced together as costs of production, everything the capitalist pays for, as if they contributed equally to the production of surplus value. The classical economists also often defined costs of production in terms of money costs, similar to Marx's concept of money capital advanced, but viewed from a different theoretical perspective, without distinguishing between constant capital and variable capital. And the classical economists also generally took the money costs of production as given in their costs of production theories of value, again similar to Marx taking the initial money capital advanced as given in his theory of surplus value and prices of production. Marx's important concept of costs of production, renamed as cost price in the manuscript of 1864-65, will be examined further below. 3. The results. The next manuscript that is important for the development of Marx's thinking about the determination of the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital is The Results of the Immediate Process of Production, especially the first two sections. 62. The Results was written in late 1863 and was intended to be a summary of Volume I of Capital and a transition to Volume II, and published for the first time in English in 1977 in the Penguin edition of Volume I. 63. The first section of the results is entitled Commodities as Products of Capital. In this section, Marx explains that commodities as products of capital are different from the simple commodities with which Marx's theory began in Part 1 of Volume I. 64. The commodity that emerges from capitalist production is different from the commodity we began with as the element, the precondition of capitalist production. We began with the individual commodity viewed as an autonomous article in which a specific amount of labor time is objectified and which therefore has an exchange value of a definite amount. 65. Marx discussed three important differences between commodities as products of capital and simple commodities. The first difference is that the labor which produces capitalist commodities is divided into paid labor and unpaid labor, i.e., the value of capitalist commodities contains surplus value. The second difference is that the individual commodity is treated as an aliquot part of the total commodity produced by a given capital, rather than an autonomous article, which means that the price of an individual commodity is not determined by the labor time required to produce this commodity, as with simple commodities, but is instead determined as a fractional part of the total price of all the commodities produced by a given capital, i.e., by dividing this total prices by the quantity of commodities produced. 66. The most important difference for our purpose is the third difference, which has to do with the transferred value component of the value of commodities, and dissimilar to the passage in this point in the manuscript of 1861-63 discussed above, that the means of production in capitalist production are commodities, which have been purchased at the beginning of the circuit of money capital, and which therefore enter the valorization process with already existing specific prices. As discussed in Chapter 2, the transferred value component of simple commodities is determined solely by the labor time required to produce the means of production. On the other hand, the transferred value component of commodities produced by capital is the already existing actual price of the means of production, or the actual constant capital that has already been advanced to purchase the means of production, which is taken as given and is already included in the calculations of the value of the output as sums of money. In other words, then, inasmuch as the commodity is treated as an autonomous exchange of value, it acts as money. Thus, since wheat, hay, cattle, seed of all kinds, etc. are sold as commodities, and since without the sale they cannot be regarded as products, it follows that they enter production as commodities, i.e. as money. And as a consequence of the valorization process they are included in the calculations as sums of money, i.e. in the autonomous form of exchange value. 67. Since the elements of capitalist production already enter the process of production as commodities, i.e. with specific prices, it follows that the value added by the constant capital is already given in terms of a price. For example, in the present case it is £80 for flax, machinery, etc. 68. The results manuscript is still at a level of abstraction of Capital in general, volumes I and II, under the general provisional assumption that the prices of individual commodities are equal to their values. When we speak of the price of commodities, it is always implicitly assumed that the total price of the quantity of goods produced by capital equals its total value, and hence the price of the aliquot part of the individual equals the aliquot part of that total value. Price in this context is in general just the money expression of value. Prices differing from underlying values have not yet entered our discussion. 69. Under this general assumption, the actual constant capital advanced and the actual price of the means of production are provisionally assumed to be equal to the value of the means of production, i.e., to be determined solely by the labor time required to produce the means of production. Thus, at the level of abstraction of capital in general, the difference between the transferred value component of simple commodities and the transferred value component of commodities as products of capital is not yet apparent, and Marx treats the two magnitudes interchangeably. Marx does not mention in the results the complication that in reality the actual constant capital advanced and the actual price at which the means of production are purchased are equal to price of production of the means of production, not their value, and what effect that difference might have, if any, on the transferred value component of the value of commodities as products of capital. Nor does he mention Bailey's contribution on this issue. However, Marx must have remembered what he had written about the transferred value component in his discussion of Bailey just a few months before. And the logic of Marx's theory implies that the transferred value component of the value of commodities as products of capital is equal to the actual constant capital advanced in the sphere of circulation and consumed in production. The value added by the constant capital is already given in terms of a price, which is equal to the price of production of the means of production, not their values, as Marx stated in his discussion of Bailey. The main point to note here is that the constant capital advanced to purchase means of production is taken as given and enters the process of production as commodities, i.e. with specific prices. We will see in the next section that Marx developed this point further in his next draft of Capital in the manuscript of 1864-65. The second section of the results is entitled Capitalist Production as the Production of Surplus Value, thus emphasizing once again that the most important aspect of capitalism is the production of surplus value, i.e. the transformation of the initial capital advanced M into M plus delta M. Therefore, Marx's theory of capitalism focuses above all else on this specific question. This focus of Marx's theory is clearly expressed in the following important passage. In what we may call its first, provisional form of money, the point of departure for the formation of capital exists yet in lies money, i.e. as a sum of exchange values embodied in the self-subsistent form of exchange value, in its expression as money. But the task of this money is to generate value. The exchange value must serve to create still more exchange value. The quantity of value must be increased, i.e. the available value must not only be maintained, it must yield an increment, delta value, a surplus value, so that the value given, the particular sum of money, can be viewed as affluence and the increment as fluxion. Here, where we are concerned with money only as the point of departure for the immediate process of production, we can confine ourselves to the observation, capital exists here as yet only as a given quantum of value equals m, money, in which all use value is extinguished, so that nothing but the monetary form remains. If the original capital is a quantum of value equals x, it becomes capital and fulfills its purpose by changing into x plus delta x, into a quantum of money or value equals the original sum plus a balance over the original sum. In other words, it is transformed into the given amount of money plus additional money, into the given value plus surplus value. As a given sum of money, x is a constant from the outset and hence its increment equals 0. In the course of the process, therefore, it must be changed into another amount which contains a variable element. Our task is to discover this component and at the same time to identify the mediations by means of which a constant magnitude becomes a variable 1.70. We can see that the point of departure for the circulation of capital, and therefore of Marx's theory of the circulation of capital, is a given sum of money. X. Marx's theory is primarily about the transformation of money into capital, i.e., the transformation of the given initial sum of money capital advanced into the given amount of money plus additional money, x plus delta x. The main task of Marx's theory is to identify the mediations by means of which a constant given magnitude becomes a variable larger one. It should be remembered Marx had a Ph.D. in philosophy, with a specialty in logic, and he paid a great deal of attention throughout the various drafts of Capital to questions of logical method. Therefore, it seems reasonable to conclude that in this passage, and in many similar passages, as we have seen, Marx intended the usual methodological meanings to the terms given, postulated, presupposed, etc., i.e., that they are the initial data, x, with which his theory of surplus value, delta x, begins. For Volume 3 of Capital, manuscript of 1864-65. We discussed in Chapter 3 that Marx's original manuscript of 1864-65 was published in German for the first time in 1993 and has not yet been translated into English. An English translation is in the works. We also discussed the relation between Marx's manuscript and Engels's edited Volume 3. As in Chapter 3, I consider Engels's Volume 3 to be a reliable substitute for Marx's manuscript with respect to the issue of this chapter, the determination of the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital in Marx's theory of value and prices of production. There is one important exception to this general conclusion, which is discussed in section 4.3. The imminent publication of Marx's manuscript in English will enable us to investigate this comparison more closely. 4.1 Cost Price Chapter 1 of Volume 3 introduces Marx's concepts of cost, price and profit. We have already discussed Marx's concept of profit in our Chapter 3 above. The main point to emphasize here is the concept of cost price, which plays a key role in Marx's theory of prices of production and has not received the attention it deserves. As we saw above, cost price was discussed in the first draft of this chapter in the manuscript of 1861-63 as costs of production. Cost price is defined as the sum of constant capital and variable capital, i.e., the two components of the initial money capital advanced in the first phase of the circulation of money capital and consumed in production. 71 Thus the question of how constant capital and variable capital are determined in Marx's theory is at the same time the question of how the cost price is determined. Early in Chapter 1, Marx briefly reviewed his theory of value presented in Volume I, as the sum of these two components, constant capital plus new value, referring back to an earlier summary of his theory in Chapter 9 of Volume I. We know from Volume I, Chapter 9, p. 320, that the value of the product newly formed, in this case £600, is composed of 1. the reappearing value of T constant capital of £400 spent on the means of production, and, 2, a newly produced value of £200. The cost price of the commodity, £500, comprises the reappearing 400C plus a half of the newly produced value of £200, two elements of commodity value that are completely different as far as their origins are concerned. 72. The reappearing value of the constant capital existed prior to the current period, and is taken as given in the determination of the value of the commodities produced in the current period, i.e., it reappears as one component of this value, and the newly produced value is determined by the labor of the current period. We will discuss below the passage in Chapter 9 referred to by Marx. Algebraically, the value of commodities as the sum of these two components can be expressed as follows, as we saw in Chapter 2. 1. P equals C plus N. Marx goes on in the following paragraphs to explain the different roles played by the constant capital and the variable capital in the determination of the commodity's value. The constant capital is transferred directly to the value of the product and thus becomes one component of this value. Hence, constant capital has a dual significance, see point 319. It is both a component of the cost price and it is also a component of the value of commodities. Indeed, it is a component of the value of commodities precisely because it existed previously as a component of the cost price, i.e., of the capital advanced to purchase the means of production that are consumed in production. In one period, i.e., to one period's depreciation of the fixed capital, not to the total fixed constant capital advanced. 72 Marx 1981, p. 119. The value of the means of production consumed, a total of £400, is transferred from the means of production to the product. This old value reappears therefore as a component of the product's value, though it does not originate in the production process of this commodity. It exists and lies as a component of the commodity's value because it existed previously as a component of the capital advanced. The constant capital that was spent is thus replaced by the portion of commodity value that it itself added to this commodity value. This element of the cost price has therefore a dual significance. 73. The previously existing constant capital advanced and consumed is taken as given in both aspects of its dual significance, both as a component of cost price and as a component of value. This is why constant capital cancels out in the determination of surplus value, see equations 6 and 7 in Chapter 2, and the quantity of surplus value is independent of the quantity of constant capital. On the other hand, variable capital plays an entirely different role in the determination of the value of commodities. Variable capital is not transferred to the value of the product and thus does not become one component of this value. Instead, the variable capital is replaced by living labor in production, and this living labor produces new value which did not previously exist, and which becomes the second component of the value of commodities. Thus, variable capital does not have the dual significance of constant capital, it is a component of the cost price, but it is not a component of the value of commodities. It is quite the reverse with the other component of cost price, variable capital. This advance of variable capital value does not in any way go into the formation of the new value. 74. Instead, the variable capital is replaced by living labor in the production process which produces new value, and the surplus value produced is equal to the difference between the new value produced by current labor and the given variable capital, as we saw in Chapter 2. 2. S equals N, V. The circuit of money capital, M presupposed 147. In other words, the new value component of the value of commodities is divided into two parts, the given variable capital plus the surplus value produced. 3. N equals V plus S. Substituting equation 3 into equation 1, we obtain the familiar equation for the value of individual commodities. 75. 4. P equals C plus V plus S. However, this is not the way things appear to capitalists and to bourgeois economists. These latter make no distinction between constant capital and variable capital, and instead see surplus value as somehow arising from both constant capital and variable together and equally. To express this point of view, the capitalist's point of view, Marx defined in this chapter the important new concept of the cost price of commodities, the sum of constant capital and variable capital, with no distinction between them. After deducting the surplus value of £100, there remains a commodity value of £500, and this simply replaces the capital expenditure of £500. This part of the value of the commodity, which replaces the price of the means of production consumed and the labor power employed, simply replaces what the commodity cost the capitalist himself and is therefore the cost price of the commodity, as far as he is concerned. 76. From this point of view, the value of commodities now appears to be determined by the sum of the cost price and the surplus value, and surplus value appears to arise equally from both components of the cost price. 77. Algebraically, this appearance can be written as 5, P equals K plus S. Marx expressed the transformation of equation 4 into equation 5 as follows. If we call the cost price K, the formula C equals C plus V plus S is transformed into the formula C equals K plus S, or commodity value equals cost price plus surplus value. 78. Equation 5 does not express the actual determination of the value of commodities, according to Marx's theory. Rather, it expresses the capitalist's view of the determination of the value. However, the magnitudes in equation 5 are the same as the magnitudes in equation 4, which does express the determination of the value of commodities, according to Marx's theory. K in equation 5 is the sum of C plus V in equation 4. S is the same in both equations as already determined in volume I, and therefore P is the same in both equations. P equals C plus V plus S equals K plus S. Equation 5 is a mystified form of the magnitudes in equation 4, but the magnitudes in the two equations are the same. Marx then defined the related concept of profit as the same magnitude as the surplus value in equations 4 and 5, but now seen from the point of view of capitalists, i.e., in relation to the total capital advanced or the total cost price, rather than just in relation to the variable capital alone, as in Marx's theory of surplus value. Profit, as we are originally faced with it, is thus the something a surplus value, save in a mystified form, though one that necessarily arises from the capitalist mode of production. Because no distinction between constant and variable capital can be recognized in the apparent formation of the cost price, the origin of the change in value that occurs in the course of the production process is shifted from variable capital to the capital as a whole. 79. From this point of view, equation 5 for the value of commodities can be converted into 78 Marx 1981, p. 118. 79 Marx 1981, p. 127. The circuit of money capital, M presupposed 149. 6, P equals K plus pi. Where P stands for profit, as just defined. Marx expressed this conversion of 5 into 6 as follows. If we call profit P, the formula C equals C plus V plus S equals K plus S is converted into the formula C equals K plus P, or commodity value equals cost price plus profit. 80. Again, the magnitudes in equation 6 are the same as the magnitudes in equation 5. The only difference between the two equations is that the given, predetermined magnitude of surplus value is given another name, profit, as the surplus value seen in relation to the total capital, rather than just to the variable capital alone. The profit, pi, in equation 6, is the same magnitude as the S, in equation 5. The cost price, K, is obviously the same in both equations, and therefore so is the value, P. 2 pages later, Marx criticized the idea of some classical economists who, from the point of view of capitalists, consider profit as a cost, similar to modern neoclassical economics. In actual fact, the excess over a given magnitude cost price can in no way form a part of that given magnitude, and so profit, the excess of a commodity's value over the capitalist's outlays, cannot form a part of these outlays. 81. The main point for our purposes is that the cost price is the initial capitalist's outlays, and these initial outlays are given magnitudes, and profit is an excess over these given magnitudes. 4.2 Prices of production. In Part 2 of Volume 3, the level of abstraction shifts from capital in general, the total economy, to competition, individual industries, and Marx presents his theory of the determination of the prices of production of individual industries, on the basis of the theory and key concepts presented in Part 1. The price of production of individual industries, PPI, is determined by the sum of two components, the cost price, key, as defined in Part 1, and the average profit, PI. Therefore, the equation for the determination of the price of production of individual industries is 7, PPI equals key plus PI. We can see again that Marx's prices of production are not unit prices, a better name would be gross annual industry revenue. The average profit component of the price of production for each industry in turn is determined by the product of the general rate of profit, R, determined below in equation 9, and the total stock of capital invested in that industry, MI, taken as given. 8, Pi equals RMI. As we saw in Chapter 3, the general rate of profit is itself determined by dividing the actual total surplus value that is determined in volumes I and II by the actual total capital invested, which is taken as given along with the individual amounts of total capital invested in each industry. 9. R equals S/M. In this way, the capital advanced in each industry is recovered and the total surplus value that is produced in the economy as a whole is distributed across individual industries according to the general rate of profit and the share of capital invested in each industry. The cost price component of price of production is taken as given, as the actual money capital advanced and consumed in production. Marx stated this key assumption in the following passages from Chapter 9. The cost prices complete le governed by the outlay within each respective sphere of production. 82. The cost price of a commodity is a given precondition independent of the capitalist's production. 83. Furthermore, the crucial point with respect to the transformation problem is that the cost prices that are taken as given in Marx's theory of prices of production in Volume 3 at the level of abstraction of competition are the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given in Marx's theory of value and surplus value in Volume I at the level of abstraction of capital in general. At both levels of abstraction, the given constant capital and variable capital are the actual, long-run equilibrium, quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labourpower in the first phase of the circuit of kapitalen consumed in these phase of production. In a given period of time there is only onset of actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed. Therefore, the quantity of money capital taken as given in Volume I must be the same in Volume I and Volume 3. The only difference is that, in Volume 3, not only are the total quantities of constant capital and variable capital taken as given, but also the individual quantities of these two components of money capital for each industry. The sums of the industry quantities of constant capital and variable capital are of course by definition equal to the actual total quantities of these two components of capital. This is the reason why the quantities of constant capital and variable capital do not change, or do not have to be transformed, in the transition from the macroeconomic theory of the total surplus value in Volume I to the microeconomic theory of individual prices of production in Volume 3, because the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in both stages of the theory, actual aggregate quantities and actual disaggregated quantities. In other words, these given quantities of money, constant capital and variable capital advanced in the first phase of the circuit of capital, remain invariant in the transition from the macro theory in volume I to the micro theory in volume 3. It is for this reason that Marx did not fail to transform these inputs, because the inputs do not have to be transformed, but instead remain invariant, as the actual given quantities of money, capital advanced and consumed. The quantities of constant capital and variable capital are not first determined as hypothetical quantities equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence in volume I, which then have to be transformed into the actual prices of production in volume 3, as in the standard interpretation. Instead, the same quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in both the theory of surplus value in volume I and the theory of prices of production in volume 3, the actual, long-run equilibrium, quantities of money, capital advanced and consumed in the actual capitalist economy. Since the cost price is the same in equations 5 and 7, the only possible difference between the value and the price of production of individual commodities is the difference between the surplus value, SI, produced in a given industry and the average profit, PI, received in that industry. 84 If equation 5 is interpreted in terms of individual commodities, then 10 pi equals key plus SI PPI equals key plus pi I pi, PPI equals key plus SI, key plus pi I, equals SI, pi I. The standard interpretation of Marx's theory is that the cost price in the determination of the price of production of commodities is different from the cost price in the determination of the value of commodities. In other words, there are two sets of cost prices, one for the determination of the value of commodities, equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, VK, and the other for the determination of the price of production of commodities, equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, PKI. The standard critique of Marx's theory is that he failed to transform VK into PKI. I will demonstrate in the next subsection that Marx repeatedly assumed and stated that the cost price is the same in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities, i.e., that there is only one set of cost prices, not two, and thus there is no transformation of the cost price that has to be accomplished. 4.3 The cost price is the same as well known in Theopening pages of Chapter 9. Marx explained the determination of prices of production and illustrated this theory with three tables. 85 The first table makes no distinction between fixed and circulating capital, but the second and third tables do make this distinction. The second and third tables determine value of each of the five commodities as the sum of cost price, constant capital and variable capital, and the surplus value produced in each industry, as in equation 5, above. The third table also determines the prices of production of the five commodities as the sum of the same cost prices and the average profit appropriated in each industry, as in equations 7, 9, above. The point I wish to emphasize is that in all these tables the cost price is the same for the determination of both values and prices of production. The only difference between the values and the prices of production presented in these tables is the difference between the surplus value produced and the average profit appropriated in each industry. And this identity of the cost price in the determination of values and prices of production is repeated many times in the surrounding text, as we shall see. It is of course widely argued that this unchanging cost price in Marx's tables is a mistake, i.e., that Marx should have changed the magnitudes of cost price in his tables, and that he failed to do so. I argue that this long-standing criticism of Marx's tables overlooks the fact that Marx emphasized repeatedly in the surrounding text that the cost price is supposed to be the same in the determination of both values and prices of production, and thus that his tables are consistent with the surrounding text, and are also consistent with all the other textual evidence discussed in this chapter. The mistake interpretation of Marx's tables is contradicted by the surrounding text and the other evidence. A few pages after the tables, Marx states that the cost price is completely governed by the outlay within each respective sphere of production, as we have seen above. I interpret completely governed by to mean determined by. As I understand it, Marx is saying here that the one and only cost price is determined by the capital outlay, the actual quantity of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, which is taken as given. There is no mention here of two cost prices, one determined by the values of the means of production and the means of subsistence, and the other determined by the prices of production of these bundles of goods. There is only one cost price mentioned, the cost price, and this one cost price is determined by the capital outlay, which is taken as given. If the cost price is determined by the capital outlay, then there cannot be two cost prices, because there is only one capital outlay. On the next page, Marx states the important aggregate equality between the sum of prices of production and the sum of values. And in the same manner, the sum of prices of production for the commodities produced in society as a whole, taking the totality of all branches of production, is equal to the sum of their values. 86. As we saw in Chapter 2, this aggregate equally follows from the assumptions in Marx's theory of prices of production. 1. The cost prices are the same in the determination of both values and prices of production, and 2. The total surplus value is taken as given, predetermined, in the determination of the general rate of profit, the average profit, and prices of production. 2 pages later, Marx noted that, after the determination of prices of production, the quantities of constant capital and variable capital that are taken as given, governed by the outlays, can now be explained more fully than before. In Volume I, it was assumed that the given outlays of constant capital and variable capital are equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, but now we can understand that these given outlays are really equal to the prices of production of these inputs. This important passage is as follows. Apart from the fact that the price of the product of capital B, for example, diverges from its value, because the surplus value realized in B is greater or less than the profit added in the price of the products of B, the same situation also holds for the commodities that form the constant part of capital B, and indirectly, also, its variable capital, as means of subsistence for the workers. As far as the constant portion of capital is concerned, it is itself equal to cost price plus surplus value, i.e. now equal to cost price plus profit, and this profit can again be greater or less than the surplus value whose place it has taken. As for the variable capital, the average daily wage is certainly always equal to the value product of the number of hours that the worker must work in order to produce his necessary means of subsistence, but this number of hours is itself distorted by the fact that the production prices of the necessary means of subsistence diverge from their values. However, this is always reducible to the situation that whenever too much surplus value goes into one commodity, too little goes into another, and that the divergences from value that obtain in the production prices of commodities therefore cancel each other out. 87. This passage is sometimes cited by critics of Marx to support their interpretation that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital should change from Volume I to Volume III. However, Marx does not state in this passage that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital change or should change in Volume III. Rather, Marx states that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital, which are taken as given and do not change, can now be explained more fully, to be equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, rather than equal to their values. Marx does not say anything in this passage about the need to change the quantities of constant capital and variable capital in his earlier tables. He just says that the explanation of these given quantities is different and more complete than before. The standard interpretation jumps to the conclusion that, because the quantities of constant capital and variable are now explained to be equal to prices of production, this means that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital must change, and must be different in the determination of prices of production than in the determination of values. But Marx does not say this. Marx discusses only one set of quantities for constant capital and variable capital throughout this passage, which is now understood to be equal to prices of production, rather than to values. This more complete understanding of constant capital and variable capital does not mean that there are two sets of quantities of constant capital and variable capital. There is only one set of constant capital and variable capital, which is now understood to be equal to prices of production. Furthermore, at the end of this same paragraph, Marx states again the conclusion that the divergences between profits and surplus values for individual commodities cancel each other out, so that the aggregate equality between the sum of prices of production and the sum of values continues to be true. We have seen in Chapter 2 that this conclusion requires as a logical precondition that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital be the same for the determination of both values and prices of production. Therefore, I conclude that this passage does not support the standard critique of Marx's theory of prices of production. It is certainly not a clear statement that Marx made a mistake in his earlier presentation and that his tables need to be corrected. Nor is it a clear statement that there are two sets of the inputs of constant capital and variable capital, and that these inputs need to be transformed from values to prices of production. Furthermore, the standard interpretation contradicts the aggregate equality between total value and total price of production that Marx emphasizes in this paragraph and the surrounding paragraphs. 5 key paragraphs. Beginning 4 pages after the passage just discussed, there are 5 key consecutive paragraphs in the middle of Chapter 9 of Volume 3, including an important missing paragraph to be discussed below, which clearly assume that the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production. These key paragraphs will be examined in detail because of their significance and prominence in the debate over the transformation problem, especially the 5th paragraph. The first of these 5 paragraphs introduces the subject. In volumes I and II we were only concerned with the value of commodities. Now a part of this value has split away as the cost price, on the one hand, while on the other, the production price of the commodity has also developed, as a transformed form of value. 88. Notice that in this introductory passage, there is no mention of two cost prices. Rather, there is only one cost price mentioned, the cost price, which is described as having split away from the value of commodities. In other words, as we have seen above, the single cost price is a component of the value of commodities, pi equals key plus si as an equation, 5, above expressed in terms of a single commodity. The price of production, on the other hand, is a developed form of value, i.e., of the price of the output. We have also seen above that the single cost price is also a component of the price of production of commodities, ppi equals key plus a pi I, as in equation 7, above. Therefore, in these sentences the same single cost price is a component of both the value and the price of production of commodities. The next paragraph is something of a mystery. In Marx's manuscript of 1864-65, from which Engels edited what we know as Volume 3, this paragraph is an important one, in which Marx defined again the value of commodities and stated again the relation between the value, the cost price, and the price of production of commodities, the subject of these paragraphs, this time in clear unambiguous algebraic terms. However, Engels for some reason left out these important paragraph in his edition of volume II.89. This missing paragraph was discovered by Alejandro Ramos, 1998, and is translated from the German below by Ben Fowkes. Ramos also emphasizes the importance of this passage, and our interpretations are similar, that K is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production. As we have seen, the cost price is always lower than the value of the commodity. The production price can be lower than, higher than, or equal to the value of the commodity. The value of the commodity is equal to the value of the capital consumed to produce it plus the surplus value. If we take the cost price as equal to the value of the capital advanced in the production of the commodity, as we did in our original analysis of cost price, in Chapter 1, we arrive at following equivalences. Value equals cost price plus surplus value. V equals K plus S or profit as identical with surplus value or equals K plus P. Cost price equals value, surplus value or K equals V, S price of production equals cost price plus profit P equals K plus P calculated according to the general rate of profit equals P. Because K equals V, S and V equals K plus S, the value of the commodity is always then the cost price. Depending on whether S or P of each special production sphere is bigger or smaller or equal, P when P. The paragraph begins with the cost price. The same cost price is presented as a component of both the value and the price of production of the commodity. The value of the commodity is defined as equal to the cost price plus surplus value, V equals K plus S, and the price of production is equal to the same cost price plus the average profit, P equals K plus P. The K is the same quantity in all these equations. Since K is the same, whether the price of production is equal to, greater than, or less than, the value depends solely on whether the average profit is equal to, greater than, or less than the surplus value, as we have seen above in equation 10. All this is clearly and unambiguously stated, including in algebraic terms, and all this assumes that there is only one cost price in the determination of both values and prices of production. Marx continued in the next paragraph to repeat and elaborate these same points, again with algebraic formulations and numerical examples. If we take it that the composition of the average social capital is 80C plus 20V, and the annual rate of surplus value S equals 100%, or the average annual profit for a capital of 100 is 20 and the average annual rate of profit is 20%. For any cost price K of the commodities annually produced by a capital of 100, their price of production will be K plus 20. In those spheres of production where the composition of capital is 80, X, C plus 20 plus X, V, the surplus value actually created within this sphere, or the annual profit produced, is 20 plus X, i.e. more than 20, and the commodity value produced is K plus 20 plus X, more than K plus 20, or more than the price of production. In those spheres of production where the composition of capital is 80 plus X, C plus 20, X, V, the surplus value actually created within this sphere, or the annual profit produced is 20, X, i.e. less than 20, and the commodity value produced is K plus 20, X, i.e. less than the price of production, which is K plus 20. Leaving aside any variation in turnover times, the production prices of commodities would be equal to their values only in cases where the composition of capital was by chance precisely 80C plus 20V.91. It is clear again from this paragraph that the cost price is the same in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities. In these examples, the cost price K is always equal to 100, both in the determination of value and in the determination of price of production of the different commodities. The value of commodities is equal to the given cost price plus surplus value, K plus 20 plus slash, X, and the price of production of commodity is equal to the cost price plus the average profit, K plus 20. The cost price does not change from one magnitude in the determination of value to another magnitude in the determination of price of production. The only difference between values and prices of production is whether surplus value or average profit is added to the same identical cost price. Especially interestingus the case of commodity is produced with capital of average composition, in which case the prices of production of these commodities are equal to their values. Since the cost price K is the same for both value and price of production, and since for these average commodities average profit equals surplus value, API equals SI, it follows that the prices of production of these average commodities are equal to their values, see equation 10, above. This conclusion of the equality between the price of production and the value of average commodities, which is emphasized by Marx, is valid if and only if the cost price is the same in the determination of both the price of production and the value of these commodities. If the cost prices were different, i.e., if the cost price changed from values to prices of production, as in the standard interpretation, then the prices of production of average commodities would not be equal to the values of average commodities, even though the average profit is equal to the surplus value produced in these industries. Therefore, Marx's argument in these pages, and in later chapters, to be discussed below, that the prices of production of average commodities is equal to their values is further evidence that he assumed that the cost price is the same for the determination of both values and prices of production. It should also be noted that the very concept of the average composition of capital makes sense only if the cost price is the same for the determination of both values and prices of production, i.e., only if the constant capital and variable capital are the same. If the cost prices were different for values and prices of production, then constant capital and variable capital would be different, in which case the compositionoful, or most, capitals would change and thus the average composition of capital would also in general change. Thus, according to this interpretation, there would be no such thing as the average composition of capital, as Marx repeatedly discussed it. Instead, there would be two average compositions of capital, one for the values of commodities and the other for prices of production. But Marx never said or hinted that there might be two average compositions of capital. Either Marx is talking complete nonsense in all his discussions of the average composition of capital, or the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and price of production. In light of Marx's repeated, explicit statements that the cost price is the same for the determination of both values and prices of production, it would seem that the only fair interpretation, to Marx, and the most reasonable one, is that Marx intended for the cost price to be the same in his theory. In the next paragraph, Marx again divides the total social capital into three groups of average, higher than average, and lower than average composition of capital. In Marx's original manuscript, this paragraph does not include any further calculation of values and prices of production. According to Ramos, the last half of this paragraph in the Engels edition of Volume 3 was added by Engels. 92. The part of this paragraph added by Engels is as follows. How these capitals function after the average rate of profit is established, on the assumption of one turnover in the year, is shown by the following table, in which capital I represents the average composition, with an average rate of profit of 20%. IADC plus 20V plus 20s. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of the product equals 120. Value equals 120. 290C plus 10V plus 10s. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of the product equals 120. Value equals 110. 370C plus 30V plus 30s. Rate of profit equals 20%. Price of the product equals 120. Value equals 130. Commodities produced by capital 2 thus have a value less than their price of production, and those produced by capital 3 have a price of production that is less than their value. Only for capitals such as I, in branches of production whose composition chanced to coincide with the social average would the value and the price of production behisami. 93. Engels's addition seems to be an accurate interpretation of Marx's paragraph immediately preceding. The cost price is the same for both values and prices of production for all three types of commodities. As a result, the price of production of the commodity produced with capital of average composition, and only this average commodity, is equal to its value. We come now to the fifth and final paragraph of Marx's discussion of the relation between value, cost price, and price of production. In this key paragraph, Marx discusses an important modification in the determination of a commodity's cost price. We saw above that it was originally assumed that the cost price, the given actual money constant capital and variable capital advanced and consumed, is equal to the value of the inputs. After having explained the determination of prices of production, Marx notes in this paragraph that this given actual cost price is instead equal to the price of production of the inputs, not their value. However, Marx goes on to say in this paragraph that the cost price is still a given precondition, and that the value of commodities is still equal to the sum of this given cost price plus surplus value, i.e., pi equals key plus si, as in equation 5, above. Just as before, this more complete explanation of the given cost price Example in Part 1 of Volume 3. 93 Marx 1981, p. 264. The Circuit of Money Capital, M. Presupposed 161. The first 5 sentences of this long and important paragraph are often cited by critics of Marx, who argue that this modification in the determination of a commodity's cost price means that the magnitudes of the cost price are different and must change in the determination of values and prices of production, and thus that his theory of prices of production presented earlier in Chapter 9, including the tables illustrating the theory, is incomplete and a mistake, because it assumes that the cost price in the determination of prices of production is equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, but it really should be the prices of production of these inputs. In other words, these key sentences are interpreted to mean that Marx is acknowledging that he failed to transform the inputs and that this mistake needs to be corrected. These first 5 sentences of this paragraph are the following. The development given above also involves a modification in the determination of a commodity's cost price. It was originally assumed that the cost price of a commodity equaled the value of the commodities consumed in production. But for the buyer of a commodity, it is the price of production that constitutes its cost price and can thus enter into forming the price of another commodity. As the price of production of a commodity can diverge from its value, so the cost price of a commodity, in which the price of production of other commodities is involved, can also stand above or below the portion of its total value that is formed by the value of the means of production going into it. It is necessary to bear in mind this modified significance of the cost price, and therefore to bear in mind too that if the cost price of a commodity is equated with the value of the means of production used up in producing it, it is always possible to go wrong. 94. The standard interpretation of these sentences is that the modification in the determination of the cost price means that there is a change in the magnitude of the cost price, so that there are 2 different cost prices, one equal to the value of the inputs, which is a determinant of the value of the output, and the other equal to the price of production of the inputs, which is a determinant of the price of production of the output. In other words, the magnitude of the cost price changes from the determination of value in Volume I to the determination of prices of production in Volume 3. However, this interpretation is not supported by a close examination of these sentences, and certainly not by the surrounding paragraphs. Marx never states in these sentences that there are 2 different cost prices, one for the determination of values and the other for the determination of prices of production. To the contrary, Marx refers repeatedly to the cost price, suggesting again that there is only one cost price. Marx's point in these sentences is not that there are 2 magnitudes of cost prices, but rather that the given cost price is now more completely understood to be equal to the price of production of the inputs, rather than equal to the value of the inputs. Furthermore, the standard interpretation of these sentences is contradicted by the previous 4 paragraphs, which we have just reviewed, and in which Marx clearly and consistently assumed that the cost price is thesimy in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities. These earlier paragraphs are generally ignored by the proponents of the standard interpretation. If the 5 sentences just quoted are to be consistent with these earlier paragraphs, then the standard interpretation of these sentences must be wrong. Finally, the standard interpretation of these sentences is also contradicted by the rest of the very same paragraph, which is also generally ignored by Marx's critics. The rest of this paragraph is as follows. Our present investigation does not require us to go into further detail on this point. It still remains correct that the cost price of commodities is always smaller than their value. For even if a commodity's cost price may diverge from the value of the means of production, this error in the past is matter of indifference to the capitalist. The cost price of a commodity is a given precondition, independent of his, the capitalist's, production, while the result of his production is a commodity that contains surplus value, and therefore an excess value over and above its cost price. As a general rule, the principle that the cost price of a commodity is less than its value has been transformed in practice into the principle that its cost price is less than the price of production. For the total social capital, where price of production equals value. This assertion is identical with the earlier one that the cost price is less than the value. Even though it has a different meaning for the particular spheres of production, the basic fact remains that taking Thesocial Capitalis a whole, the cost price of T commodities that this produces is less than their value, or than the price of production, which is identical with this value for the total mass of commodities. 95. We can see that, after stating in the beginning sentences of this paragraph that the cost price is equal to the price of production of the inputs, rather than the value of the inputs, Marx goes on to say that the cost price is still a given precondition, in the determination of value and surplus value, and that surplus value is still the excess of the value of commodities over this given cost price. I think this is a very clear succinct expression of Marx's sobriological method. The cost price is a precondition of production, and surplus value is the result of production, the excess of the value produced over the given cost price presupposed to production. In other words, the value of commodities is equal to the sum of this given cost price plus the surplus value, i.e., pi equals K plus Si, as in the previous paragraphs, even though this given cost price is now understood to be equal to the price of production of the inputs, rather than the value of the inputs. This modification in the determination of the cost price does not mean a change the magnitude of the single, given, actual cost price. The only thing that changes is the explanation of this single, given cost price, the actual cost price, from a partial explanation, equal to the value of the inputs, to a more complete explanation, equal to the price of production of the inputs. Marx then goes on to say that for individual commodities, the principle that the cost price is less than the value, i.e., K PPI. Notice again that the cost price is thesomy in both of these comparisons. Marx does not say that the cost price in value terms is less than the value of commodities and the cost price in price of production terms is less than the price of production of commodities. Instead, Marx says that the same cost price, K, is less than both the value and the price of production of commodities. Therefore, the same cost price is a component of both the value and the price of production of commodities, i.e., pi equals K plus Si and PPI equals K plus pi I as in equations 5 and 7 above. Marx goes on to say, for the total social capital, there is no change in this principle whatsoever, either in the total cost price or in the total value of commodities. Even though the cost price is now understood to be equal to the price of production of the inputs, and not to the value of the inputs, the basic fact remains that the total surplus value is the difference between the total value of commodities and the given total cost price, i.e., S equals P, K. The fact that the given cost price diverges from the value of the inputs makes no difference whatsoever in the total magnitudes of any of these variables. 4.4 More complete explanation of constant capital, variable capital, and the value of commodities produced by capital. Therefore, I conclude that the modification in the determination of the cost price in the opening sentences of this crucial paragraph does not mean that the magnitude of the cost price changes, or that there are two cost prices, one for the determination of values and another for the determination of prices of production. Rather, it means that the same cost price, that is taken as given in the determination of both value and price of production, as discussed in previous paragraphs, is itself now explained more fully than in volume I. Marx originally assumed in volume I that this single, given cost price is equal to the value of the inputs, because no other assumption is possible at that abstract macro stage of the theory. However, after the determination of prices of production in volume 3, Marx provides a more complete explanation of the given cost price is equal to the price of production of the inputs. But this more complete explanation of the given cost price does not change the magnitude of the given cost price itself. The same cost price continues to be taken as given in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities, as the actual, long-run equilibrium, quantities of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power and consumed in production. According to this interpretation, Marx is not acknowledging in this passage that he failed to transform the cost prices from values to prices of production earlier in the chapter, and that his earlier presentation needs to be corrected. Marx does not say anything about needing to correct the numbers in his tables earlier in the chapter, in which the cost price is the same for the determination of both values and prices of production. Rather, this passage says that we can now understand that the given cost prices, which remain the same for the determination of both values and prices of production, are themselves equal to the prices of production of the inputs, rather than to the values of the inputs. When Marx says that it is always possible to go wrong if one assumes that the cost price is equal to the value of commodities, he means that it would be wrong to make this assumption, not only in the determination of the price of production of commodities, as in the standard interpretation, but also in the determination of the value of commodities as products of capital. This interpretation of the meaning of the modification in the determination of the cost price and the opening sentence of this paragraph, unlike standard interpretation, is consistent with the preceding paragraphs and is also consistent with the rest of the same paragraph, in which Marx clearly states that the cost price is thesame in the determination of both value and price of production of commodities. Thus we can see that in these 5 key paragraphs in chapter 9 Marx repeatedly assumes that the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and price of production. The single magnitude of cost price is a given precondition in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities. This single magnitude of cost price is now explained more fully, as equal to the prices of production of the inputs, rather than the value of the inputs, but the magnitude of the given cost price does not change. There are not 2 cost prices, one for the determination of value and the other for the determination of price of production, such that the former has to be transformed into the latter. No such transformation of the cost price from value to price of production is necessary. Therefore, Marx did not fail to make such an unnecessary transformation. Value of commodities produced by capital. We can also see that this more complete explanation of the given cost price, constant capital plus variable capital, also provides a more complete explanation of the value of commodities produced by capital. As discussed in chapter 2, the value of commodities produced by capital is different and more complicated than the value of simple commodities. Point 96 The value of commodities continues to be determined by the sum of the given constant capital, one component of the cost price, and the new value produced by current labor, P equals C plus N, as in equation 1, above. However, the given constant capital component of the value of commodity is no longer assumed to be equal to the value of the means of production, but is instead now explained more fully to be equal to the price of production of the means of production. The value transferred from the constant capital to the value of commodities produced by capital is the actual constant capital consumed in production, even though this actual constant capital is not equal to the value of the means of production. The labor time required to produce the means of production has already been objectively expressed as the price of production of the means of production, as general social labor, and the already existing constant capital, equal to the price of production of the means of production, reappears and becomes a presupposed constituent of the value of commodities produced by capital. Similarly, the value of commodities produced by capital also continues to be equal to the given cost price plus the surplus value, as Marx repeatedly emphasized in the paragraphs from chapter 9 discussed above, i.e., pi equals K plus Si, as in equation 6, above. However, the given cost price, K, is no longer assumed to be equal to the value of the inputs, but is instead now more fully explained to be equal to the price of production of the inputs. The cost price component of the value of commodities is the actual constant capital and variable capital consumed in production, even though these actual quantities of money capital are not equal to the values of the inputs. 4.5 Value and price of production of average commodities. In chapters 10, 11, and 12 of volume 3, Marx returned to the subject of the price of production of commodities produced with capital of average composition, already discussed in chapter 9. At the beginning of chapter 10, Marx again stated briefly that the prices of production of such average commodities are equal to their values. In some branches of production the capital employed has a composition we may describe as mean or average, i.e. a composition exactly or approximately the same as the average of the total social capital. In these spheres, the production prices of the commodities coincide exactly or approximately with their values as expressed in money. 97. Marx repeateth the same point in the first sentence of the next paragraph. Again, as discussed above, this equality between the price of production and the value of average commodities can be true only if the cost price is the same for both the value and the price of production. Chapter 11 is about the effects of a change of wages on the prices of production of commodities, i.e., Ricardo's main question. Marx's method of analysis in this chapter is to first assume a given magnitude of money wages, and then assume a 25% increase or decrease of the given money wages, and analyze the effects of these changes of money wages on the prices of production of three types of commodities. 1. Commodities produced with average composition of capital. 2. Commodities produced with below average composition of capital, and 3. Commodities produced with above average composition of capital. In both cases of an increase and a decrease of wages, the price of production of commodities produced with average composition does not change. This result is possible only if the price of production of average commodities is equal to their value, which in turn is true, as we have seen, only if the cost price is the same for both the value and the price of production of average commodities. Marx returned again to the subject of the effect of a change of wages on the price of production of average commodities in a short, but important, supplementary remark in Chapter 12, Section 2, entitled The Production Price of Commodities of Average Composition. We have just seen that Marx concluded in Chapter 11 that a change of wages would have no effect on the price of production of average commodities. In Chapter 12, Marx returns to this question, with the explicit consideration of the fact that the cost price of commodities is not equal to the value of the inputs, but is instead equal to the price of production of the inputs, as he had discussed earlier in Chapter 9. The question addressed in this section is this: does the fact that the cost price of commodities is equal to the price of production on the inputs, rather than their value, alter the earlier conclusion, in Chapter 11, that a change of wages would have no effect on the price of production of average commodities? See below that Marx's conclusion is that the answer to this question is no, i.e., that this earlier conclusion is not altered by the fact that the cost price of commodities is equal to the price of production on the inputs. Marx's argument in this section assumes that the cost price is the sum in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities, and Marx states this assumption explicitly. However, in first paragraph of this section, Marx makes a statement that appears to contradict this conclusion reached at the end of the section. This first paragraph is often cited by critics of Marx to support their interpretation that there are two sets of cost prices, not just one for the determination of values and one for the determination of prices of production, and that Marx failed to transform the cost prices from values to prices of production. The first paragraph in this section is as follows. We have already seen that the divergence of price of production from value arises for the following reasons: 1. Because the average profit is added to the cost price of a commodity, rather than the surplus value contained in it. 2. Because the price of production of a commodity that diverges in this way from its value enters an element into the cost price of other commodities, which means that a divergence from the value of the means of production consumed may already be contained in the cost price, quite apart from the divergence that may arise for the commodity itself from the difference between average profit and surplus value. 98. This paragraph could be interpreted in the standard way, that there are two sets of cost prices and thus two reasons for divergence between values and prices of production. However, we will see below that the standard interpretation of this paragraph is contradicted by the remaining two paragraphs in this section, and is also contradicted by all the other textual evidence presented in this chapter. On the other hand, this paragraph can also be interpreted in a different way, and in a way that is consistent with the rest of the section, and the other textual evidence. This different interpretation of this first paragraph will be explained after examining the other two paragraphs in this section. In the second paragraph of this section, Marx elaborates on the second reason for the divergence of price of production from value, namely that the cost price diverges from the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, including for commodities of average composition. Marx first discusses constant capital and then variable capital. Idisque possible accordingly for the cost price to diverge from the values sum of elements of which this component of the price of production is composed even in the case of commodities that are produced by capitals of average composition. Let us assume that the average composition is ADC plus 20V. It is possible now that, for the actual individual capitals that are composed in this way, the ADC may be greater or less than the value of C, the constant capital, since the C is composed of commodities whose prices are different from their values. The 20V can similarly diverge from its value, if the spending of wages on consumption involves commodities whose prices of production are different from their values. The workers must work for a greater or lesser amount of time in order to buy back these commodities, to replace them, and must therefore perform more or less necessary labor than would be needed if the prices of production of their necessary means of subsistence did coincide with their values. 99. Notice that Marx speaks again here of a capital of average composition, which, we have seen above, presumes that there is only one cost price, which is a component of both the values and the prices of production of commodities. Then in the final paragraph of this section, Marx emphasizes the main point that he is trying to make in this section about the prices of production of commodities of average composition, that even though the cost price is not equal to the value of the inputs, this divergence does not affect the correctness of the principles put forward in previous chapters regarding the price of production of commodities of average composition. These principles are of course, 1. That the prices of production of average commodities are equal to their values, and 2. That the prices of production of average commodities are not affected by a change of wages. As we have seen above, these two principles about the price of production of average commodities can be true if and only if the cost price is the same for both the value and the price of production of average commodities, in other words only if there is only one cost price, not two. In this final paragraph, Marx once again explicitly expresses this identity of the cost price in the value and the price of production of average commodities, including in terms of the familiar algebraic formulations. This crucial concluding paragraph is the following. Yet this possibility cost price equals price of production on inputs in no way affects the correctness of the principles put forward for commodities of average composition. The quantity of profit that falls to the share of these commodities is equal to the quantity of surplus value contained in them. For the above capital, with its composition of ADC plus 20V, for example, the important thing as far as the determination of surplus value is concerned is not whether these figures are the expression of factual values but rather what their mutual relationship is, i.e. that V is 1/5 of the total capital and C is 4/5. As soon as this is the case, as assumed above, the surplus value V produces is equal to the average profit. On the other hand, because the surplus value V produces is equal to the average profit, the price of production equals cost price plus profit equals K plus P equals K plus S, which is equal in practice C to the commodities value. In other words, an increase or decrease in wages in this case leaves K plus P unaffected, just as it would leave the commodities value unaffected, and simply brings about a corresponding converse movement, a decrease or increase, on the side of the profit rate. 100. Please note the very important clarification, that what really matters, the important thing, in the determination of surplus value, and hence also in the determination of value, is not whether the quantities of constant capital and variable capital are the equal to the values of the inputs, but rather what these quantities actually are and the relation between them, i.e., whether or not the ratio of the actual quantities is equal to the actual average composition of capital. As long as the actual composition of an individual capital is equal to the actual average composition of capital, then the average profit of this capital will be equal to the surplus value produced, and the price of production of this average commodity will be equal to its value. It follows that the constant capital that is transferred to the value of the output is the actual constant capital, even though this actual constant capital is not equal to the value of the means of production, and that the variable capital that is subtracted from the new value produced to determine the actual surplus value is the actual variable capital, even though this actual variable capital is not equal to the value of the means of subsistence. Therefore, we can see that the standard interpretation of the first paragraph this section, that there are two cost prices and two reasons for divergence between value and price of production, is directly contradicted by the conclusions reached at the end of this section, and in previous chapters, about the price of production of average commodities. The prices of production of average commodities are equal to their values, and are not affected by a change of wages, only if the cost price is the same in the determination of both the value and the price of production of commodities. And if the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and price of production, then there can be only one reason for divergence between value and price of production, namely the difference between the average profit and the surplus value produced. Therefore, in interpreting section 2 of chapter 12, we have two options. 1. Either Marx's arguments about the prices of production of average commodities in this section and in earlier chapters are all completely wrong, or 2. Marx simply misspoke in the first paragraph of this section when he said that there are two reasons for divergence between value and price of production. I think that Marx misspoke in the first paragraph of section 2. I think that Marx by habit used the term value in the first paragraph of section 2 in its earlier simplified meaning, under the provisional assumption that the cost price of commodities is equal to the value of the inputs. With this simplified meaning of value, there would be two reasons for divergence of price of production from value, because the cost price is different and because the average profit is not equal to the surplus value produced. However, we saw above that Marx argued in chapter 9 that, after prices of production are determined, the cost price component of the value of commodities is more fully explained as equal to the price of production of the inputs, rather than to the value of the inputs, and, consequently, that the value of commodities is also more fully explained and that the cost price component of the value of commodity is equal to the price of production of the inputs. This more complete explanation of the cost price and the value of commodity is simply as that the cost price is the sum in the determination of both value and price of production, and thus that there is only one reason for divergence between the value and the price of production of commodities, i.e., the divergence between the average profit and the surplus value produced. The divergence of cost prices from the values of the inputs is already contained in the magnitude of the cost price, and this single cost price is a component of both the values and the prices of production of commodities, that is, value equals K plus S and price of production equals K plus pi. 4.6 Value and price of production of agricultural commodities. Toward the end of volume 3, in chapter 45 on absolute rent, Marx stated again clearly and algebraically that the cost price is the sum, a given constant, in the determination of both the values and the prices of production of agricultural goods specifically. Since one part of the value and the price of production is in fact a given constant, i.e. the cost price the capital equals consumed in the course of production, the distinction lies in the other, variable part, the surplus value, which in the price of production equals P is profit, i.e. the total surplus value reckoned on the social capital and on each individual capital as an aliquot part of this, but which in the value of the commodity is equal to the actual surplus value which this particular capital has produced, forming an integral part of the commodity value it has created. If the value of a commodity is above its price of production, the price of production equals K plus P, and its value equals K plus P plus D, so that P plus D equals the surplus value contained in it. The difference between the value and the price of production is just, the excess of the surplus value produced by this capital over the surplus value allotted to it by the general rate of profit. 101. Note that because K is the same, the difference between the value and price of production of commodities is due solely to the difference between surplus value and profit, symbolized in this passage by D. There are not two reasons for divergence between values and prices of production, but only one reason. 5. Volume I of capital. The determination of the constant capital and variable capital in the final published versions of Volume I is not as clear as it is in the earlier drafts, especially the key Chapter 7. At the urging of Engels, and because of his own desire to make his book more accessible to the working class, Marx simplified the exposition of his theory considerably, compared to the earlier drafts. There are many fewer methodological comments about the initial presuppositions of his theory of surplus value. However, the fact that the analytical framework of his theory remains the same, the circuit of money capital, M, C, P, C, M plus delta M, strongly suggests that the initial presupposition of Marx's theory of delta M continues to be the initial quantities of money capital M advanced to purchase means of production and labor power the beginning of the circuit of capital, as emphasized in earlier drafts. It should also be kept in mind that the final published versions of Volume I, beginning in 1867, were written after Marx had written the draft of Volume III in the manuscript of 1864-65, including Part 2 on prices of production, which we have just reviewed, in which Marx emphasized that the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production. Therefore, Marx was fully aware, at least since his discussion of Bailey in 1863, as we have seen, that, in the determination of value and surplus value, the actual constant capital and variable capital are equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, not equal to their values. Marx was also fully aware that there is a significant difference between the value of simple commodities and the value of commodities as products of capital, as he discussed in the Results manuscript. However, these points are somewhat difficult to explain to a popular readership, so Marx tried to finesse the difficulty with a simplified version of his theory. It was a poor decision, in my view. Part 2 of Volume I, the transformation of money into capital, is similar to earlier drafts. Capital is clearly defined in terms of money, as money which is advanced into circulation in order to make more money, symbolized once again by the general formula for capital M, C, M.102. Surplus value is again defined as delta M, the excess of the money capital recovered, M, over the initial money capital advanced, M. The complete form of the process is therefore M, C, M, where M equals M plus delta M, i.e. the original sum advanced plus an increment. This increment or excess over the original value I call surplus value. The value originally advanced, therefore, not only remains intact while in circulation, but increases its magnitude, adds to itself a surplus value, or is valorized. And this movement converts it into capital. 103. The components of capital in the general formula for capital are actual quantities of money capital which appear every day before our eyes, CI 247, and appear directly in the sphere of circulation, CI 257. Marx does not state so explicitly, but we have seen in the earlier drafts that these actual previously existing quantities of money capital are presupposed in his theory of delta M, because the actual M has already been advanced at the beginning of the circuit of money capital and is assumed to be a known quantity, and because the decisive factor about capitalism is the difference between the money capital recovered at the end of the circuit of capital, M, and the pre-existing money capital advanced at the beginning of the circuit, M. What is decisive for capitalism and for the production of surplus value is the actual pre-existing money capital, not a hypothetical money capital equal to the values of the means of production and means of subsistence. As in previous drafts, Marx divided the original presupposed money capital, M, into two components which he now clearly defined as constant capital and variable capital, Chapter 8. As we know from the previous discussion, these names refer to the different roles played by these two components of the original capital in the determination of value and surplus value. The presupposed quantity of constant capital is transferred to the value of the product, and thus remains constant, and is not a source of surplus value. That part of capital, therefore, which is turned into means of production, does not undergo any quantitative alteration of value in the process of production. For this reason, I call it the constant part of capital, or more briefly, constant capital. 104. Marx emphasizes again, as he had in previous drafts, that constant capital is preserved and reappears as a constituent part of the value of the product, thus implying that constant capital existed prior to the current production process, and is taken as given as such. In a footnote, Marx criticizes the American economist Wayland for trying to squeeze an explanation of surplus value out of the mere reappearance of previously existing values. 105. On the other hand, the presupposed quantity of variable capital increases its magnitude and thus is the source of surplus value because it is exchanged for labor power, which produces a quantity of new value that is greater than the quantity of variable capital advanced, NV. On the other hand, that part of capital which is turned into labor power does undergo an alteration of value in the process of production. It both reproduces the equivalent of its own value and produces an excess, a surplus value. This part of capital is continually being transformed from a constant into a variable magnitude. I therefore call it the variable part of capital, or more briefly, variable capital. 106. 5.1 Chapter 9 I will discuss Chapter 9, the rate of surplus value, before Chapter 7, Section 2, the valorization process, because Section 1 of Chapter 9 presents a clearer summary of Marx's theory of surplus value, in part because the theory is presented in terms of the concepts of constant capital and variable capital, which are introduced in Chapter 8. Chapter 9 begins with the observation that surplus value appears at first sight to be the difference between the initial capital advanced, or laid out or expended, denoted as C, and the final value of the product, C. 107. The surplus value generated in the production process by C, the capital advanced, i.e. the valorization of the value of the capital C, presents itself to us first as the amount by which the value of the product exceeds the value of its constituent elements. The capital C is made up of two components, one the sum of money C laid out on means of production, and the other the sum of money V expended on labor power. 108. Marx then presents a numerical example. At the beginning, then C equals C plus V, for example, if £500 is the capital advanced, its components may be such that £500 equals £410 constant plus £90 variable. 109 After production, there is a product whose value is C equals C plus V, plus S, and S equals £90. The original capital of £500 has increased its magnitude to £590. When the process of production is finished, we get a commodity whose value equals C plus V, plus S, where S is the surplus value, or taking our former figures, the value of this commodity is £410 constant plus £90 variable, plus £90 surplus. 110. Marx then states that, since constant capital and variable capital are constituent elements of both the capital advanced and the value of the product, it is a mere tautology, i.e., mere definition, no theory, to say that surplus value is the excess of the value of the product over the capital advanced. Algebraically, S equals C plus V, plus S, C plus V. Thus we can see once again that the presupposed components of the advanced capital, constant capital and variable capital, are also components of the value of the product. Marx then focuses on the constant capital component of the advanced capital, and repeats again that the pre-existing constant capital is transferred to the value of the product and merely reappears in it. Therefore, from the perspective of the determination of new value and surplus value, constant capital plays no role, and can be abstracted from. The new value produced in the current period is only V plus S, and does not include C. Let us return to the formula C equals C plus V, which we saw was transformed into C equals, C plus V, plus S, C becoming C. We know that the value of the constant capital is transferred to the product, and merely reappears in it. The new value actually created in the process, the value product, is therefore not the same as the value of the product. It is not, as it would at first sight appear, C plus V, plus S or £410 constant plus £90 variable plus £90 surplus, but rather V plus S or £90 variable plus £90 surplus. 111. Therefore, surplus value is purely the result of an alteration of the variable capital. Marx then mentions a further difficulty with respect to variable capital. In the beginning, i.e., before production, variable capital is a given, constant magnitude, and thus it appears absurd to treat a given constant magnitude as a variable one. Marx's explanation of this apparent absurdity is of course that the initial given amount of variable capital is exchanged for labor power, which is a value-creating power. The given variable capital becomes a symbol for the whole process undergone by this component of the advanced capital, from money capital to labor power to living labor in production to new value produced. A further difficulty is caused by the original form of the variable capital. In our example, C equals £410 constant plus £90 variable plus £90 surplus, but £90 variable is a given and therefore a constant magnitude, and hence it appears absurd to treat it as variable. In fact, however, the £90 variable is here merely a symbol for the process undergone by this value. The portion of the capital invested in the purchase of labor power is a finite quantity of objectified labor £90, a constant value like the value of the labor power purchased. But in the process the place of the £90 is taken by the labor power which sets itself in motion. Dead labor is replaced by living labor, something stagnant by something flowing, a constant by a variable. The result is the reproduction of V plus an increment of V.112. For our purpose, the main point to note in this passage is that the initial variable capital is a given magnitude, whose value must be reproduced before any surplus value can be produced. Surplus value is then determined, not just a tautological definition, by subtracting the given variable capital from the new value produced by living labor. Given that the new value produced equals £180, a sum which consequently represents the whole of the labor expended during the process, if we subtract £90 from it, being the value of the variable capital, we have £90 left, the amount of the surplus value. 113. Marx then introduces the key concept of necessary labor time, which is defined as the labor time necessary for workers to produce an equivalent to the variable capital or an equivalent value of labor power which was bought with the variable capital. But as we have seen, during that part of his day's labor in which he produces the value of his labor power, say 3 shillings, he produces only an equivalent of the value of his labor power already advanced. The new value only replaces the variable capital advanced. I call the portion of the working day during which this reproduction takes place necessary labor time. 114. Marx does not state explicitly here, but necessary labor time, NLT, the time necessary to replace the variable capital advanced, is implicitly determined by dividing the presupposed variable capital, V, example 3 shillings, by the rate at which living labor produces new value per hour, M, i.e., the melt, which is determined by the quantity of gold produced per hour, example 0.5 shillings per hour. Algebraically, NLT equals V/M, e.g. 6 hours equals 3 shillings/0.5 shillings per hour. Surplus labor time is then defined as the remainder of the working day, in which workers continue to produce new value, but this additional new value no longer goes to replace the variable capital advanced by capitalists to workers, but instead becomes the surplus value of capitalists. This summary of Marx's theory of surplus value in Chapter 9 is very clear. The presupposed components of the original advanced capital, constant capital and variable capital, are also components of the value of the product, and surplus value is determined by the difference between the new value produced by living labor and the actual variable capital advanced, laid out, Purchase labor power. Necessary labor time is the time necessary to produce an equivalent to the actual variable capital advanced, and surplus labor time is the rest of the working day. Volume I is at the level of abstraction of capital in general, which assumes that price equals value, and thus that the price of the means of subsistence equals the value of the means of subsistence, i.e., is proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence, PMS equals MLMS. Under this assumption, the necessary labor time required to produce an equivalent to the variable capital advanced, NLT, is the same as the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence, LMS. NLT equals V/M equals PMS/M equals MLMS/M equals LMS. Marx uses these two quantities of labor time interchangeably in Chapter 9, as in the above quotation, which leaves the impression that these two quantities of labor time are always identically equal. However, these two quantities of labor time are not always equal. Once the general assumption that price equals value is dropped in Volume 3, then the labor time required to produce an equivalent to the actual variable capital is not the same quantity as the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence. NLT equals V/M equals PMS/M is not equal to MLMS/M equals LMS. What matters for the determination of the actual total surplus value in Volume I is the actual total variable capital, not a hypothetical variable capital proportional to the labor time required to produce means of subsistence. The actual variable capital that was expended to purchase labor power at the beginning of the circuit of capital must be recovered before any actual surplus value can be accrued. Necessary labor time is the labor time necessary for the recovery of this actual variable capital, and the beginning of the production of actual surplus value. 115 In the beginning of Section 2 of Chapter 9, Marx clearly summarized his theory of value, as determined by the sum of two components. The product of a working day of 12 hours is 20 pounds of yarn, having a value of 30s. No less than 8/10 of this value, or 24s, is formed by the mere reappearance in the value of the means of production. In other words, this part consists of constant capital. The remaining 2/10, or 6s, is the new value created during the spinning process. 1/2 of this replaces the value of the day's labor power, or the variable capital. The remaining half constitutes a surplus value of 3s.116. This is another clear statement that the value of commodities is determined by the sum of two components, 1, the reappearing value of the constant capital, and 2, the new value created by the quantity of current labor. The reappearing value of constant capital existed previously and is taken as given, and the new value created is determined by current labor. The new value produced by current labor is in turn subdivided into two parts, one part which replaces the given variable capital and the remainder which is the capitalist's surplus value. 5.2 Chapter 7 of Volume I, in which Marx's basic theory of surplus value is first presented, is less clear than Chapter 9 and the earlier drafts. There are no methodological comments in the draft of Chapter 7 in the manuscript of 1861-63, in which Marx clarified that the initial money capital meant the valorization process is presupposed, because this initial money capital has already been advanced and thus is a known quantity, and because the main thing about capitalism is the difference between the money capital recovered and the initial money capital advanced. And there are no remarks similar to the results, that the initial M is presupposed because the main goal of Marx's theory is to explain how the initial given M becomes M plus delta M. Most importantly, Marx also does not discuss in Chapter 7 the fundamental distinction between simple commodities and commodities products of capital as emphasized in the results. Instead, in the interest of simplification, Marx tried to finesse this important difference, and this attempt at simplification has left a legacy of ambiguity and confusion. Part of the difficulty with the exposition in Chapter 7 is that the key concepts of constant capital and variable capital have not yet been introduced. Therefore, Marx could not present his theory of value and surplus value clearly and explicitly in terms of these key components of the original capital advanced, as he did in Chapter 9, that the presupposed components of the advanced capital become determinants of the value and surplus value of the product. In Chapter 7, constant capital is described as the value of the means of production and variable capital as the value of labor power. With this formulation, it is less clear that these components of the value and surplus value of the product are the two components of the original capital advanced, M equals C plus V, and it appears that the magnitudes of these two components are determined solely by the values of the means of production and means of subsistence, rather than presupposed as the actual quantities of money capital advanced, which are only partially explained by these values. In the following discussion of Chapter 7, I will utilize the concepts of constant capital and variable capital as appropriate in order to improve the exposition. Marx began his theory of surplus value in Chapter 7 by referring back to his labor theory of value in Chapter 1, and stating that this rule holds good in the case of commodities handed over to capitalists. We know that the value of each commodity is determined by the quantity of labor materialized in its use value, by the labor time necessary to produce it. This rule holds good in the case of the product handed over to the capitalist as a result of the labor process. Assuming the product to be yarn, our first step is to calculate the quantity of labor objectified in it. 117. Thus, in the interest of presenting a simplified labor theory of value, Marx appears to be ignoring the important distinction between simple commodities and commodities produced by capital that he emphasized in the results, and even to suggest that there is no difference between the two. Marx then proceeds to calculate the total quantity of labor objectified in the yarn, starting with the past labor time transferred from the means of production, cotton and spindle. As discussed in Chapter 2, this transferred value component of value is one of the crucial differences between simple commodities and commodities produced by capital. Marx began by stating that there is no need to investigate the value of the cotton because it is assumed that the capitalist has purchased the cotton at its value, example 10 shillings, and thus the value of the cotton already exists as these 10 shillings and is taken as given as such in the determination of the value of the product. We have no need at present to investigate the value of the cotton, for our capitalist has, we will assume, bought it at its full value, say 10 shillings. In this price the labor required for the production of the cotton is already expressed in terms of average social labor. 118. This statement that the labor required to produce the cotton has already been expressed as average social labor, i.e., as the price of the cotton, i.e., as money, is similar to the passages in the manuscript of 1861-63 and the results discussed above. It is also assumed that the depreciation of the spindle is equal to 2 shillings, which also already expresses the labor time required to produce the spindle, prorated over its lifetime. Next there is a sentence which is difficult to understand, especially without a knowledge of the similar passages in the earlier drafts discussed above. If then, 24 hours of labor, or 2 working days, are required to produce the quantity of gold represented by 12 shillings, it follows first of all that 2 days of labor are objectified in the yarn. 119. The logic here seems to be that the 24 hours of past labor objectified in the yarn is derived, not from the labor time required to produce cotton and spindles but rather from 12 shillings paid for the cotton and the spindle, and the quantity of labor required to produce the quantity of gold that is equal to the 12 shillings, i.e., the quantity of labor that is represented by that amount of money. The past labor objectified in the yarn is not derived directly from the labor required to produce the cotton and the spindle because that past labor has already been expressed in their price, i.e., as average social labor. This quantity of past labor, LP, could be determined by dividing the price of the consumed means of production, PMP, or the constant capital advanced to purchase the consumed means of production, C, by the quantity of gold produced per hour, M, example 0.5 shillings per hour. LP equals PMP slash M equals C slash M equals 12S slash 0.5 S slash HR equals 6 HR. Of course, it is assumed as a first approximation in volume I, capital in general, that the prices of individual commodities are equal to their values, including the prices of means of production, which implies that constant capital is proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of production, LMP, that is, C equals PMP equals MLMP. In this case, there appears to be no difference between LP and LMP. LP equals C/M equals PMP/M equals MLMP/M equals LMP. In Chapter 7, Marx uses these two quantities, LP and LMP, interchangeably, again leaving the wrong impression that the two quantities are always identically equal. But these two quantities of labor time are not in general equal. Once the provisional assumption that the prices of individual commodities are equal to their values is dropped in Volume 3, then LP is no longer equal to LMP. LP equals C/M equals PMP/M is not equal to MLMP/M equals LMP. And we have seen from the above discussion of Bailey's contribution in the manuscript of 1861-63 and Part 2 of Volume 3, the manuscript of 1864-65, that, in this case, the transferred value component of the value of commodities produced by capital is the actual constant capital advanced, which implies that the past labor objectified in the product is LP, not LMP. The crucial point is that the quantity of constant capital, or the price of the means of production, is not determined by the labor value of the means of production. The quantity of constant capital is presupposed, as the actual quantity of money capital advanced to purchase means of production in the actual capitalist economy, and this presupposed actual quantity of money capital is transferred directly to the value of the product. This actual quantity of constant capital is equal to the price of production of the means of production, which depends mainly, but not entirely, on the labor time required to produce the means of production. The fact that constant capital is taken as given is especially clear in the case of fixed constant capital, advanced to purchase long-lasting means of production, and the method Marx used to determine the annual depreciation costs of fixed constant capital, which he discussed in Chapter 8, pages 311-14. Marx's method of depreciation was the so-called straight-line method, according to which the annual depreciation costs, d, are determined by dividing the original fixed constant capital, F, by the expected lifetime of the means of production, T, i.e., D equals F/T. This straight-line method of determining depreciation is not possible unless the original fixed constant capital is taken as given, along with the expected lifetime. 120. Moving on, in Chapter 7, to the living labor of the current period, Marx then considers the value of labor power and the new value produced by living labor. Marx's one-sentence summary of the value of labor power is not entirely clear. We assumed, on the occasion of its sale, that the value of a day's labor power was 3 shillings, and that 6 hours of labor was incorporated in that sum, and consequently that this amount of labor was needed to produce the worker's average daily means of subsistence. 121. The logic of this ambiguous passage seems to be that the labor power was purchased for 3 shillings, which is taken as given, and it takes 6 hours to produce 3 shillings worth of gold, also taken as given, from which Marx deduces, consequently, that the labor needed to produce the worker's average daily means of subsistence is 6 hours, similar to the determination of past labor discussed above. Thus the labor needed to produce the worker's average daily means of subsistence is not tied directly to the means of subsistence themselves, but is instead derived from the given money wage, i.e., the given money variable capital, and the number of hours it takes the worker to produce a quantity of new value that is equivalent to the given variable capital that was advanced. In the theory of surplus value that follows this passage, the labor needed to produce the means of subsistence does not directly determine the quantity of surplus value. What directly determines the quantity of surplus value is instead the actual given quantity of money variable capital, example 3 shillings, and the given rate at which the worker produces new value per hour, example 0.5 shillings/hour. As discussed above, these latter two given quantities determine necessary labor time, i.e., the labor time necessary to produce new value equivalent to the variable capital advanced, NLT equals V/M, beyond which time the worker starts to produce surplus value. In the continuation of the paragraph just quoted, Marx first assumes that the working day is 6 hours and that 6 hours of labor produces 3 shillings of gold, at a rate of 0.5 shillings/hour. Therefore, with a working day of 6 hours, the worker produces only enough new value to replace the advanced variable capital and no surplus value is produced. Our capitalist stares in astonishment. However, with a working day of 12 hours, the worker produces an additional 3 shillings of new value, which becomes the surplus value of the capitalist, all the charms of something out of nothing. The labor time required to produce the means of subsistence plays no direct role in this determination of the quantity of surplus value. Of course, the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence plays a substantial indirect role in the determination of the quantity of surplus value, because the given variable capital is equal to the price of the means of subsistence, which depends mainly, but not entirely, on the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence. However, the labor time required to produce the means of subsistence is not the only determinant of the price of the means of subsistence. This price, like all prices of individual commodities or subsets of individual commodities like the means of subsistence, also depends on the equalization of profit rates across industries, which cannot be explained in volume I at the level of abstraction of capital in general. Therefore, in the volume I theory of surplus value, the actual variable capital is taken as given and is subtracted from the new value produced in order to determine the actual quantity of surplus value produced. 5.3 Partial explanation of the given constant capital and variable capital. In addition to taking constant capital and variable capital as given in the determination of value and surplus value, volume I also provides a partial explanation of the given constant capital and variable capital, in terms of the prices of the means of production and means of subsistence. This partial explanation is clearest in the case of variable capital. Variable capital is exchanged for labor power, and therefore is identically equal to the price of labor power. Marx assumes that the price of labor power is equal to the long-run equilibrium price of the average quantity of means of subsistence, V equals PMS, with this quantity of means of subsistence taken as given. In volume I, Marx assumed as a first approximation that the long-run equilibrium prices of commodities are proportional the labor time required to produce them, PMS equals MLMS. This is the only assumption consistent with the macro labor theory of value in volume I. Under this assumption, V equals PMS equals MLMS, i.e., V is proportional to LMS. For example, Marx stated in Chapter 6. Suppose that the mass of commodities required for the average day contains 6 hours of social labor. This quantity of labor forms the value of a day's labor power. If half of a day of average social labor is present, the circuit of money capital, M presupposed 185. In 3 shillings, then 3 shillings is the price corresponding to the value of a day's labor power, and the owner of money pays this value. 122. However, this equality V equals PMS equals MLMS is not exactly true. It is only a first approximation, and should be written as V equals PMS MLMS. LMS is the main determinant of PMS and V, but not the only determinant. PMS and V also depend on the general rate of profit, i.e., V equals PMS equals F, LMS, R. But the general rate of profit cannot be explained in volume I. So LMS is only a partial explanation of the given PMS and the given variable capital. Nonetheless, this explanation of the given variable capital as depending primarily on LMS is very important in Marx theory. It shows the labor theory of value can explain the price of labor, by distinguishing between labor and labor power, which was a significant theoretical advance over the classical economists who were trapped in the absurdity of the quantity of labor required to produce labor. It also enabled Marx's theory to explain surplus value and exploitation as the difference between the total working day and the labor time necessary to sustain the worker, and also to explain the important effects of a change of LMS on V and S and the rate of surplus value, i.e., Marx's theory of relative surplus value. These conclusions do not require the provisional volume I assumption that variable capital is proportional to the labor time required to produce means of subsistence. The same general conclusions follow even without the strict proportionality. The standard interpretation of this passage in Chapter 6 and others similar to it is that these passages are evidence that Marx assumed in volume I that the magnitude of variable capital is determined solely by this equality, V equals MLMS, i.e., that variable capital is proportional to LMS. I agree that these passages in isolation could be interpreted in that way. However, I also argue that the standard interpretation of these passages ignores and is contradicted by all the textual evidence presented in this chapter, that the circuit of money capital is the analytical framework of Marx's theory, and the circuit of money capital begins with an independently existing quantity of money capital, M, one component of which is variable capital, which is thrown into circulation in order to make more money. The many passages that state explicitly that this initial M is presupposed in the determination of M and delta M, the fact that the inputs to capitalist production and the valorization process are commodities with already existing prices, and thus the labor time required to produce these commodities have already been expressed in the form of general social labor, i.e., as money, and finally that the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production. All this important textual evidence suggests that variable capital is taken as given in Marx's theory of M and delta M, as the actual money capital advanced to purchase labor power at the beginning of the circuit of money capital. It is this actual quantity of variable capital, not a hypothetical quantity proportional to LMS, that is subtracted from the actual new value produced in order to determine the total actual surplus value in volume I. Furthermore, I argue that the above passage from Chapter 6, and other similar passages, can be interpreted in an alternative way, and in a way that is consistent with all the rest of this textual evidence. As discussed above, these passages provide a partial explanation of the given actual variable capital in volume I, that this actual variable capital depends mainly, but not entirely, on the labor time required to produce means of subsistence. However, the crucial point is that this provisional assumption does not solely determine the magnitude of variable capital that is subtracted from the new value produced in order to determine the magnitude of surplus value. Instead, the magnitude of variable capital is taken as given, as the actual money capital advanced to purchase labor power in the first phase of the circuit of capital, and this actual variable capital is subtracted from the actual new value produced to determine the actual surplus value produced. Therefore, this monetary interpretation, unlike the standard interpretation, is consistent with both sides of the textual evidence, both with passages like the one from Chapter 6 and also with all the other textual evidence discussed above. A similar argument could be made about constant capital. There are some passages in volume I, when viewed in isolation, that could be interpreted to mean that the magnitude of constant capital is determined solely by and is proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of production, C equals PMP equals MLMP. However, again this interpretation ignores and is contradicted by all the other textual evidence presented in this chapter. I argue that the purpose of Marx's provisional assumption that constant capital is equal to the value of the means of production is not to determine exactly the magnitude of constant capital but rather to provide a provisional explanation of the actual quantity of constant capital advanced to purchase means of production in the real capitalist economy, because a full explanation is not yet possible. This actual quantity of constant capital is taken as given and becomes the first component of the value of commodities produced by capital, i.e., this actual quantity of constant capital is transferred directly to, reappears in, the value of commodities produced by capital. This provisional assumption in volume I allowed Marx to analyze the trend in the composition of capital, the ratio of constant capital to variable capital, and the effect of technological change on the composition of capital. I acknowledge that Marx's exposition of this key point in volume I of Capital is ambiguous. For the sake of simplicity, Marx omitted from the final published versions of Volume I the methodological remarks of earlier drafts and the complications of analyzing commodities as products of capital. In his numerical examples, he sometimes seems to be presenting a simple labor theory of value, in which the magnitudes of constant capital and variable capital are assumed to be determined solely by the labor times required to produce means of production and means of subsistence, rather than taken as given actual quantities of money capital advanced. But I don't think Marx changed his mind about this key methodological point, taking constant capital and variable capital as given, as actual quantities, in order to determine the actual total value and the actual total surplus value, between 1865 and 1867. Marx simplified the exposition, and one can understand why, but it has resulted in ambiguity and confusion ever since. The labor theory of value in Marx's theory of capitalism is not a simple labor theory of value, it is a more complicated labor theory of value for commodities produced by capital, especially with respect to the constant capital, transferred value, component of the value of commodities, produced by capital. 5.4 Key footnote in Chapter 5 An important clue to Marx's logical method in volume I salong footnote end of Chapter 5. In the final paragraph of this chapter, Marx posed the central question of his theory in clear, and humorous, terms, and issued the following well-known challenge to himself and all others. The transformation of money into capital. Marx's main question has to be developed on the basis of the immanent laws of the exchange of equivalents. The money owner, who is yet only a capitalist in larval form, must buy commodities at their value, sell them at their value, and yet at the end of the process withdraw more value from circulation than he threw into it in the beginning. His emergence as a butterfly must, and yet must not, take place in the sphere of circulation. Hic rotus, hic salta. 123. In the footnote at ois passage Marx clarifies the meaning of these important sentences. The reader will see from the foregoing discussion that the meaning of the statement is only as follows: the formation of capital must be possible even though the price and the value of a commodity be the same, for it cannot be explained by referring to any divergence between price and value. The continual oscillations in prices, their rise and fall, compensate each other, cancel each other out, and carry out their own reduction to an average price which is their internal regulator. This average price is the guiding light of the merchant or the manufacturer in every undertaking of a lengthy nature. If therefore, he the reader were at all interested in disinterested thinking, he would formulate the problem of the formation of capital as follows: how can we account for the origin of capital on the assumption that prices are regulated by average prices, i.e. ultimately by the value of the commodities? I say ultimately because average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities, as Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others believe. 124. We can see from this footnote that Marx's theory in Volume I is about the formation of capital, i.e. the production of surplus value, and that this theory assumes that commodities exchange at their actual average prices, which are the guiding light of capitalists in making investment decisions. In Volume I, it is provisionally assumed that these actual average prices are equal to their values, the only assumption that is consistent with the labor theory of value at the macro level of abstraction of capital in general, but in Volume III it will be seen that these actual average prices do not directly coincide with their values. Marx does not say so here, but this point applies especially to the prices of the inputs of means of production and labor power. As we have seen, Volume I is mainly about the total economy and the total surplus value, and individual commodities are not really considered, except as a representative of the total commodity product. The necessary exception to this general rule are the inputs of means of production and labor power, which are purchased at the beginning of the process of the formation of capital, and whose prices must therefore be taken into consideration. The means of production and means of subsistence are subsets of the total commodity product, and hence their average prices will in general not be equal to their values. This footnote at the end of Chapter 5 clarifies for us that Marx's theory of surplus value in Volume I is in terms of the actual average prices of the means of production and means of subsistence, which are not equal to their values, even though the divergences cannot yet be explained. It is provisionally assumed in volume I that the average price of the means of production and means of subsistence are equal to their value, but this assumption is not exactly true, do not directly coincide. This simplification does not affect the main conclusions of volume I. A more complete explanation is provided in volume 3. In my view, in order to be clearer and more rigorous on this important point, Marx should have at least included in Chapter 7 a footnote similar to the one in Chapter 5, which would say something like the following: constant capital and variable capital are the actual quantities of money capital advanced and consumed in the real capitalist economy, and these actual quantities of money capital are taken as given in the theory of value and surplus value in volume I. These actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital are equal to the actual average prices of the means of production and means of subsistence, and in volume I it is assumed that these average prices are equal to their respective values, and hence that the actual constant capital and variable capital are equal to the value of the means of production and means of subsistence. However, this partial explanation is not exactly true. The actual average prices of individual commodities, including means of production and means of subsistence, are in general not equal to their values, but are instead equal to their prices of production. However, this lack of equality between average prices and values does not affect the main conclusion of volume I concerning the actual total quantity of surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. This actual total surplus value is determined by the difference between the actual new value produced by labor and the actual variable capital advanced to purchase labor power, even though the actual variable capital is equal to the prices of production of the means of subsistence, not their values. An explanation of prices of production and a more complete explanation of the actual constant capital and the actual variable capital will be given in volume 3. We have seen above that in volume 3, Marx's manuscript of 1864-65, Marx did indeed provide a more complete explanation of the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital, as equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence. However, this more complete explanation of the actual constant capital and variable capital does not change their actual given magnitudes. K is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production, value equals K plus S and price of production equals K plus P. After volume I was published, Marx worked mainly on volume 2 of Capital in the 1870s, he also worked some on volume 3, mainly on many algebraic variations of the relation between the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit, the subject of what later would become Chapter 3 of volume 3. Volume 2 is of course mainly about the turnover time of capital, the concepts of fixed and circulating capital, and the reproduction schemes. Marx continued to assume in Volume 2, as a first approximation, that the prices of individual commodities are equal to their values, because this is still the only assumption that is consistent with the macroeconomic labor theory of value at the level of abstraction of capital in general presented thus far, but the main conclusions of Volume 2 do not depend on the exact equality between prices and values. Since Volume 2 is not about the theory of the production of surplus value, nor the theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production, it is not directly relevant for our subject. Point 125. However, Marx's discussion of the turnover time of capital and fixed and circulating capital certainly supports the monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory presented here. The turnover time of capital is defined as the length of time between the advance of money capital, M, and the recovery of more money capital, M and delta M. This concept of the turnover time of capital obviously implies that the initial money capital M exists at the time it is advanced, and as a definite quantity. It is this previously existing advanced M that is taken as given in Marx's theory of M and delta M, as well as in his analysis of turnover time. With respect to fixed capital, Marx's method of determining the annual depreciation cost is to take the total fixed capital advanced as given and to divide this given fixed capital by the expected lifetimes of the machines and buildings, etc. that were purchased with this fixed capital. Thus this method of determining depreciation is further clear evidence that constant capital is taken as given in Marx's theory of value. With respect to variable capital, Marx states clearly that the variable capital that is advanced to purchase labor power is taken as given. Marx comments that the characteristic feature of variable capital is that a given fixed quantity of money is exchanged for a value-creating power, which produces more value, a greater quantity of money value, than the given fixed quantity with which it is purchased. And a crucial point is that Marx detestet it is immaterial whether or not the given quantity of variable capital is equal to the value of labor power, or the value of the means of subsistence. What matters is the actual given variable capital, which is the quantity that is subtracted from the new value created by this labor power in order to determine the actual surplus value produced. The characteristic feature of variable capital is that a definite, given, i.e. in this sense constant, part of capital, a given sum of value, assumed to be equal to the value of the labor power, although it is immaterial here whether the wage is the same as, or more or less than, the value of the labor power, is exchanged for a force that valorizes itself and creates value, labor power, which not only reproduces the value paid to it by the capitalist, but also produces a surplus value, a value that did not previously exist and is not bought with an equivalent. 126. This passage is reminiscent of a passage in chapter 12 of volume 3 discussed above, which states that the important thing as far as the determination of surplus value is concerned is not whether or not constant capital and variable capital are equal to values, but what their actual magnitudes are. Marx repeats essentially the same sentence 2 pages later. The essential feature of the definition of variable capital, and hence of the transformation of any sum of values at all into capital, is that it exchanges a definite, given, and in this sense constant, value for value-creating power, a given magnitude of value for the production of value, for self-valorization. 127. Clearly, Marx should have discussed this crucial point about variable capital more extensively, especially in volume I. Nonetheless, these passages are clear evidence that this continued to be Marx's assumption with respect to variable capital at this late stage of his life. For the determination of surplus value, it doesn't matter whether or not variable capital is equal to the value of the means of subsistence. What matters is the actual variable capital and its relation to the actual new value produced. The same point also applies to constant capital. It is immaterial whether or not the actual constant capital is equal to the value of the means of production. What matters is the actual constant capital, which is the quantity that is transferred to the value of the output and becomes the first component of the value of the output. In the first passage quoted above, Marx emphasized that variable capital is exchanged for labor power which creates value that did not previously exist. This is in contrast to constant capital, the other component of the value of commodities, which did previously exist, prior to the current period. The previously existing constant capital is taken as given as a cost and is transferred as a component to the value of the output. This is what Marx called the dual significance of constant capital, in chapter 1 of volume 3, discussed above in section 4.1 of this chapter. Further evidence to support this monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory is also provided by the reproduction schemes in part 3 of volume 2. I have written elsewhere that the main purpose of Marx's reproduction schemes was to criticize what he called Smith's dogma, according to which the total price of commodities is resolved into wages plus profit plus rent, with no component for constant capital or the price of the consumed means of production. 128 Marx argued that Smith's assertion could not possibly be true, because, if it were true, capitalists would not be able to recover the constant capital advanced and consumed in production, and thus would not be able to repurchase the consumed means of production and continue production. The point to emphasize for our purposes is Marx's focus on the question, how is the advanced constant capital recovered? Marx's answer to this question is that the advanced constant capital is taken as given and this given magnitude is transferred, reappears, to the price of the output, and thus is recovered as one component of the price of the output. The relevant point here is that this entire analysis assumes that the constant capital advanced is a given magnitude, and the question is, how is this given magnitude recovered through the sale of the output? 129. Conclusion. To sum up this long discussion, the textual evidence related to Marx's method of determination of constant capital and variable capital presented in this chapter is not as clear-cut and unambiguous as the evidence presented in Chapter 3 on the two levels of abstraction and the prior determination of the total surplus value, although I think that the entire body of evidence favors the monetary interpretation presented here. The circuit of money capital by itself is strong evidence that the initial givens in Marx's theory is the quantity of money capital that is advanced at the beginning of the circuit. The circuit of money capital starts with money, and starts in the sphere of circulation with the advance of money capital, and the main goal of Marx's theory is to explain how this initial quantity of money capital becomes a bigger quantity of money capital, delta M. For this important question the proprietativenius the initial money capital M advanced. In addition, there are many passages in all the drafts of Capital in which Marx stated explicitly that the initial M in the circuit of money capital is given or presupposed. For example, in the Theories of Surplus Value and in the Grundriss, Marx stated that the all-embracing and decisive factor of capitalist production is the quantitative relation between the initial money capital that is presupposed to production, M, and the greater quantity of money capital that results from production, M plus delta M. Marx's theory is intended, above all else, to explain this all-embracing and decisive factor. And in order to explain the greater quantity of money capital that results from capitalist production, the delta M, Marx's theory presupposes the initial money capital, the M, at the beginning of the circuit. In other passages, Marx states clearly and repeatedly that the point of departure for his theory of the production of surplus value is a given quantity of money that must be increased in order to function as capital, example in the results. In the beginning of this process, capital exists only as a given quantity of money in which all use values are extinguished, i.e., no physical quantities of means of production or means of subsistence, and nothing but the money form remains. Our task, Marx said, is to explain how the given pre-existing money capital M becomes more money M plus delta M at the end of the process. Another set of textual evidence that supports the monetary interpretation presented here has to do with the concept of cost price, the sum of consumed constant capital and variable capital. In Chapter 9 of Volume 3, Marx assumed and stated the point repeatedly that the cost price is the same in the determination of both values and prices of production, especially clearly in the missing paragraph which unfortunately Engels left out of his edited version of Volume 3. The only difference between value and price of production is between the surplus value produced in a given industry and the average profit collected in that industry. Therefore, the cost price is not supposed to be transformed from values to prices of production. And the single cost price is the actual cost price, which is equal to the price of production of the inputs, not the value of the inputs. In other passages, Marx distinguished between the value of simple commodities and the value of commodities as products of capital. The main difference has to do with the transferred value component of the value of commodities. The transferred value component of the value of commodities produced by capital is the actual constant capital advanced to purchase the means of production, P equals C plus N, which is equal to the price of production of the means of production, and which in general is not proportional to the labor time required to produce the means of production. The means of production are purchased with constant capital, and thus the labor time required to produce the means of production has already been represented as this quantity of money constant capital, even if somewhat misrepresented, i.e., not proportional, and it is this quantity of already existing money capital advanced that becomes the first component of the value of commodities produced by capital. This previously existing money constant capital is taken as given and transferred directly to the value of commodities produced by capital as a quantity of money capital. On the other hand, there are also some passages in Capital that when viewed in isolation, could be interpreted to provide contrary evidence, i.e., to mean that the quantities of constant capital and variable capital in volume I are determined solely by the labor times required to produce the means of production and means of subsistence, i.e., are proportional to these labor times, and these quantities must be changed in volume I into the actual price of production of these inputs, as in the standard interpretation. However, the standard interpretation of these passages is contradicted by all the other textual evidence presented in this chapter and summarized in the preceding paragraphs. The circuit of money capital begins with M presupposed, the cost price is the same, commodities as products of capital, etc. The standard interpretation of these passages also means that constant capital and variable capital in volume I are hypothetical quantities in a hypothetical value economy, instead of actual quantities of money capital in the actual capitalist economy. Furthermore, the standard interpretation of the determination of constant capital and variable capital also contradicts Marx's method of the production and distribution of surplus value and the prior determination of the total surplus value. If constant capital and variable capital are hypothetical quantities in volume I that must be transformed into actual quantities in volume 3, then the total surplus value and the value rate of profit determined in volume I are also hypothetical quantities, which also must be transformed into the actual total profit and the price rate of profit in volume 3, and thus cannot be taken as given in Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value and prices of production in volume 3. In general, the standard interpretation of these passages and the determination of constant capital and variable capital makes Marx's theory logically contradictory and implies that Marx made fundamental logical mistakes in his theory of prices of production. In contrast to the standard interpretation, I have argued that the controversial passages could also be interpreted in another way, and in a way that is consistent with all the other textual evidence presented in this chapter, that the actual quantities of constant capital and variable capital are taken as given in the theory of surplus value in volume I, and these controversial passages present a provisional, partial explanation of these given actual quantities of money capital, that they depend primarily, but not entirely, on the values of the means of production and means of subsistence. This partial explanation is supplemented in volume 3, in which it is shown that the given actual quantities of constant capital and variable are equal to the prices of production of the means of production and means of subsistence, not their values. However, this more complete explanation of these given actual quantities in volume 3 does not change the quantities themselves. What changes in volume 3 is the explanation of these given actual quantities, from a partial explanation to a more complete one. Thus, the cost price is the same in the determination of both value and prices of production, and Marx did not fail to change the magnitude of the cost price, because no such change of magnitude is necessary or appropriate in his theory. The monetary interpretation of these controversial passages is also consistent with Marx's basic premise of THIRD or determination of the total surplus value, discussed in chapter 3. If one assumes the monetary interpretation of the initial givens, then it is possible to determine the total surplus value prior to its division into individual parts. In general, the monetary interpretation of the initial givens in Marx's theory presented in this book makes it possible to understand Marx's theory as a logically consistent whole. It is a widely accepted principle in the field of hermeneutics, the study and interpretation of texts, that, when the textual evidence for different interpretations of a text is ambiguous and not clear-cut and decisive one way or the other, then the preferred interpretation is the one that makes the text as a whole more internally logically consistent. For example, the claim that literary hermeneutics has made from at least the time of Schleiermacher is that the adequacy of a given textual interpretation depends on the extent to which it can show the text's coherence as a unified whole. 130. I suggest that this principle should be applied to these different interpretations of these controversial passages and the initial givens in Marx's theory. The preferred interpretation is the one that makes Marx's theory more of a logically consistent whole, and that interpretation is the monetary interpretation presented here. Why continue to insist on the standard interpretation of these passages and the initial givens in Marx's theory, which results in logical contradictions, when there is an alternative interpretation, with substantial textual support, that does not have these contradictions. Chapter 5. Money has no price, Marx's theory of money and the transformation problem. Gold is a commodity like all other commodities, and at the same time, it is not a commodity like all other commodities. Point 1. Money has no price. Point 2. One part of society's surplus value thus consists of gold, from the start. Point 3. Another important aspect of transformation problem that has not yet been discussed in this book is the role of money in the transformation of values into prices of production. This important aspect will be discussed in the present chapter. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy will be considered in this chapter as representatives of the standard interpretation of the role of money in the transformation problem, with the former the originator of the standard interpretation. Point 4. According to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation, the money commodity, example gold, is treated as essentially the same as all other commodities. In the first place, it is assumed that the money commodity has a value price, i.e. price proportional to labor time, and also has a price of production which is in general different from its value price, just like all other commodities. Secondly, it is assumed that the rate of profit is equalized in the gold industry in the same way as all other industries, by a redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, depending on the composition of capital in the gold industry compared to the average composition of capital for the economy as a whole. Finally, it is argued that, as a result of this redistribution of surplus value between the gold industry and all other industries in order to equalize the rate of profit in the gold industry, the value of money changes and thus the total prices of production of all commodities will be different from the total value prices of all commodities. It is argued that Marx failed to take into account this equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry, and the divergence of the price of production of gold from its value price, and the change in the total price that supposedly results from this equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry. This is considered by critics to be another important mistake of Marx's theory of prices of production. I argue that this standard interpretation of the transformation is mistaken on all three of these important points. I contend that the money commodity has neither a value price nor a price of production, so that a transformation of the former into the latter is not possible. Further, I maintain that surplus value cannot be redistributed in or out of the gold industry, because surplus value in the gold industry is a definite quantity of gold, without a value price or price of production, and thus the profit received in the gold industry is always identical equal to the surplus value produced in the gold industry. It could not be otherwise. Finally, since there is no redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, the price of production of all other commodities cannot be affected by a redistribution that does not exist, and thus the total price of all other commodities is always identically equal to their total value price, as Marx concluded, no matter what the composition of capital in the gold industry. I argue that Bortkiewicz and Sweezy misunderstand so thoroughly the role of money in the transformation process because they paid no attention to Marx's general theory of money, presented in Part 1 of Volume I of Capital. The first section of this chapter presents my interpretation of the role of money in Marx's theory in general and in the transformation problem specifically, and then the second section critically examines the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy interpretation of Marx's theory of money and the transformation problem. The third and fourth sections discuss the implications of the transformation problem for the MELT, the monetary expression of labor time, and the implications of non-commodity money for the transformation problem. Part 1 of Volume I is usually thought of as the part of capital in which abstract labor is derived as the substance of value that determines the exchange values of commodities. However, this derivation, as important as it is only the beginning of Part 1, it is accomplished in the first 10 pages. The rest of Part 1, the remaining 100 pages, is about money and presents Marx's basic theory of money. Section 3 of Chapter 1, the most important basic theory, derives the necessity of money in a commodity-producing economy as the necessary form of appearance of the abstract labor contained in commodities, as derived in Section 1. Chapter 2 discusses the actual emergency of money. Out of the historical process of circulation. Chapter 3 discusses the main functions thought money performs as per the circulation of commodities, measure of value, the socially accepted objective measure of the abstract labor contained in commodities, means of circulation, the means by which commodity owners exchange their commodities for other commodities, and money itself, hoards, means of payments for debts, and world money or international reserves. Point 5 This basic theory of money, and especially the crucial role of money as the measure of value. I sentire Leinard B. Bortkiewicz and Sweezy. In other words, Bortkiewicz and Sweezy attempt to interpret the role of money in the determination of prices of production in Volume 3 without having first considered Marx's basic theory of money in Volume I. This omission is bound to lead to mistakes, and it does, as we shall see below. Point 6. 1.1 Money has no price nor a price of production. An important conclusion of Marx's theory of money in Part 1 of Volume 3, devoted to the role of money in the theory of prices of production, is that the money commodity, example gold, itself has no price. Point 7 According to Marx's theory in Part 1, the price of a given commodity is a quantity of gold, which functions as the objective measure of the substance of the value of the commodity, i.e., the abstract labor time required to produce the commodity. It follows from this concept of price that gold itself cannot be appreciated, because the quantity of abstract labor time contained in gold cannot be objectively measured by gold itself. An objective measure of the value of gold requires some other commodity as the equivalent commodity. Marx emphasized from the very beginning of his theory of money, in the discussion of the simple form of value in Section 3 of Chapter 1, that the commodity whose value is being expressed, the relative form, and the commodity which serves as the measure of value, the equivalent form, perform mutually exclusive functions, i.e., a commodity cannot serve as the objective measure of its own value. In other words, the money commodity cannot have a price. The same commodity cannot, therefore, simultaneously appear in both forms in the same expression of value. These forms rather exclude each other as polar opposites. Point 8. And elsewhere, money has no price. In order to form a part of this relative form of value of the other commodities, it would have to be brought into relation with itself as its own equivalent. Point 9. Gold has neither a fixed price nor any price at all, when it is a factor in the determination of prices and therefore functions as money of account. In order to have a price, in other words to be expressed in terms of a specific commodity functioning as the universal equivalent, this other commodity would have to play the same exclusive role in the process of circulation as gold. But two commodities which exclude all other commodities would exclude each other as well. Point 10. The price of the commodity which serves as a measure of value and hence as money, does not exist at all, because otherwise, apart from the commodity which serves as money, I would need a second commodity to serve as money, double measure of value. There can therefore be no talk of a rise or fall in the price of money. Point 11. Since gold does not have a value price nor a price of production, it follows that it is not possible to transform the non-existent value price of gold into its non-existent price of production. Point 12. 1.2 The circuit of capital and the value product in the gold industry. Because gold has no price, the circuit of capital is different in the gold industry from all other industries. The value product of the gold industry is not a commodity with a price, but rather a definite quantity of gold itself, the actual quantity of gold produced. Gold is not like all other commodities, which have to be sold in order to be converted into money. Instead, gold is already money, as a result of the production process itself, prior to circulation. Therefore, the circuit of capital in the gold industry is represented by the following unique and abbreviated formula: 13. M, C, P, M. Notice that the third phase of the circuit of capital in the gold industry is simply M, a quantity of gold, instead of the usual C, M. The price of the commodity product, C, is missing, because gold has no price. The product of gold production is a definite quantity of money itself, not a commodity with a price that has to be converted into money. Marx discussed this unique form of the circuit of capital in the gold industry in the following passages from Volume 2 of Capital. The reader is asked to please read these important passages carefully. The formula for the production of gold, for example, would be M, C, P, M, where M figures as the commodity product insofar as P provides more gold than was advanced for the elements of production of gold in the first M, the money capital. Point 14. Let us firstly consider the circuit of turnover of the capital invested in the production of precious metals in the form M, C, P, M. Let us start by considering only the circulating part of the capital advanced as M, the starting point of M, C, P, M. In this case a certain sum of money is advanced and cast into circulation in payment for labor power and in order to purchase materials of production. The money is not withdrawn again from circulation but the circuit off this capital and then cast in afresh. The product in its natural form is already money, it does not need to be first transformed into money by exchange, by a process of circulation. It moves from the production process into the circulation sphere not in the form of commodity capital that has to be transformed back into money capital, but rather as money capital that has to be transformed back into productive capital, i.e. has to buy new labor power and materials of production. The money form of the circulating capital, that consumed in labor power and means of production, is replaced not by the sale of the product, but rather by the natural form of the product itself, i.e. not by withdrawing its value again from circulation in the money form, but rather by adding money newly produced. Point 15. Since the value product of the gold industry is a definite quantity of gold, M, produced, it follows that this definite quantity of gold cannot change as a result of the distribution of surplus value and the transformation of value prices into prices of production in Volume 3. 1.3 Surplus value in the gold industry. Just like the value product of the gold industry is a definite quantity of gold, which cannot change as a result of the distribution of surplus value, so also is the surplus value in the gold industry a definite quantity of surplus gold that cannot change as a result of the distribution of surplus value. The surplus value produced in the gold industry, SG, during a given period is delta Mg, i.e., the difference between the quantity of gold produced, Mg, in that period, and the initial quantity of money capital advanced, Mg, to purchase means of production and labor power in the first phase of the circuit of capital in the gold industry. Algebraically, 1. Sg equals delta Mg equals Mg, Mg. All in quantities of gold. We have already seen that the value product of the gold industry is not a commodity with a price, but is rather a definite quantity of gold produced, Mg. This quantity of gold output is taken as given, as the actual, equilibrium, quantity of gold produced in the gold industry during a given period of time. Similarly, the initial money capital, Mg, is also taken as given, as the actual, equilibrium, quantity of money capital advanced to purchase means of production and labor power in the gold industry. This latter assumption is of course consistent with my general interpretation of Marx's method of determination of the initial money capital, constant capital and variable capital, in all industries in Marx's theory of surplus value in volume I presented in previous chapters. Since the value product of the gold industry, Mg, is the actual quantity of gold produced, and the initial money capital, Mg, is the actual quantity of money capital advanced in the gold industry, it follows that surplus value in the gold industry, Sg equals delta Mg, is the difference between these two actual quantities of gold, i.e. is equal to the actual surplus gold produced over and above the actual initial money capital advanced. As Marx put it in the passage quoted in the previous section, P provides more gold than was advanced for the elements of production in the first M, the money capital. 16 Unlike all other industries, the surplus value in the gold industry does not consist of one component of the price of the output, since gold has no price, but instead consists of a part of the physical output produced, a definite quantity of surplus gold from the start, i.e., as the direct result of the production process itself, Prior to circulation. Point 17. Marx also states this important point in the following passages. The gold-producing capitalists possess their entire product in gold, including the part of it which replaces constant capital, the part which replaces variable capital, and the part which consists of surplus value. One part of the society's surplus value thus consists of gold, and not of products that are turned into money only in the course of circulation. It consists of gold from the start and is cast into the circulation sphere in order to withdraw products from this. Point 18. In the gold or silver industry, surplus value is directly in gold or silver as a surplus of gold or silver. Point 19. The production of gold and silver is distinguished from all other branches of production with the fact that rather than comparing the value of product with the value of the outlay, we must compare the money value of the outlay, the expenses monetarily expressed, with the total amount of the product. The outlay, £100, equals a certain mass of gold. Its price of £100 is merely the expression in the language of money of account of the fact that the outlay equals a certain quantity of gold. Hence, if the product is 130, i.e. if it contains 3/10 more gold than the outlay, the profit equals 30%. The rate of profit, which includes rent, is determined purely by the excess of the value obtained, gold, over the outlay, similarly in gold, expressed in the same use value, gold. And this is entirely independent of the value of the gold. An equalization of the profit can here only take place to the extent that if the rate of profit equals 10% and the excess of gold equals 30, this may 30th be split up into rent and profit. Point 20. In these and previously quoted passages, it is clear that the initial capital in the gold industry is the actual money capital advanced, and that the surplus value in the gold industry is the actual surplus gold produced, the difference between the total quantity of gold produced and the initial money capital invested. The initial money capital is a certain sum of money advanced, the outlay, £100 equals a certain mass of gold. Therefore, these passages about the gold industry lend additional support to my general interpretation that the initial money capital in all industries is the actual money advanced to purchase means of production and labor power, and the surplus value in the economy as a whole is the actual total surplus value, which is the difference between the total value price of the commodities produced and the actual money capital invested in their production. 1.4 Profit in the gold industry. No redistribution of surplus value. As we have seen, Volume 3 of Capital is about the distribution of surplus value, i.e., the division of the total surplus value produced in a given period into individual parts, first the equalization of the profit rate across industries, Part 2, and then the further division of surplus value into industrial profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent, Parts 4 to 6. The equalization of the profit rate across industries analyzed in Part 2 involves the determination of the price of production of commodities. The transformation of value prices into prices of production redistributes the surplus value produced in a given period across industries in such a way that the rates of profit in all industries are equal. The result of this redistribution of surplus value is that the profit received in each industry is in general not equal to the surplus value produced in that industry. In this way, there is a sharing of surplus value among capitalists, like hostile brothers who divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor. 21 Or a form of capitalism, communism, in which the profit received in each industry is proportional to the total capital invested in that industry, rather than equal to the surplus value produced in that industry. Point 22 However, according to Marx's theory, there is no redistribution of surplus value in the gold industry, because surplus value is a definite quantity of gold and cannot be a different quantity of gold. Therefore, the profit received in the gold industry is always identically equal to the surplus value produced in the gold industry. We have seen above that the surplus value produced in the gold industry, SG, is the actual quantity of surplus gold produced, i.e., is equal to the difference, delta Mg, between the actual quantity of gold produced, Mg, and the actual money capital advanced in the gold industry, Mg. 1. Sg equals delta Mg equals Mg, Mg. Similarly, the profit received in the gold industry, Pg, is also equal to the same actual surplus quantity of gold produced, delta Mg, i.e., is equal to the same difference between the actual quantity of gold produced, Mg, and the actual money capital advanced in the gold industry, Mg. 2. Pg equals delta Mg equals Mg, Mg. Since both the value product in the gold industry, Mg, and the initial money capital advanced in the gold industry, Mg, are the same in both equation 1 and equation 2, it follows that the profit received in the gold industrial ways identically equal to the surplus value produced in the gold industry, i.e., Pg Sg delta Mg. Thus, according to Marx's theory, there can be no redistribution of surplus value between the gold industry and all other industries. The surplus value produced in the gold industry within a given period is a definite quantity of actual surplus gold produced, which cannot change into a different quantity of profit through the redistribution of surplus value with other industries. 1.5 Equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry. The conclusion reached in the previous section, that there is no redistribution of surplus value between the gold industry and other industries in the transformation of value into price of production, does not imply Hathari cannot. 21 Marx TSV, v. 2, p. 29. 22 Marx MECW, v. 43, p. 23. 206 Chapter 5. B. Equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry. But the process of equalization is different in the gold industry than in other industries. Since gold is a privately owned natural resource, its production must yield a rent for the landlords of the gold mine. Marx assumed that the composition of capital in the least productive gold mines was lower than the economy-wide average composition of capital. In this case, the rate of profit in the least productive gold mines would be greater than the average rate of profit, and the excess surplus value would go to the owners of the gold mines as their rent. 23 This assumption of lower than average composition of capital in the gold industry was clearly valid during Marx's time in the 19th century and also appears to have been true for the 20th century. 24 In the unlikely case of a higher than average composition of capital in the least productive gold mines, the adjustment process would be different. If the rate of profit for the least productive gold mines was not sufficient to yield an average rate of profit for the gold capitalists and a rent for gold landlords, these least productive mines would be shut down. The new least productive mine would be more productive than before, and the resulting rate of profit would be higher than before. In theory, this process would continue until the rate of profit for the least productive mines was sufficient to provide the average rate of profit for the gold capitalists and also to yield rent for the gold landlords. Thus, in this unlikely case, there would still be no sharing of surplus value between the gold industry and other industries. The rent collected by the gold landlords would still be produced within the gold industry. The average rate of profit plus rent would still be equal to the surplus gold produced in the gold industry. But the surplus gold produced in the least productive mines would be greater than before because of the closing of marginal mines. We will see below that Bortkiewicz and Sweezy assume that the rate of profit is equalized in the gold industry through the usual mechanism of sharing surplus value with other industries. However, we can see that such a sharing of the surplus gold produced in the gold industry is not possible. 1.6 Total price of production equal to total value price. I have argued in previous chapters that both of Marx's two aggregate equalities, total price of production equals total value price and total profit equals total surplus value, are always identically true by the nature of Marx's logical method. These equations are not conditional equalities, which may or may not be true, but rather follow from Marx's method of determination of the general rate of profit, the average profit, and prices of production. This conclusion is not affected by the consideration in this chapter of the nature of money and role of money in the distribution of surplus value across industries. Since the gold industry does not participate in the redistribution of surplus value, the prices of production of all other commodities cannot be affected by a non-existent redistribution of surplus value in and out of the gold industry. Hence the total price of production of all other commodities is also not affected by the transformation, and remains identically equal to the total value price of all commodities. In other words, because there is no redistribution of surplus value in or out of the gold industry, the exchange ratio of the total commodity product with gold does not change as a result of the transformation. This point will become clearer after the discussion of Bortkevich's and Sweezy's interpretation of Marx's theory in the next section. Bortkevich's and Sweezy argue that the equalization of the profit rate in the gold industry does involve the sharing of surplus value with other industries and thus also affects the prices of production of other commodities, such that the total price of production is not equal to the total value price, contrary to Marx's conclusion. We will see that this mistaken conclusion follows from their failure to understand the unique role of money in Marx's theory. 2. Bortkevich's and Sweezy's misinterpretation of money in Marx's